Juro decir que sí hasta el plan más absurdo. Juro no volver a decir la última y nos vamos. ¡Lo juro! ¡Por Desalia! Llega Desalia. No te pierdas la experiencia más vive ahora de Ron Barceló. Participa en desaliaviveahora.com.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning. Welcome to the 28th International Association of Empirical Aesthetics Conference, with this time with the motto Present Challenges and Future Horizons. Some of you know me, but for those who don't know me, I am Enric Munar from the University of the Balearic Islands, a local committee member. On behalf of the committee, I welcome you to Palma, to Mallorca, to the Balearic Islands. It is a pleasure for us to have you here to share a few days, symposia, talks, lunches, coffees, get-togethers, and others. We hope you enjoy your experience these days, and some of you, especially the younger ones, can also take advantage of the changes for your promising career, for your promising research career. We are grateful for the support from the John Templeton Foundation, La Caixa Foundation for this excellent building, to the government of the Balearic Islands, to the University of the Balearic Islands, as Baluard Museum for the social event, and WeBe Congress for the administration. Thank you, all of you. Last month, April, marked exactly 100 years since the birth of one of the most illustrious founders of the association, Professor Daniel Berline. We commemorate this blessed event, but we will come back to him later. Without further ado, I give the floor to our energetic president, Dr. Oshin Vartanian.
Energetic.
Exactly.
Well, on that note. So I'm being really honest when I say that it's kind of like a dream come true to actually have our IAEA Congress in Palma. As Enric can attest, Palma is sort of a spiritual home for many of us who do work in this area, and for a very, very long time, we'd already really wished to have a meeting here. So thank you very much for realizing it. I also wanted to really thank the organizing committee for putting together this wonderful program. I was going through the program when it first came out, and the depth and breadth of work that we do in empirical aesthetics right now is really remarkable. It's kind of hard to imagine, because I can tell you that about maybe 20 to 25 years ago, our association was very, very small in number. And the kind of growth that we've gone through, and to see the kind of breadth and depth of work, as I mentioned, that's really being done in this area is so heartwarming. And it gives me huge amounts of hope for the future of this field to come. I also would like to thank all the groups that helped support this meeting, without whom this meeting would not have quite been the way it's hopefully going to be. I also would like to say that going forward, we have a lot of really, really good ideas for how to move the association forward, and I'm really hoping that when you come to the business meeting on Friday, you'll get to hear about them. And I want to end, of course, by thanking the membership. So IAEA is what it is because of everyone who's here. I really would like to thank everyone who made the effort to actually come to this meeting. Last I heard, our registration for the meeting, I think, surpassed 200. It's never happened before. I mean, we were very optimistic for Palma, but this has far surpassed our expectations. And I'm also really, really happy to see a lot of young members who are here. It bodes really, really well for the future of research in this area. Thank you for coming. My first IAEA meeting was in the year 2000 in New York City. I see a few people here who were actually here at that meeting. If it's your first one, it will be the first of many. It's a community you really want to be a part of. We'll support you in any way that we can. And I hope you're going to have great fun the next 3 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oshin. Thank you for your words, your comments. As well, today we are honored to have the rector of our university, the University of the Balearic Islands, Professor Jaume Carot. Professor Carot, whenever you wish, you have the floor.
Okay. Thanks very much, Enrique. Well, speaking in the last place at an opening has many advantages. You see, everything which is really important has already been said, and the audience is perhaps eager to start listening to the real people, the ones that make this meeting. Okay, so I shall assume my institutional role, and I will start by saying thank you very much, Dr. Enrique Munà, coordinator of the conference, Dr. Oisin Vartanian, president of the International Association of Empirical Aesthetics, Dr. Carlos Velasco, attendees. It is a pleasure to address you at this event. And although we are not physically on university premises, let me extend to all of you a very warm welcome to our university, which in this case has moved to this venue in order to provide a better reception to all attendees. I would first like to congratulate the research group on evolution and human cognition at the Department of Psychology of our university for the excellent work they develop, as well as for organizing the present conference this year. The first one in Palma, as I have been told, and well, a very successful one by the numbers. Okay. This conference marks a milestone at the intersection of art and science, exploring the frontiers of aesthetics from the perspective of empirical methods. As experts in studying the impact of beauty on the mind, I would like you to find some time during the days you will be in Mallorca to explore the beauty of our land and the impact and perceptions it will produce in your mind. I am sure this impact will be fascinating. What do you do? Studying the functioning of the mind through empirical methods, seeking an explanation to the appreciation of aesthetics and pleasure, and how certain emotions impact us, is more necessary than ever in this ever-changing world, since it can make us advance in understanding the human behavior, something which is far from being simple and easy. This is an essential part of the true mission of the university, to become a source of knowledge generation, discovery, and an engine for transformation. In short, I hope this conference will be a fruitful journey towards a deeper understanding of aesthetics and its role in our lives. May your contributions inspire new ways of appreciating the beauty that surrounds us, and let your time and your works be very, very productive in all sorts of ways. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks.
I will add some information and give way to our first guest speaker later. The conference is organized in 3 days. There will usually be 3 symposia or talk sessions at a time slot. One in this auditorium, one in the George Bernanos room, and one in the Miquel dels Sants Oliver room, both on the 3rd floor. We will have 9 symposia, 15 talk sessions, 1 workshop, and 3 poster sessions, one every day, with almost 30 posters in every session. So for those of you who are presenting posters, you have to hand them up early in the morning and take them down late in the afternoon on your respective day. Today, the first session is already open. We received a lot of submissions for symposia, talks, and posters. The scientific committee had to work hard to make a selection. We would have liked to accept more proposals, but room is limited, temporal and space. We will also have 3 award ceremonies. The Fechner Awards for senior researchers, the Washburn Award for mid-career researchers, and the Baumgarten Award for young researchers. We will also have a social event and a guided tour at Svalbard Museum for Contemporary Art. Tomorrow at 6:30. It's near here from about 15 minutes walking or 10 minutes. You can find instructions for it on the website and the board of the reception desk. Also, you can find the abstracts of the symposia, talks, and posters in the program of the website and the instructions about it. Coffee breaks and lunches will be held in the building's restaurant on the ground floor. The lunch will be a finger lunch. One of my main concerns is that there are more participants than expected and the space in the restaurant is limited. I ask you to be patient in this respect. Concerning to the number of attendees, this auditorium could be full for some singular for some singular activities, keynotes, award ceremonies, as its maximum capacity is 175. Sorry. 75. These activities will therefore be streamed in the George Bernardo's room on the third floor for the ones can't enter here because it is full. Please also note that to do time constraints, we will not dedicate specific sessions to poster this time. The idea is that they will be visited especially during lunchtime. We have an hour and a half to have some finger food and then visit the poster or vice versa. 1 hour and a half is enough. Also, you can visit the poster during coffee breaks. I have another warning and concern. Since other non-conference activities are going on in the building, please try not to form discussion groups in the hall and the staircase, as these spaces resonate with special energy, like our president.
I better tone it down.
Every day we will have a keynote speaker following the conference motto, present challenges and future horizons. Tomorrow, the last postdoc student of Daniel Berline, Professor Gerald Kapczyk, will talk about what Berline would probably have said about visual reality and artificial intelligence. A past, present, and future speech. Tomorrow, more. On Friday, Professor Amy Belfi from the Missouri University of Science and Technology is going to talk about aesthetic judgments of music, contributing features, context effects, and comparison with other artistic domains. Friday, more. Today, we have a mid-career researcher who is very experienced and very successful in several fields. He received his PhD in experimental psychology at Oxford University. He has worked at several universities, Sussex University at the UK, the Imagineering Institute in Malaysia, and the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, and with several companies. His work is at the intersection between psychology, marketing, and human-computer interaction. He focuses on understanding and capitalizing on our multisensory experiences and their guiding principles. He co-founded the Center for Multisensory Marketing at the Norwegian Business School in Oslo, Norway, where he's an associate professor at the Department of Marketing. Currently, he's co-hosting the Customer Experience Management podcast, I recommend. I could go on for a long time expounding the excellent merits of our guest, but I would be taking up your time instead of listening to an interesting topic, Applied Empirical Aesthetics by Professor Carlos Velasco. Thank you very much.
right. Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Carlos Velasco, and thank you so much, Henrik, for the nice presentation. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for putting together such a fantastic program. I think we're going to have a lot of fun in the next days. And also for having me as a guest speaker. So when I was invited by Henrik and Eric Chukichambi to come to give a talk, I was thinking, what should I structure here, you know? And I thought one of the research lines in which I'm working is, you know, how visual features influence motivated behavior. But I thought maybe something that I can do, given the scope and aim of the conference, is to present a bit some of the challenges and, you know, future horizons that I have in the context in which I'm working. I have a very strange kind of like career path, and I will briefly mention it for early career researchers, because sometimes we think that, you know, career paths are very like, you know, linear, but they are not. So when I finished my bachelor in psychology back in Colombia, I'm originally from Colombia, I wanted to do research, but there was not really much opportunity to do research. So one of the ways that I go around it was I created a company. And I created this company to be able to fund some of my research and also to get some experience doing research that was paid. And some of the challenges that we were addressing was we had many companies coming to us saying like, or we were looking for the companies at the beginning more than them coming to us. And some of the challenges that they had was they brought, let's say, 15 different packages of products, and they said, which one should I choose? Which one is more beautiful? Which one will my customers prefer? Which one conveys better the fact that this brand is premium or not? It happens the same with advertising, happened the same with, you know, environmental friendliness, with a bunch of different attributes that companies are interested in conveying. Not only companies, also non-profit organizations, in some cases also governments. And I started doing a lot of, you know, research on that and became very curious. And in that process, I met Professor Charles Spence from Oxford University, that maybe some of you are familiar with him. He does research in multisensory perception. And he was working on some of these topics as well. And then we connected, and he said, why don't you come and do a PhD with me? So I was like, okay, that sounds pretty fun. I decided to do a PhD with him in multisensory perception. I will talk a little bit about multisensory perception as well during my talk. And once I finished my PhD, I became quite interested in you know, new technological developments that would enable sensory interaction. So I did 2 postdoctoral projects on human-computer interaction, which is a subfield of engineering. And I'm not going to be talking about that today. That's one of the areas that I have research, which is, you know, how multisensory perception plays out in the context of new sensory enabling technologies. But after that, I decided to continue pursuing my business project, and I did a postdoc in Singapore in business. And what I'm going to try to do today basically is capture that journey by telling you some of the research that I've been doing that ends in applied empirical aesthetics. So let's start from the beginning, and this is kind of like the layout that I have. So the first thing that I want to do today is to zoom out, like really, really zoom out, and try to see the context of consumer behavior. What is that context, in particular customer experiences, and what are the challenges that we have there that I think empirical aesthetics can provide very interesting insights. After giving you like that big picture, I'm gonna zoom in again, and I'm gonna tell you now more specific research, how I started addressing some of those challenges from the context of multisensory research, and how that led me to the research in empirical aesthetics, because there's actually a very nice fit between the 2 fields that I think both of them can learn from each other. And I also have to say that a lot of the research that I did back then and that I'm presenting today has been inspired by many of the people that are present here. It's actually really a pleasure to be presenting to some of you, well, to all of you actually, but as well to the ones that has inspired me. Then after that, I'm going to move to the context of consumer behavior, and I'm going to tell you some of the research that we have done that inspired by the research in empirical aesthetics. And then finally, I'm going to tell you some of the projects that I have ongoing right now that are trying to link, you know, preference with motivated behavior, in particular in the context of consumers. So let's start from the very, very beginning, and this is zooming out, the context of consumer behavior and customer experiences. Just think of any company that you interact with. Let's say you're going to buy a car. When you decide that you're going to buy a car, you not only interact with the car and its design, but you interact with something that we call touch points, a bunch of different touch points. You go to the website, one touch point. You maybe try to search for certain cars. Maybe you interact with a service agent, maybe you go to the shop, maybe you see some printed ads. You have a bunch of different touch points. And all of these touch points compose what we call the customer experience. But one of the challenges that businesses have and that business research is trying to address is how do we actually understand how these touch points create specific experiences and how we can actually manage them. So one of the ways in which the research in businesses specifically has approached this is through what they call the customer experience journey. And the customer experience journey is basically a series of stages that we all go through when we interact with different entities, companies, organizations that have specific behaviors attached to them or associated to them, and where there are different touch points that are designed to guide those specific behaviors. So broadly speaking, you can think that the customer journey involves a pre-purchase stage, a purchase stage, and a post-purchase stage. And each of them has specific behaviors. You see the behaviors in the lower part of the circles. So when you're at the pre-purchase stage, let's say when you decided that you wanted to come to Palma, you started looking for flight tickets, and then there was a company tracking your browsing behavior, and then suddenly you move to read the news, and you see a pop-up, kind of like a banner saying, "Hey, we have tickets to Palma." So that's a company basically tracking your need consideration, which is one of the behaviors that is associated with the pre-purchase stage of the journey, and trying to map a specific touch point that help you move from the pre-purchase to the purchase stage, which is where you make a decision, choose, and pay. Then once you make those decisions, you go to the final stage of the journey, which is when you basically consume, use, and engage with the specific product. So the key question here is, how do we facilitate those behaviors? And the answer lies in the different touch points that are part of this journey. You have different advertisement cues, different packages of products, websites, service agents, and all the different characteristics that will be critical in helping you move throughout this specific journey. But then the question is, how do we choose those specific touch points? And if you look at Rolex, for example, which is like a nice example here, you see that, and not only in Rolex, but in many companies, they use very common features throughout their touch points. Similar color palettes, similar shapes, kind of like similar design elements that are there seemingly to convey a specific meaning and to kind of like help you move throughout that customer journey. In the context of business, the research has been trying to understand what are the different criteria that we need in order to select different touch points such that we create the experiences that we want in the customers. And there are multiple, and I don't want to go through all of them here because we don't have a lot of time, but I want to highlight two specific ones on which the next slides are going to be gravitating around. One of the first ones is touch points need to be meaningful. They need to be descriptive and persuasive. And the second one, they need to be likable. They say fun, interesting, rich in visual and verbal imagery, and aesthetically pleasing, which can start giving you some hints on how this context connects with the concept of empirical, or the area of empirical aesthetics. But addressing these specific kind of like elements or concepts is not necessarily an easy task. If you look at the history of the development of any touch point, like the Coca-Cola bottle, this is the first Coca-Cola bottle that you can find. They started here, but then that was kind of like very random, and many other companies were using the same. So they decided to differentiate, and then they started adding some aesthetic elements to the bottle that were designed to that. So the first thing that they did was they introduced like this diamond-shaped label and the very famous Spencerian font, which is full of curves where they write Coca-Cola. A coincidence, given the research, I don't know, maybe the intuition of the designers was fine-tuned back then. But then one of the critical transitions that Coca-Cola made is in 1915, they said, okay, all our competitors are follow our designs. How do we differentiate in this context? So they contacted a design agency and they told them, we want to design a bottle that can be recognized when touched in the dark and when broken on the floor. And with that design brief, they came up with the signature Coca-Cola bottle that if you look at the rest of the history of Coca-Cola, is still the one that is ever present. Even if you look at 1960 here, Coca-Cola launched the can. The can was not common back then. And one of the things that they did in order to increase recognizability was to just basically stamp the layout of the bottle on the can so that people could recognize it. Which also tells us something about, not only the features that are part of the Coca-Cola bottle, let's say these curved elements, but also how they capitalize on semantic knowledge, the knowledge that you have about the specific product when they introduce a new packaging. So this leads us to the first question, or one of the first big questions that me and some of my colleagues are trying to address here. What drives touchpoint value and consequently influence consumer behavior, and why? This is a big question. This is a research program in itself, so I don't pretend to provide all the answers to this question here, but I'm going to give some hints. And from a sensory perspective, together with Charles Spence, my supervisor, we have done some work, very, very applied, like this book that you can see here is called Multisensory Packaging, on how different sensory characteristics in packaging convey specific meaning and influence preference in different ways. But maybe a note when we talk about features, and this is something that I know that many of the attendees here have been discussing. In particular, I refer to the work of Marcos Nadal and Martin Skov, where there are multiple debates on what the focus of research and aesthetics should be. Whether it should be, for example, the biological or psychological basis of aesthetic experiences and specific object properties that trigger them, or perhaps focus on a broader examination of how sensory information acquires hedonic value. And in my personal opinion, I think both are quite important. Perhaps the second one is more like a long, broader theoretical perspective, or will provide a better theoretical perspective on the topic of aesthetics. But the first one is still quite important, and the reason for that is, if you look at this example, this is like two payment machines. They vary in certain properties, some of the colors and so on. I have been talking with multiple managers and researchers inside digital companies, for example, and they say, look, I take one queue, like let's say the payment box of my website. I change the color, and it's like I increase the amount of money that people are spending on the website, and I cannot explain it. And companies are actually quite interested in knowing how specific features might actually affect the way in which they behave. So in that sense, in the context of consumer research, the first one is quite important and is perhaps the one in which I've been focusing the most. So you look at a product's packaging as an example of different touch points that are part of the customer journey. You have a bunch of different sensory characteristics: temperature, texture, color, sound, weight, and even they affect us in some very surprising ways. If you have been to a wine or an alcohol shop, you might find this very curious observation that you see people that go to the shelf and they take a bottle of wine, they weight it, and they put it back. Then they go to the next one, they weight it, and they put it back, and you are like, what are they doing? Because the weight of the bottle is really not diagnostic of anything that they're going to be buying. But the reality is that when you look at the prices of the wine bottles and the weight of the bottles, there is a correlation there. And people anticipate a higher quality of the product inside based on the weight of the bottle. So all these different cues are going to make a difference in the sort of experiences that we create for customers and consumers. But in the context of the customer journey, the specific touch point is one of the problems. But there is a second problem, and it's that we have multiple touch points. And these are the touch points that we were mentioning like 20 years ago. Any company should have at least a brand name, a logo, a symbol, a slogan, a website. But the reality is that now companies are immersed in a multi-level touchpoint ecosystem where there are multiple different elements varying in their aesthetic properties, in their sensory properties that can influence the way in which the experience unfolds. And something quite interesting that I think research in empirical aesthetics could capitalize on is that many of these touchpoints are now digital. So we can see almost in real time how people behave to changes in digital contexts relative to certain features, and also tie that to economic value, for example. So here's the second question, which is, how does value and meaning form as a function of the touchpoint ecosystem throughout the customer journey? Again, this could potentially be another full research program in itself. I don't pretend to answer this completely, but I'm going to tell you throughout this talk how I've been approaching some of these these two questions throughout my research and the research of some of my colleagues. Okay, so that was the zoom out. Now let's zoom in. Let's go back to more specific things, more experimental stuff that we can actually provide some insights to this question. Here, what I'm going to tell you is how I started my research on multisensory perception, applied multisensory perception, trying to provide some insights for these questions, but that led me to research on empirical aesthetics. So when we talk about multisensory perception, one of the things that we have at the core is what we call the unity problem. Is how is that our brains combine information from different senses such that we perceive the world as we do it? And this is quite relevant if you look at touch points, because you have multiple sensory cues and you end up perceiving a package, right, in one way or another. So that's one of the problems that we have been trying to address in experimental psychology, even before experimental psychology. How is that our brains combine information from different senses? But there is something quite curious, and is that if you go to almost any psychology department or neuroscience department, what you will find is that there is a vision lab, a touch lab, a smell lab, and some, like just name the sense. And of course, that makes a lot of sense because we want to understand the specifics of each of the senses. But the reality is that our brains don't perceive information from different senses independently, but are constantly trying to, create an integrated perception of what is going on. So based on this research, it has been proposed that there are at least 3 major mechanisms, or 4, let's say, that explain why is that our brains combine information from different senses. The first 2 are what we call spatiotemporal congruence, and it's this idea that when cues from different senses occur at more or less the same time or come from more or less the same spatial location, our brains kind of like bind them together. One example of this is when you go to the cinema, you're watching the movie from the front. Typically, the sound comes from the sides, but you have the sensation that the sound is coming from the front because both the visuals and the sound are happening at more or less the same time. Also, when movies are dubbed, you have this temporal asynchrony, which kind of like ruins a little bit the perception. We also have semantic congruence, this idea that when 2 sensory cues share the same identity or meaning, our brains kind of bind them together. So you have some classic experiments now, visual search tasks, for example, where people are looking for different animals, visual representations of animals, and then people manipulate the semantic congruence of the sounds that preceded the search task. They use sometimes the bark of a dog or the meow of a cat. When you're searching for a dog and you have the bark of a dog before you are doing the search, you are faster than if you have the meow of a cat. And last but not least, which is the one that I'm going to be talking about now, we have cross-modal correspondences, sometimes referred to also as synesthetic correspondences. But that might be a little bit misleading because it's referring to the phenomenon of synesthesia, and they're actually a little bit different. The best way to introduce the concept of cross-modal correspondences, and here you're going to see how this links with what I was talking at the beginning, is to look at this example. In the same decade that some early experiments on aesthetics were conducted on the feeling value of lines, we also had a caller doing these tasks. These shapes might look familiar to some of you. But in this case, what he was trying to do was something a little bit different. He was asking his participants, one of these shapes is named Maluma, and the other one is named Taquete. Which one is which one? So if you responded as his participants, and the later research that has been replicating this is kind of like the general association that you will have. This was later coined sound symbolism, this idea that speech sounds convey meaning over and above the actual semantic meaning of the words that they compose. But this is just an instance of the broader phenomenon, cross-modal correspondences, that basically you find some of the key elements of correspondences here. They refer to a tendency for a sensory feature or attribute in one sensory modality, physically present or imagined, to be associated or matched with a feature in a second modality. Contrasting with semantic congruence, which provides redundant information, you have the dog and the bark of the dog. In these cases, they provide complementary information in perceptual inference. They appear to induce congruency effects. Typically, correspondences are bidirectional. If you associate it one way, you will associate it the other way as well. And they seem to follow the transitive hypothesis, this idea that if a feature A corresponds with a feature B and a feature B with a feature C, then feature A might correspond with feature C. So there have been multiple different correspondences being studied in multisensory perception. This is just another little example that I thought it would be fun to do with you. On the association between tastes and sounds. So I'm going to play 2 sounds. Let's see if the sound works. I want to ask you whether you associate one of them with a sour taste. The sound is not coming out, I guess. There you go. This is the first one. Here's the second one. So I'm not sure if you responded as the participants of a few studies that have been, that this has been called the sourest sound ever created by the media. But you know, there are features. In this case, there's not only one feature. Of course, there are multiple features varying, but it refers to this idea, again, feature variations in one sensory modality, in this case sound, matches taste in a way that is non-random. And there are multiple different mechanisms that have been used to explain this. Charles Spence in 2011 presented a taxonomy of correspondences based on the mechanisms that explain, you know, when features will be matched, something that we revisited with Kosuke Motoki in 2000, basically a couple of months ago. And you find different correspondences. There are some that are based on the statistical regularities of our environment. Our brains extract, you know, features that co-occur, and then that explains the sort of like associations that we create, and that influences performance in the world. But the one that I want to specifically talk about here, and hope with these things will start becoming a little bit clear how they tied with what I started, is that there are certain correspondences that appear to be based on the common hedonic value that features across the senses have. So there seems to be these kind of correspondences, like this one, if we go to these shapes, and now the task here that you have to do is one of these one corresponds to a sweet taste, and another one to a sour taste. Which one would you associate with which one? Most people would go with this association. This is a task that we have replicated in multiple different countries, tasks, scenarios, and so on. And the question here is why? Why do people do this matching, you know? It's very consistent. You find that sweetness is very strongly associated with rounder shapes, and the other tastes, in particular bitter and sour, are more strongly associated with angularity. And the question is why? Why this is happening? And I'm gonna tell you about the why in a second. But before I do that, I want to tell you also how these research and correspondences helped me start addressing some of the big questions that I presented at the very beginning. When I was going to do my PhD, I was working with a few companies in Colombia that wanted to export some of the fruits that are you know, produced in Colombia. But they were facing some quite interesting challenges. If you don't know this fruit, and I ask you, this fruit is called lulo, and I ask you, what is the taste of this fruit? Many that are not familiar with the fruit most likely would say this is a sweet fruit, right? It sounds somehow like that, kind of like going back to the sound symbolism that I was presenting earlier. Well, the reality is that this is a very, very sour fruit. So one of the problems that these companies, this is actually the fruit that you see up there. One of the challenges that these companies were facing is people are not buying our product, so how we can actually adapt the product such that they, you know, end up trying it at least. And one of the things that we found was that possibly because of the name, they were cueing the wrong expectations, and people then would just drink a very sour drink, and that would disconfirming their expectations, creating a very unpleasant experience. So we did a bunch of studies, and we found that yes, actually the flavor of lulo is quite strongly associated with angularity, with sharper sounding words as well. And this is something that I started using to create touch points throughout the journey. We replicated these findings in a bunch of different tasks. We used different packaging shapes, you know, different typefaces, and the findings were constantly consistent, the association between roundness and sweetness and angularity and sourness in this particular case. On a side note, you can see the packages of this study that we did back in 2013. I'm kind of like ashamed of them now that we have AI and Midjourney, you know, and stuff like that. They were so schematic and kind of like very dry, I guess, but we have really good opportunities now to make this more realistic. So why do people match taste and shapes? We started looking at the individual properties of the shapes and the tastes. And when you look at the research on taste perception, taste hedonics, you find like this kind of seminar review by Steiner and colleagues that they show that across certain species at least, you put a little drop of a sweet solution in the mouth and most of the babies will react very pleasantly to the sweet solution. Whereas if you have like a bitter solution, the reaction will be more like of aversion, of rejection. So there is like a hedonic component to taste, has very strong evolutionary reasons for it. And we started looking at the research in empirical aesthetics and found that it happens the same with a bunch of different visual cues. And this is when, you know, we went back to some of the classics, but we started finding some of the fantastic work done by many of the present here, Enric Munar, Vartanian, also Marcos Nadal, and many others, Leather, and finding all these relationships between specific visual features and preference that we ended up, linking, or that we ended up going to this review and starting to make the link. Okay, we have two sensory features that are preferred, that are being linked together. Maybe that is something that explains why people are matching these two sensory features. So we conducted a few studies on that. We found that there was actually a relationship. The more people like a given taste, the more they would associate it with a rounder shape. This is something that we replicated in a few tasks, and more recently in a paper that Eric Chukichambi, present here, is going to be presenting. We also find some indications in that direction, and there is a relationship between hedonic sensitivity to curvature and sensitivity to the associations that people have between taste and shapes. So this is where the third question comes in. The sensory liking can be thought as a mechanism in multisensory integration, and there is some evidence to suggest that, but there is a bunch of research needed in this regard in order to try to understand when is that common sensory liking across different sensory features might explain their integration during perception. All right, so that has been telling you how I move from the big picture, zoom in, multisensory perception, how I use multisensory perception to understand a specific subset of correspondences that can inform the way in which touch points are designed throughout the customer journey. And that led me to the fact that preference is actually a key variable in the context of correspondences. And that's when we became interested in the topic of when and how does preference occur. We were really interested in the very applied context in which this would be happening. So we went to read some of the literature. We found some of the early papers in at least consumer behavior, replicating some of the findings that were already documented on preference for curvature. So you have this paper by Westerman and colleagues showing that people prefer rounder designs relative to angular designs, both in the packaging contour, but also in the label using different shapes, and that was irrespective of the product that they were using. We also started thinking, what are some exceptions to this rule? And back then we were working a lot, this is 2016, 17, we were working a lot with chefs, because I was very interested in this correspondence between visual features and tastes and flavors. And one of the chefs actually came up with this very strong claim that is in many modernist restaurants, Michelin-star restaurants and so on, actually it's quite common to plate the food in an asymmetrical or unbalanced manner, which is another of the features that has been studied quite extensively. So we went on to say, okay, maybe this is a context in which this might actually go in a different direction, yet we found the same results, replicated the results on symmetry. In the context of food plating, there is a preference for a balanced plating over unbalanced plating. We then conducted another study, not only with the visuals, but actually we asked people to sit down in a cafeteria. We had an event in one of the colleges at Oxford, and we presented different dishes of food to people. Some of them were off the center, some of them were centered, and what we found was that the center plates were more than the off the center plate. And also quite intriguingly in this context, linking it more to consumer behavior, we also found that people were willing to pay more for the center plate relative to the offset plating. So this made us question, ourselves. It's like, okay, it's not only the fact that people like more, one of the ways in which the sort of plate is plated, but people also might have some motivational tendencies to behave in specific ways as a function of the sort of features that are part of this context. So we went to look at the literature, and we found that, research on neurosthetics in particular, there's this paper, 2014, where it is said that one of the key future directions in the context of neurosthetics is to start looking at when does preference actually lead to approach or motivated approach avoidance behavior. And if you look at everyday life tasks, we can see that there is actually a link, for example, when you decide to buy something that is beautiful, you might say, there is something that is there that I prefer that also motivates me to buy it. We also know that stimulus valence is a fundamental, it's fundamental in distinguishing, approach and avoidance behaviors, and that core emotional evaluative processes such as valence are tied to a specific approach avoidance tendencies. So here, it's when we started saying, okay, we're not only interested in documenting, when do people prefer something and when something conveys a specific meaning, but also when will it actually lead to a specific behavior when these different kind of like characteristics or attributes are used in touch points throughout the journey. So some earlier research was conducted on this, actually at the very same time that we were conducting the experiments. Palumbo and colleagues published a paper using an implicit association task, different approach and avoidance categories and variations of stimulus features. There's also a paper by Wessel and also a paper by Vartanian and colleagues with architecture interiors. So we started looking at this and trying to, replicate some of these findings and extend them a little bit to see when and how there is a relationship between specific stimulus features and approach avoidance categories. So one of the first papers that we published in this was back in 2016. What we did here was we took symmetrical and angular and round shapes, and also we used them or we manipulated the same features in more realistic objects, and we tried to assess in categorization tasks how people would categorize them as a function of approach and avoidance words. So in this case, we found something interesting, in particular that symmetry was strongly associated with approach words relative to asymmetry. We didn't find the same for curvature, although the tendency was in the same direction. But then, of course, you can say here, one of the confounds of this study is how do you know that people are not responding with liking? So one of the first ways in which we tried to address this was if we use realistic objects, as you can see here, maybe we can actually, have those that are negatively balanced and those that are positively balanced and see how valence play a role in this specific context. But something that we found unsurprisingly back then, I have to say, is that when you have positive and negatively valenced objects, the effect of angularity and symmetry in this categorization task of approach avoidance words basically vanished. So somehow like the valence of the objects kind of like overrode the sort of like effects that we had on approach and avoidance words. Moving closer to this applied context that I've been interested in, we said, but in the context of customer experiences, you rarely have a company that says, let's put something negatively valenced. They're not interested in creating negative emotions in you, unless they're a byproduct of the sort of service or product that they're offering, such as if you need to buy a medication or go through a medical procedure that is maybe not that pleasant, but you still have to do it. But companies like a crisps packaging company or like a cookie company, they're trying to create positive experiences. So we said maybe a way in which we can also control for valence is by using product category. So we move on to a second study that we published in 2020. In this case, given the results of the previous ones, we only focus on symmetry, and we use a similar approach avoidance task, well, not approach avoidance task, but a task involving approach avoidance words categorization, where we manipulated both the product category. So we have sweet products, we had products that were non-sweet but were foods, and we also had neutral products that were not non-food in order to kind of like have this valence dynamic. And something that we found here was that irrespective of the product, symmetry was more strongly associated with approach words relative to avoidance words, so relative to the asymmetrical options, and that this was irrespective of the product category. So then we started wondering, okay, if we have all these different products that are kind of like more on the neutral or positive end of the valence spectrum, when we use symmetry, actually symmetry makes a difference in terms of approach and avoidance associations. So that's when we identify one possible reason for that. When we look at the literature on symmetry, one of the claims is that it's kind of like a cue that can signal quality from an evolutionary point of view. So based on that reason, we thought maybe there is something about the quality embodied in symmetry, or the quality aspect that symmetry conveys, that might have something to say in terms of why people might actually approach more products that have some sort of like symmetrical outline than the ones that do not. And that's when I had the pleasure to have Maria Pombo visiting here in BI Norwegian Business School, and we conducted a bunch of different experiments. Well, she actually conducted a bunch of different experiments, I think about 8 experiments altogether, trying to understand a very specific brand concept, which is brand premiumness. Brand premiumness is quite interesting because it's defined as a brand that is premium is a brand that is higher in quality and has kind of like a differentiated higher price. So in a way, you have the quality embedded there. So we started saying, okay, maybe if there's something of quality in symmetry, that might affect the perception of brand premiumness that maybe other aesthetic features that might be preferred do not necessarily convey. So that's what we went on to test throughout a bunch of different experiments. And what we found, broadly speaking, in summary, is that both symmetry and curvature are preferred across the different products that we tested, but only that symmetry appears to differentiate premium products at lower quality. So here we manipulate also quality. We have low quality, medium quality, high quality products. One of the reasons also in those previous studies where we had, like valence, we thought maybe that overrides, as is in the case of quality here. And when we manipulated quality, we wanted to see is maybe when quality is a weak signal in the product, symmetry enters there to differentiate. And that's exactly what we found, at least in certain circumstances, that symmetry appears to differentiate premium products at low quality, although we also found some product-specific variations which tell us something of the semantic context in which these might occur. So far, so good, let's say. We talked about preference and how preference might be linked to approach avoidance categories, but still, this is probably coming from some reviewers of our papers that are present here and also from my own criticism to some of the things that are here. When we look at the economic dimension that Chukichambi and colleagues look at in their very nice meta-analysis of preference for curvature, the economic dimension, and you look at the sort of ways in which it has been measured, such as purchase likelihood, willingness to buy, willingness of intentions to purchase, price expectation. Or you look at my studies where we have these categorization tasks of approach and avoidance words, you're still not fully satisfied that you're actually ruling out the liking factor in the studies. So in a recent endeavor, we started a collaboration led by Maria Pombo with Guido Corradi and Andrew Elliott, where we said maybe we can say something more specific and more structured and systematic about when and how does visual aesthetic features influence approach and avoidance motivated behavior. And that's exactly what we did. We submitted a project proposal to the journal, the Quarterly Journal of Experimental Psychology, as a register report. And this is something that we're actually doing at present. So it is a bit unfortunate that I'm going to finish my talk today leaving you in suspense, because I only have the results of the first experiment. But this is something that we look forward to. And here what we're doing is two things. The first one is we're actually using an approach and avoidance online motivation task, where people use specific, or they need to use their movements, specifically in the keyword, to approach or avoid or relate to specific stimuli varying. In particular, we thought of using symmetry and complexity. And we also did something else here, and is we registered some predictions about presentation times and time pressure. We know from the research of many of the present here that presentation time, for example, can tell us something about the processes that are engaged when people are making the judgments. So in total, we are gonna be doing 3 experiments. These are the results of only the first one, but the first experiment basically links or kind of like studies this relationship between symmetry and complexity and approach and avoidance behavior using these tasks that you can see here that uses the specific keyword keys. And we manipulate congruent and incongruent trials based on our expectation. In the second experiment, we're going to examine this relationship by altering presentation times and decision times. And in the third experiment, we want to basically bring these findings and extend them to a specific applied context, the context of product packaging. So for me, this is kind of like my sort of ideal experimental approach when you're in an applied context. Because you go from the basic, you try to document the basic kind of like relationships, try to explain them or see what modulates them, and then you take them to an applied context. Although I have to say that if I was presenting this in a business school, they would tell me this is still too basic, just so that you get an idea. But anyway, the results of the first experiment are in the expected direction when we use this online approach avoidance task. What we find is that when we have congruent combinations, say you press the advanced key and you have a symmetrical shape, people respond faster than when you have incongruent trials, such as the arrow pointing toward you and a symmetrical shape. So this is where we are at. The next experiments are going to look something like this. Now you can see the more beautiful stimuli, more realistic using Midjourney. We have been doing quite some work there trying to develop these stimuli. And we're going to be testing this to see what we get. We have some preliminary results that look more complicated than what we anticipated, but we will see when we finish collecting the data for this study. So to finish, I just want to say, I hope this talk gives you an idea of the sort of journey that I've been going through from this big picture perspective, trying to zoom in and try to control and perhaps experiment better with some specific features that might be part of these touch points that are part of this journey to try to build a theoretical framework that helps not only people in business research, in psychology to understand how experiences form, but also that can inform companies and different institutions on how to design experiences. Looking ahead, some of the big questions that I ask are still questions and I think are going to still be there for a while. But I have some more specific questions that I want to present. When and how does liking explain cross-modal correspondences? That's something that we're still trying to figure out and is not 100% clear. How and why do value touch points lead to specific motivated behaviors? What are the mechanisms? Something that we're starting to study with this study that I presented. How do stimulus features interact with semantics when it comes to consumer motivation? We have this case of valence and this case of product category, but if we look at other different features, or other kind of like semantic contexts, how would approach avoidance look out in these specific contexts? How do consumers compute value and meaning across touchpoints throughout the customer journey? And perhaps a more applied question that is one that all the companies that I do consulting with ask me is, how do we manage touchpoint aesthetics throughout the customer journey, where there is no just like a single touchpoint that I'm looking at that I need to design, but I need to design a whole ecosystem of multi-level touchpoints, multi-level features that might in the end affect the preference of consumers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlos. An excellent conference. Thank you for all these details. Now we have time for some questions. If anyone wants to ask a question.
Thanks so much. This is amazing. It's great to see the application of much of what we're doing in this audience to something that actually, interacts with, that people interact with on a more daily basis. I guess my question is a slightly skeptical one, which is that in our field, there's been a heavy focus for a long time on measuring average preferences, and then there's been quite a number of us who have tried to push against that and say, well, maybe we learn a little bit more by looking at some of the individual differences, that sometimes focusing on an average preference can lead us towards a theoretical viewpoint that doesn't reflect the actual data, how rich it is. And I'm curious, obviously when you're producing a product, most of the time people are looking to produce one product, so they want one answer for what is the average preference for something. But I'm curious if you've thought about an approach that can dig deeper in looking at the variability and kind of getting into the error bars of your plots and seeing how much variability there is, and if maybe we gain a deeper understanding by embracing that variability.
100%. I think this is an excellent question, and I just want to echo this. We need to look at individual differences. In one of the projects that Eric Chukichambi is going to present, we're actually looking at individual differences in correspondences in particular, because it's that, the variation is, all of these group level averages coexist with extensive variation between people. Now, that's kind of like from the let's say, theoretical point of view. We need to do this so that it helps to build better theories. From the practical point of view, if your average increases 1 point, that means $3 million. So companies are still quite interested in the averages, because sometimes capturing those individual differences in their customer segments is not necessarily that straightforward. So if they have like an average group level, score, then they can see how that relates to the economic value that they produce. So I think, yes, theoretically, we need it. Practically, there is still a case to make that until we actually have a good understanding of how these individual differences play in the context. This is still quite relevant, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Ed. Thank you for the answer. Carlos, question to you.
Thank you very much. I think that was an excellent example of how basic research and applied research can come together. However, I have something like an ethical question that regards the applied part. Do we really want to make people believe that products like crisps and cookies are so great that they should buy and consume more of them? So is it ethical to use what we find out in aesthetics research for business applications?
I think that's actually a very, very important question, and maybe something that I should say is, we use these stimuli, but this is not only something that companies for profit are using, but also non-profit, where you might also have like this direction of we want to make people, for example, buy goods that are more sustainable. Should we use aesthetics, for example, to increase people's willingness to buy fruits that are not necessarily that nice by packaging them in something that looks more aesthetic? So there are applications in all directions, and I think, at least in my opinion, all boils down to the intentions. And I think the intentions that companies have and the intentions that you may have when you're applying this to the business world are quite diverse. I have had cases in which the head of research of a tobacco company comes to me and say, we want to develop this specific product, and I say, no. They say, we pay you twice. I say, no. They say, we pay you 3 times more. And then I say, no, still no. But it happens. It happens, is that the researchers in tobacco companies are incredibly well-funded. But it just doesn't align with me. So it boils down to, this, what are the intentions behind it? So I think in some cases, at least if you live in an open economy and stuff like that, I think it's crucial to use these things to differentiate products from one another and to deliver something that is promised to the customer. That doesn't mean telling them lies. Because if you tell them, oh, look, this product is incredibly beautiful through the packaging, and they try them, they're going to get disappointed. So they won't buy it. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I think there are more questions than answers, if that makes sense.
Hello, and thanks for the nice presentation. I come from museum studies and from cultural studies, and I was wondering if you could just tell us a little bit more about methods and approaches, because I think there's a lot of survey work, a lot of tasks, but also you've invited people for lunch. Yes. So I was wondering about how do you get the multisensory aspect in your methods, in your touch points, and how are there, or maybe have you applied other approaches as well, maybe going more into multisensory ethnography, or getting the multisensory aspect also in your research methods?
So actually we do everything we can. So we go from surveys all the way to, like psychophysical tasks to realistic lives. I actually had a project in Tate Britain where we got like a kind of prize from them to develop specific multisensory experiences for paintings, and we wanted to see how different sensory cues would influence, specific perceptions of the paintings. And we actually brought the whole experiment to the museum. So you would see one day people seeing a piece of art, doing something with a specific sense, maybe eating a specific snack. The next day, another group of people would be exposed to a specific smell. So we basically try to use everything that is available, if that makes sense. Something quite important for these more applied things is, and this is something that reviewers ask, journals ask, and you also should ask yourself is, how can we bring this to the field? How can we actually make the experiment where things are happening? Because many of the findings, and this happened to me when I finished my PhD, I was super excited. Taste and shapes correspond, I'm going to the companies, I'm gonna tell them, use a round shape if you want to be sweet, and use an angular shape if you don't want to be sweet. But the reality is that nothing of these findings replicated when I was giving consulting projects. And the reason is that the world is very complex. So the closer we can get to that complexity while keeping a level of control and mixing different methods, experiments that are more basic and more applied, we can perhaps get a better understanding.
Yeah, thank you very much. Fascinating talk. I actually have a very specific question about the rounded versus spiky shapes and the association to taste, which was new to me. I kind of, why? Missed the explanation. Why do you believe we tend, typically at least, to associate round tastes with sweet rather than sour?
So I think, the honest answer is we really don't know. We have some pointers that it's the common hedonic value between tastes and shapes, because the more liking increases in one of these, it affects the matching, but that's correlational. Actually, I'm gonna say I did toward the end of my PhD, I actually did a more structured experiment, but I didn't have enough time. This is something that I have pending, which is you can increase, for example, the concentration of sweetness in a solution to a point that liking decreases because it's too sweet, right? So you would expect that increasing the concentration, at some point liking would decrease and maybe people wouldn't match so strongly, at least the round shape anymore. That's an experiment that I didn't find those results. It's not published, but I didn't find those results. So is it only the common hedonic properties? Is it shapes being used as a proxy for liking? We don't have like a very, very clear answer. Just pointers toward these common hedonic properties between.
Briefly, I guess one thing that might be hovering in the background is that spiky shapes many dangerous things are spiky rather than round, right? In nature and so on and so forth. Do you think that's at play here as well?
I think that's a broader discussion about what's the origin of preference for curvature, and I think there are some other people here more capable to answer the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that insightful talk, especially about the universals in art. So my question is about utility or use. So when you talk about product preference, the question of how useful it is comes into play, right? For example, the Coca-Cola bottle being shaped that way, maybe it's just easier to hold a grasp. And the plate being symmetrically plated, it's easier to view your food and dig into it maybe. But when you're doing experiments with even experimentally or even looking at art, ergonomics doesn't really figure in the decision making, right? So how do you account for ergonomics when you're experimenting?
That's a fantastic question, and we haven't. We have in a certain way, I guess. We have a couple of experiments, seeing different visual properties and how, for example, eye to reach synchronizes in the way in which people end up perceiving the product and stuff like that. But the reality is that there is not, to the best of my knowledge, in relationship to what I presented today, not a lot of research on that. And it's quite relevant. So, yeah, thank you.
Hi, thank you for an interesting talk. I have differences. Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm really interested in wherever you observe any gender differences, age differences, and also if you or maybe someone you know studied developmental differences. My background is more in moral psychology and aesthetic judgments, and we know from this area that women do different moral judgments than men. Also, we observe a lot of differences, regarding age, but also in children. So there are a lot of cases in which children do completely different moral or aesthetic judgments than adults. So I was also curious wherever you see any of the difference here.
I think that's also a fantastic question, and it depends on what specific aspect of my talk might link to developmental changes and stuff like that. For example, in taste-shaped correspondences, there is nothing developmental yet, so we don't know. But there might be differences. I surely expect that. In particular, if it's based on common hedonic properties, you might expect that there is something about the co-exposure that might be influencing, the way in which people match it. Now, in terms of gender and age differences, in the studies that we have conducted, we haven't observed differences, but I do have an exception that I think might play. If you go to the elderly, for example, sensitivity to taste change, right? You see many people above 80 years, just putting a lot of salt or much more sweet, to kind of like season what they're eating. So there might be something there, but the truth is, I don't know. Thank you. I'm just saying lots of I don't know. That's good. A lot of research material.
Hi. Thanks again for a wonderful talk. I want to highlight that it's great to see something on so many different senses at once at this conference and a talk as well. I have a question that is half terminological and half maybe my own lack of understanding. At the end of your talk, you were very concerned with the question, well, is it just liking or is it really approach avoidance behavior, if I got that right? And so my question is, do we care? Do we need to care? Does that even make sense to want to separate out liking from approach avoidance, where in the world that I've been living in for a couple of years, where it's all about machine learning and reward learning, that is the one thing that always drives approach avoidance. And I would argue for a lot of animals, agents, and humans too. So is there a theoretically meaningful distinction between liking, approaching, a practical significant one? And why do you care so much?
I think that's actually a fascinating question, and I think that there are many angles to it. But I would say is like, okay, what is liking? You know, let's start there. You know, and then if you're talking about the subjective feeling of something, then you might actually have that subjective feeling without necessarily wanting to behave towards something. You know, the so-called disinterested interest that some people talk about. You know, that you might criticize as well, I guess. But if you're talking about reward processes, they should afford some sort of action in a way. So they must be linking one way or another to approach avoidance motivation. So I guess there is a terminology issue, and there is a definition issue as well, which is we need to figure out what we're pointing to. And here I'm particularly interested in the subjective experience of liking. So it is quite relevant for me to understand whether that subjective experience, which can be detached from motivation or from action, how it happens, if that makes sense. Yep.
Thank you for your talk. It's great to see you spent a year in Singapore as the best food in the world.
Agree.
I just had a question about your overall experimental designs. You looked at the difference in liking in a singular product, if it was more curved or less curved, or more symmetrical, less symmetrical. And you had one of your findings where you saw that valence really affected, made these effects disappear. So I understand for like companies, they would prefer to boost the sales of their own product, which is always the same product. So they just try and make the product a bit more sellable. But how do your findings sort of match across products? So like a very curvy bottle compared to a very angular bag of chips, or very curvy bag of chips compared to a very angular bottle.
So in terms of preference, we haven't found so many product effect differences. But in terms of the experimental design, you're touching on a very, very relevant point, which is the way in which we design the studies is not very realistic. We're using repeated measures design, and you don't go to the supermarket and see an asymmetrical product and the same symmetrical product. So if you try to publish this in the Journal of Consumer Psychology, the Journal of Consumer Research, Journal of Business Research, the first thing that they're going to tell you is your within participants design is the first thing to criticize. You actually want a between participants design. Just starting there. But once again, you know, slowly we need to start building knowledge, but that's an excellent comment. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so one aspect that relates to approach avoidance and maybe the differentiation between that and liking is the possibility to engage with the product. And I mean, basically in marketing, it probably comes down to buying the product or tasting, using the product. And I wondered whether you somehow consider the possibility to engage in terms of it varying, let's say, when you're being at home, seeing an ad on your computer, or when you're in the supermarket, seeing an ad on the display, something like that?
That's exactly one of the next steps that we want to do. Is actually put this in a decision-making scenario that is resembling exactly what you're saying. Yeah,
cool.
That's a very, very good point. Thank you.
Any other question?
So my question is, what happens when this type of research is widespread and accepted in businesses, and then you go to the supermarket and every product is symmetrical and curvature? And so would there be kind of a need to differentiate more, or is there like a specific recommendation for, like you said, if the product is sour, to be more angular, or if it's curved? But do you think that this type of research will make kind of everything uniform in a way that it doesn't have an effect anymore?
No, absolutely. You have another excellent point. You know, I was sitting. I have a part of my research studies funded by Asahi, which is a Japanese company. And one of the things that they were saying is like, okay, all this is exciting, interesting, but if I follow all your research advice, my products are going to be boring. They're going to be extremely boring. So I don't want to follow all your advice. And if you look at the case of Coca-Cola, one of the things that happen is they make a twist, the market follow and copy them. So they needed to differentiate, right? So I think we can get two insights out of this. It's kind of like what are boundary conditions in which things might be modulated, but also which of the features remain everything else being equal. And I do suspect that features like symmetry, might have something really strong in them that everything else equal might actually prime in a specific way, but that's not to say that they're not going to be modulated by the complexity of the market world, which is not only your competitors, but also the economy of people, the prices that you put to things, So again, going back to the big picture. So that's also a very, very good comment. Thank you. I think we have a question here at the front.
Thank you, Carlos. It was an amazing talk. I had a curiosity is about, did you think to the possibility to apply all this knowledge to dynamic information? I mean, all what you have been sharing, dynamic information. All of this was about static, like visual. And I'm curious about, you have been thinking to apply all of this to movement, to dynamic information, like lights points or...
Another excellent thing that we have been considering, but we haven't done. And I would take your dynamic information in two senses. Is first like moving things, things that are actually dynamic in their nature, but also longitudinally, how people behave toward a specific thing over and over again. There is some research on advertising there that they try to map like the utility of an ad, in time, and stuff like that. I wonder how this plays in this context. I don't know. Fortunately, my time is limited, but I want.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great talk. Because I'm new to this area, so isn't there? So there's one branch of products that seems to be bucking the trends in terms of preference for roundedness and asymmetry, and that is packaging for male fragrances, right? So, how does that fit into the picture?
That is interesting. I have no idea. Yeah.
Okay.
To be honest, really, but I think that's something that
they obviously try to make their products look more edgy and stuff like that. Which, yeah,
yes, 100%. Actually, there is some research by Carbon that is present here, and he has suggested that maybe there are some trends that influence or determine, sort of like aesthetic preferences.
Okay.
And I think that's something that surely is the case. The question, how does it plays with this? I don't know. Very interesting project to be doing, I think. Thank you.
Cheers.
We have one in the back.
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. So the question that I had has sort of been asked in a slightly different format already, but I was wondering whether you're aware of cases where expectancy violations or incongruencies purposefully implemented to move motivated behavior in a desired direction.
Yes, but not experimentally tested. Anecdotally, you think a lot of, for example, violation of expectations in fine dining. When you have, like all this trend of molecular gastronomy and stuff like that, where you are, for example, served a blue chicken. Blue is cueing you, but you say blue in a chicken, that's weird. Plays with your expectations, and then you taste it, and it tastes like beef. So they're playing with all this stuff, but that's a very specific context, I would say. So I think the key, I would say, is context. Which context could they find? I find this a particularly interesting one that I'm actually trying to study at the moment. Yeah. Thank you.
We have time for another question.
I think we have one in the back.
Okay.
Hi, thank you for the nice talk. My question relies more about two things that I've been noticing in the marketing context lately. So regarding the Coca-Cola company, for example, they are pursuing a company for recycling, and they are completely distorting the logo. I don't know if you've seen it. It's completely distorted. And that made me think about Instagram logo as well. In 2016, they drastically changed the logo. So the old camera lost all of these visual details in favor of a more minimalistic one. And I remember everybody complaining about the drastic change. But in the end, that resulted in a really good move because we are all used to it. And that made sense for the company because Instagram just wasn't anymore the social media in which you uploaded photos, because it just went for influencers, and like it became for a more public. So in the end, the choice resulted good, even if it was a bold choice, and we didn't like it. Everybody was talking about it, but nobody liked it. But Instagram stayed with its decision, and in the end, it resulted good. And Coca-Cola now is making a bold choice again. So my question is, do you think that companies that have a really strong image, such as Coca-Cola and Instagram, may take some more risks because of how sure they are of their status, and in the end, they result in a good impression on the public? So how much is it? No, I don't know if it makes sense.
It makes absolute sense, actually. There is a concept in business research that is called brand equity. And in a way, some people have described the concept of brand equity as customer-based brand equity, because it's like the equity that you have in the customer mindset, you know? And it is said that those companies that have like a strong equity are the ones that can tolerate much better like drawbacks. As you might remember the case of iPhone as well, when it has some issues with the antenna, and then you see, I think it was Steve Jobs even, that he was saying like, please, when you use your iPhone, just move it a little bit like this. And everyone was like, okay, we do it. It didn't actually affect their long-term thing. So the key is there in the concept of brand equity, is to what extent you have a portion of your customer's mindset to be able to rely on, because any changes, and this is documented in marketing literature as well, many of the static changes that companies go through are typically met at the beginning with some reaction, like bad reaction. It's like, we don't like it. But then the stronger the equity, the more people are willing to say like, it doesn't matter. I'm still getting what I want. Thank you.
Okay, it's time for a coffee break. I think it's enough. And thank you very much, Carlos. And 11:30, 3 sessions, one symposium here, and 2 sessions upstairs.
Hola, hola. Se me escucha bien, ¿no? Súper. Y si pongo así, también se me escucha.
Hello. Please come to order for the first session of the day. This session is on the topic of the role of aesthetic experience in empirical aesthetics and neuroaesthetics. And so it's conceived in the way that we will first have 4 fairly short talks by Marcus Nadeau, myself, my name is Martin Skov, Helmut Leder, and Anjan Chatterjee. And we will not be taking any questions during those talks, because afterwards we will have a roundtable discussion where the 4 of us will sit up here and we will have a few comments and then take all the general questions and comments you might have. So I will not go into a lot of introduction about the 4 speakers. To keep the time, I'll just ask Marcus to come up and give the first talk. Please, Marcus.
Okay, so let's jump straight into it. Aesthetic experience is a key concept in psychological aesthetics and neuroaesthetics. As it is clear from these titles and passages I've collected, the stated goal of these fields is to provide psychological and neuroscientific explanations of aesthetic experience. We can all easily come up with instances and examples to which the label aesthetic experience can be applied. But the problems begin when we want to show that such instances and examples share features that identify them as aesthetic experiences and distinguish them from other, let's call them, non-aesthetic experiences. Most scientists studying aesthetic experience agree that the term refers to a psychological event where an aesthetic evaluation of an aesthetic object produces an aesthetic outcome. They disagree, however, on the features that define these 3 elements: object, evaluation, and outcome. To some, aesthetic experience has to do with a contemplation of beauty that produces positive affect. To others, it is the hedonic experience of perceiving objects that lack functional use or have no immediate or direct value for survival. To others, aesthetic experience requires a particular aesthetic attitude, attention, and an appropriate context. It involves aesthetic emotions, evaluative judgment, and determines liking and preference. To others, it has to do with fascination with an aesthetic object, the appraisal of its symbolic reality, and a feeling of unity with it. And to others, the hallmark of aesthetic experience are hot emotional reactions like aesthetic rapture, fascination, and the sublime. In sum, researchers in psychological aesthetics and neuroaesthetics have traditionally conceived of aesthetic experience as a unique type of experience that occurs when a distinct form of aesthetic evaluation is applied to sensory objects that contain aesthetic qualities or properties. The result is believed to be a distinctively aesthetic experiential outcome that involves aesthetic emotions, specific changes in cognitive or somatic states, or unique forms of behavior. This table includes some examples of aesthetic features of objects, evaluation, and outcomes we've collected from the literature. Experimental work in psychological aesthetics and neuroaesthetics is guided by the assumption that aesthetic experience is constituted by specialized functions and mechanisms that must be identified and explained. Where do these notions of aesthetic experience and the intuitions about its distinctive features come from? To be very short, the notion of aesthetic experience is the result of a complex history of social changes, philosophical ideas on taste and on judgment, and art theories spanning the 18th and 19th centuries. One key event in this history was the development of the modern system of the arts, based on the 18th century distinction between the fine arts and craft. In this system, art came to be associated with inspiration and genius, and craft with skill and convention. Art acquired a new value as a commodity, signaling wealth and social standing, and consequently it was supposed that craft could only be appreciated for being amusing and useful, and that art could only be properly appreciated through a refined and elevated taste or a power to judge beauty. Such changes were intrinsically linked to the expansion of the market economy and to the improved social status of a growing business class. Thus, art became a commodity for these people, and good taste became a sign of social standing. As the philosopher Noel Carroll says, the standard concept of aesthetic experience took hold in the 18th century for at least two interrelated reasons. There was the intellectual or philosophical task of rationalizing membership in the modern system of the arts in terms of some criterion, on the one hand, and the social pressure to arrive at the criterion that reflected the emerging bourgeois practice of consuming the fine arts, on the other hand. So, this standard concept of aesthetic experience did not appear for reasons having to do with understanding human behavior or the human brain. The nature of this newly supposed power of judgment became a key philosophical issue. In 1725, Francis Hutcheson published a treatise arguing that people have an internal sense of beauty, a specialized faculty for judgments based on the pleasurable appreciation of arrangements of complex qualities. This theory had two crucial implications. First, that the aesthetic sense was qualitatively different to other senses, and second, therefore, that there were qualities that were uniquely aesthetic. If beauty was the result of human judgment, how could the truth of such judgments be assured? Another philosopher, Immanuel Kant, reasoned that judgments of beauty would be universally valid only if they are disinterested, meaning free from all advantage and social, political, moral, and religious interest. With the 19th century art for art's sake movement, disinterestedness shifted from being a condition for making a valid judgment to becoming a fundamental quality of the experience of art. Disinterestedness was now presented as the opposite to useful. Art's true value was now only art itself. It had no social, moral, or commercial value or use. To quote Carroll again, the claim of disinterestedness became an article of faith of traditional aesthetic theory, despite the fact that most art, along with its accompanying aesthetic experiences, in most cultures is scarcely disinterested, nor is it meant to engender a disinterested response in the Kantian sense, but rather it is in the service of religious, political, moral, and otherwise social enterprises. So by the mid-19th century, these ideas coalesced into the standard concept of aesthetic experience and disinterested pleasure, or as an experience valued for its own sake, and gave way to the widespread conviction that this experience is the product of an aesthetic sense, a unique capacity for appreciating aesthetic qualities in sensory objects, particularly art objects. Current notions of aesthetic experience are the heirs to this tradition. One reason philosophers and psychologists believe aesthetic experience is a unique class of experience is that they assume it involves a form of aesthetic pleasure that is different from basic forms of pleasure. The psychological and neuroscientific evidence, however, questions this distinction. There is no evidence that aesthetic pleasure is different in any meaningful way to other forms of non-aesthetic pleasure, if you like. Aesthetic pleasure is therefore simply pleasure. Studies assessing the same set of stimuli across aesthetic and non-aesthetic evaluative dimensions, such as pleasantness, pleasure, liking, or beauty, reveal that assessments of beauty are strongly correlated with pleasure ratings. Additionally, factor analyses have demonstrated that beauty and other evaluative judgments load onto a common factor, referred sometimes to hedonic tone, hedonic value, aesthetic appeal, and so on. This suggests that there is an inherent link between hypothesized forms of aesthetic appreciation and pleasure in a general sense. The greater the pleasure, the greater the aesthetic evaluation. This implies that an impaired capacity for pleasure should negatively affect one's ability to experience beauty. And indeed, research examining individuals with varying abilities to experience pleasure, including those with significant levels of anhedonia, show that inability to experience pleasure significantly diminished the experience of stimuli as beautiful, as can be seen in this table for the two measures of anhedonia. Thus, the ability to find pleasure in something is fundamental to perceiving it as beautiful. Human neuroimaging evidence shows that tasks presumed to require aesthetic evaluation engage activity in several nuclei of the mesocortical limbic reward circuit, the nucleus accumbens, caudate nucleus, pallidum, amygdala, orbitofrontal cortex, anterior singular cortex, and insula. In addition to generating states of pleasure and displeasure, the coordinated activity of these nuclei encode various aspects of hedonic valuation, such as predicting the potential reward value of stimuli, assessing risk, and comparing the hedonic values of different behavioral options. Wanting processes that reflect the expected reward value of the assessed object influence approach and avoidance behaviors by modulating perceptual and executive systems that make the object more or less salient and desirable. Activity in the mesocortical limbic system that computes these aspects of reward and motivation is itself modulated by projections from other neural systems, and more to come on this in Martin's talk. There is no evidence that the mesocortical limbic reward circuit's involvement in presumed aesthetic evaluations differs in its role in other types of hedonic evaluations. The neurobiological processes involved in pleasure and displeasure responses to art and non-art stimuli are the same, and the computational principles applied to ordinary and adaptive hedonic appreciation are also applied to symbolic or aesthetic hedonic appreciation. For instance, the intense pleasure produced by music involves patterns of neural activity in nucleus accumbens and orbitofrontal cortex and autonomic systems that are comparable to the patterns of activity involved in the intense pleasure produced by visual, auditory, and tactile non-artistic stimuli. We can see this here in the similarities in the skin conductance changes that accompany chills in response to music, other sounds, pictures, and touch. There is also strong evidence that works of art elicit rewards predictions, lead to prediction errors when expectations are not met, modulate saliency of perceptual objects, influence decision-making and behavior, and in many other ways engage processes associated with implementing the motivational impact of sensory evaluation. Together, this evidence casts serious doubt on the claim that aesthetic experience elicits pleasure responses that are disinterested or non-utilitarian. While the evidence gained from neuroimaging studies is correlative, there are two lines of evidence that show that activity in the mesocortical limbic reward system has a causal relation to human sensory evaluation. The first comes from studies that administered naltrexone, a mu-opioid antagonist that blocks opioid receptors in the mesolimbic reward system. Administering naltrexone reduces neural activity in regions such as the ventral striatum, amygdala, orbitofrontal cortex, and anterior singular cortex, and reduces the experience of liking and beauty of faces, sweet substances, money, erotic images, and music. It also reduces the pleasure obtained from music, and it attenuates the physiological expression of this pleasure. The second line of causal evidence comes from studies of patients with specific musical anhedonia, a loss of pleasure experienced and reduced autonomic responses for musical stimuli, shown here in the red solid bars, even as the patients are able to perceive and represent other aspects of music and are also able to experience positive hedonic responses to other stimuli, such as monetary rewards, shown here with the red striped bars. These patients have a reduced functional connectivity between the auditory cortex and the ventral striatum and a significantly lower volume of axonal tracts connecting the auditory cortex to the nucleus accumbens and the orbitofrontal cortex than other people. Together, these results show that the mesocortical limbic reward circuitry plays a crucial role in sensory evaluation, including liking and beauty evaluations of many different objects, including visual art and music. In addition, they show that hedonic evaluations require a transfer of activity from sensory systems to nuclei located in the mesocortical limbic reward circuitry. Comparisons of experimental evidence from humans and non-human animals suggest that there are reasons to think that sensory evaluation in mammals, and especially in primates, relies on the same general neural system. This commonality suggests that the human brain employs neural mechanisms that evolved to assess the hedonic value of sensory objects with an adaptive relevance, to assess value of cultural objects and abstract entities. Neuroimaging evidence showed that human sensory evaluation follows similar computational principles as found in other animals. So money, art, artifacts, all elicit reward predictions, motivation, behavior, and so on. To summarize, psychological and neurobiological studies have found that evaluations that are considered aesthetic in nature, first, elicit neural activity in the mesocortical limbic reward circuitry that is common to other hedonic evaluations, often labeled as non-aesthetic, suggesting that they are not categorically different. Two, they generate motivational states that stimulate behavior, suggesting that they are not disinterested or non-utilitarian. Three, they engage basic affective processes, including states of pleasure, pain, disgust, suggesting that they serve fundamental biological purposes. And four, that comparable functions and mechanisms underpin hedonic evaluations in non-human animals, suggesting that the neural systems involved in aesthetic experience did not evolve exclusively along the hominin lineage. Together, these empirical findings show that there is no evidence that aesthetic experiences involve psychological or neurobiological processes that are specific to the features psychological aesthetics and neuroaesthetics have ascribed to aesthetic experience. This conclusion warrants a profound reconsideration of the concept of aesthetic experience. Concepts and categories serve as foundational units of scientific activity. It is crucial, therefore, that we are aware of the theoretical implications ingrained in the language we use to categorize psychological phenomena, and to reassess scientific concepts in the light of new empirical evidence. The concept of aesthetic experience was invented to make sense of the modern system of the arts, to mark social standing, and to defend the idea that art has no function beyond art itself, not because it explained any psychological or neuroscientific fact. Psychological and neuroscientific evidence shows that the assumptions behind aesthetic experience as disinterested pleasure and an experience valued for its own sake are wrong. The concept of aesthetic experience has run its course, and it's time to give it up. Thank you very much.
Marcus? It's all in Spanish. Is he running it?
¿Puedes poner el? You have to do a presentation, right?
Yeah, what's it? This one?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Marcus. So, as we have just heard, the concept of aesthetic experience has exerted a significant influence on psychology and neuroscience. Specifically, it has led psychologists and neuroscientists to believe that the human brain is endowed with a special power that allows us to apply a special form of aesthetic evaluation to a select set of aesthetic sensory objects, the result of which is experimental outcomes that are distinctively aesthetic in nature. Central to this belief is the assumption that the neural mechanisms underpinning aesthetic experiences are intrinsically different from the mechanisms underpinning comparable psychological phenomena. And as Marcus explained, it's been conceived by the fields of empirical aesthetics and neuroaesthetics that our job is to identify and explain these specialized mechanisms. And as Marcus has just shown, this assumption is not supported by good empirical evidence. So we need to reinterpret the concept of aesthetic experience, and in this talk, I'm going to propose a new account that is better in line with the current empirical evidence, and I will discuss how it differs from the old concept of aesthetic experience. The central difference between this new account and the old concept of aesthetic experience is that the new account suggests that the human brain employs domain general mechanisms to support hedonic evaluation of sensory objects in general, and that these mechanisms evolved to solve a fundamental problem that every biological organisms, including humans, faces: how to assess if a sensory object poses a danger or survival benefit to the organism, and how to act appropriately based on these assessments. Biological organisms have solved this problem by evolving physiological mechanisms that allow for motivated behavior towards sensory objects that are based on an evaluation of the object's potential survival value. Biological organisms approach objects that they like and avoid objects that they dislike. These liking and disliking evaluations are the result of hedonic evaluations that the organism applies to the sensory object. Liking and disliking, in other words, are behavioral expressions of the hedonic value assigned to an object. In non-human organisms, we can infer liking and disliking from measurements of their behavior and the choices that they make or their motor outputs. With humans, we can also ask people to tell us how much they dislike or like an object by asking them to rate it on some scale, but fundamentally, it's all behavior. The question neuroscience wants to answer is how biological organisms compute the hedonic value of a sensory object as the basis of adaptive behavior. And the answer is that different organisms have evolved different neurobiological mechanisms and computational principles that implement hedonic valuations and value-based behavior. For example, in unicellular organisms, sensory liking and disliking are computed by a chemotaxis of proteins that are elicited by stimulation of molecules on a cell surface. In contrast, in mammals, sensory liking is computed by free neural systems that perceive and represent the sensory objects, evaluates its hedonic value, and make decisions about the appropriate behavioral response to the object. And crucially, each of these free subjects consists of further subsystems that encode stimulus features, connect the perceived object to knowledge about it, compute the relevant motivational stance, and project to neurons in the autonomic nervous system. In contrast to unicellular organisms and invertebrates, in mammals, sensory liking and disliking is not determined solely by the way an object stimulates the organism's sensory receptors. Neural activity in all three systems contribute to and influence the computation of liking and disliking. The reason for this difference appears to be that mammals have evolved neuroanatomical innovations in all three systems that allow them to represent and take into account information that goes well beyond the stimulus properties, such as whether the organism has encountered the object before or has found it to be rewarding in previous circumstances. This intricate computational setup in mammals allows the mammalian brain to compute liking and disliking responses that are not fixed and inflexible, but tailored to the organism's current contextual circumstances and physiological and behavioral needs. A key way mammalian brains accomplish such flexible responses to sensory objects is by allowing for modulatory predictions from perceptual, cognitive, executive, and interoceptive pathways to the mesocortical limbic system, where networks of distributed nuclei encode hedonic value, motivational stance, and learning. So this account of sensory liking differs from the concept of aesthetic experience by considering liking and disliking as behavioral responses that emerge from domain-general computations of hedonic values that signal the sensory object's adaptive value to the organism. These hedonic values are computed by mechanisms that involve the transfer of perceptual information from sensory systems to the reward circuitry. In the human brain, these mechanisms are continuous with the mechanisms found in other animals, as shown by some of the data that Marcus presented. Importantly, the sensory evaluation account I'm presenting here explains liking and disliking as a result of neural activation that represents learned experience, task conditions, behavioral options, and the organism's physiological stage, not just the sensory object's perceptual properties. In contrast, The old concept of aesthetic experience makes the claim that the human brain is endowed with a special mechanism of aesthetic evaluation that emerges from specialized perceptual, cognitive, and emotional processes. The concept of aesthetic experience also posits that liking and disliking produced by the aesthetic evaluation are non-utilitarian. In other words, they are thought to be detached from adaptive concerns. Instead, the aesthetic evaluation of sensory objects is believed to elicit distinct experiential outcomes, such as emotional states that are especially absorbing or moving, or novel forms of knowledge and understanding. The notion that aesthetic experience emerges from the engagement with certain aesthetic objects, especially works of art, has led empirical aesthetics and neuroaesthetics to focus research on measuring the relationship between stimulus properties and ratings of aesthetic liking. This experimental approach has many implications, the most important of which is that most studies in empirical aesthetics and neuroaesthetics either explicitly or tacitly assume that aesthetic liking is explained by variations in stimulus properties. This assumption rests on the hypothesis that aesthetic liking follows from the encoding of perceived stimulus features. However, as already indicated by Marcus, this hypothesis has been challenged by many empirical findings. For example, experiments have shown that in groups of participants, individuals would vary in their liking response to stimulus properties such as visual symmetry, complexity, and curvature. There's also emerging evidence from neuroimaging experiments that activity in neural regions that encode complexity, curvature, symmetry, or motion does not predict aesthetic liking of stimuli that varies in these features. Together, these results suggest that aesthetic liking is not elicited by the activation of neural mechanisms that are involved in the encoding of perceptual properties, or at least not solely. Other parts of the brain's perceptual and cognitive systems are necessary for the computation of sensory liking. Yet we know surprisingly little about how neural activity in different parts of the visual, auditory, olfactory, or gustatory systems modulate activity in the reward system, despite the fact that it is a well-known fact that axonal pathways connect different parts of these systems to structures in the reward circuitry. Similarly, we also know that predictions from dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, ventrolateral prefrontal cortex, and the orbital frontal cortex modulate activity in the limbic reward system. And experiments have suggested that this top-down activity helps regulate emotional responses so they are appropriate to the organism's circumstances. But we know almost nothing about how these predictions influence sensory evaluation events. Because the concept of aesthetic experience is so singularly occupied with aesthetic liking, research in neuroaesthetics have been almost single-mindedly focused on relating liking and beauty ratings to measurements of pleasure. Aesthetic liking is believed to occur when activations of nuclei in the striatum, insular and orbital frontal cortex generates states of pleasure, as also mentioned by Marcus. Indeed, it's been proposed by some researchers that the computation of aesthetic liking only engages pleasure-related neurons. However, we know from animal research that the reward circuitry encodes multiple reward components, including reward prediction errors, gain loss risk, distributional reinforcement learning, and many other functions that all may well contribute to sensory evaluation in ways we have yet to figure out, and we really need to study these things. The focus on aesthetic liking has also led empirical aesthetics and neuroaesthetics to neglect aesthetic disliking. As a consequence, we remain largely ignorant about the role that negative emotions play in the computation of sensory disliking. Emerging research suggests that disliking for various stimuli might be the result of different negative affective states that engage different neural networks. So, for instance, monetary losses appears to activate the brain's pain network. In contrast, recent experiments suggest that sensitivity to disgust predicts disliking of asymmetrical patterns and untidy rooms, and that disgust reactions predict judgments of ugliness in faces and buildings. However, we need much more research to clarify this relationship. We also know a little about the contribution that decision-making system makes to the computation of liking and disliking. Studies have shown that nuclei in the prefrontal cortex weigh hedonic value with other concerns, such as behavioral options, the effort or risk contingencies associated with the object. And these task demands are thought to be represented as mental models that the organism uses to determine if an object meets the aims of the evaluative event. Presumably, this is accomplished by the prefrontal cortex holding and matching perceptual and hedonic information to mental models before making a decision about whether to approach or avoid. There's evidence for this proposition from studies that have compared evaluations that use different tasks. For instance, studies have manipulated visual working memory, and they show that making explicit aesthetic judgments require people to hold information online while they're doing this, but that beauty judgment places higher demands on working memory resources than liking judgments. And such results suggest that explicit liking and disliking evaluations involve a decision phase where the agent introspects relevant perceptual, cognitive, and hedonic information and matches these to cognitive models of the evaluative event's goals and task demands, including what a learn or liking beauty or liking template is. However, again, next to nothing is known about the neurocomputational principles that implement this decision phase. So to conclude, the phenomenon of sensory liking and disliking is better explained by this new account that I've sort of sketched out here that suggests that the human brain employs domain general mechanisms to compute the hedonic value of perceived objects. During sensory evaluation events, sensory information is projected to the mesocortical reward circuit, where reward components determine the object's hedonic value. Based on this hedonic value, decision-making processes organize the adaptive response to the objects. As a consequence, sensory liking and disliking is not determined solely by the object properties, but by their relation to the organism's physiological state, expectation, and knowledge. Much remains unknown about how the human brain computes sensory liking, but adopting the account proposed here opens up empirical aesthetics and neuroaesthetics to a wide range of new and exciting experimental paradigms that could tell us how it does. So, thank you.
Wow. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this exciting symposium. Well, everybody, don't worry. I try to show you that experiences are a fruitful concept for empirical art research. Let me start by trying to do what experimental psychologists and empirical aesthetics usually do in their studies, or often do in their studies, but sometimes also at, as you now will see, at a conference. Artificially producing the relevant selection of life that we aim to explain, then examining its characteristics, often in a laboratory, sometimes even in a museum. So please join me in the next minute through 3 episodes that I would call aesthetic experiences. And, well, one that we share with other animals, this one, looking at a beautiful landscape, but others that are more typical human, like going to the Prado and enjoying Guernica, or if you had the chance to ever see that artwork by Eliasson, impressive artificial simulation of the sun. Well, I think this is a topic of empirical research and has been for the last 30 years since I've been in this field. These are strong, sometimes moving, but also not so rare experience in most people's life. Psychology of aesthetics aims to understand what it does to us and its generalizability. I've never thought that it aims to explain what our brain does, but I'm not a neuroscientist. Well, why aesthetic experiences? I could start with what Fechner already knew as a fascination of aesthetic experiences when he wrote, when he decided on the topic, and here I cite Marcus and my paper from 2014, that Fechner turned to the study of art and aesthetics because he hoped he could attract attention to the nascent discipline of psychology by showing that it could contribute to topics debated lively and relevant in society of its time. Well, that's very pragmatic, and now let's talk about a bit more what we've heard in the debate of Marcus and Martin. You can probably all imagine that I fully agree with the critical analysis to challenge evidence available for important statements or definitions, but I agree much less with the call to abandon aesthetics experiences as an important concept. Well, 20 years ago, we published a theoretical model that some of you probably know that aimed at describing and explaining aesthetic experience in the context of the processing of art. Well, this model provided a modular, process-oriented framework for research in psychology, adapting what Fechner in his Vorschule of Aesthetics had already described as how arts elicit diversity in aesthetic experience, therefore accounting for differences. And I found this really nice quote that I found, unfortunately, too late. In his Vorschule, he wrote, "Structurally, works of art demonstrate concepts of both higher and lower levels." We've heard about higher and lower levels in both of your presentations, which can be interrelated, and as a result, diversity can result not just from greater variety in the underlying sensory content, but also from a greater number of higher level relationships. That is, as it were, from both the breadth and the height of the structure. And I want to refer to Eva Specker's talk tomorrow on Friday, when she outlines our view on this even further. Well, in 2014, these two young men at the time worked on an update and critical review 10 years after the first version of the paper was published. That was our second paper. This is then the resulting adapted version, still very similar. And in our critical evaluation, we described the model provided an integrative framework for empirical research and theoretical development. It grew out from the conviction that art, as any other activity of the mind, is subject to psychology, accessible to understanding, and needed for any comprehensive survey of mental functioning. In this case, we need, of course, at one point to talk about the brain. And it built on a long tradition of psychological research. Well, in Martin's new account, he views aesthetic evaluations as, no, I shouldn't read that, right? It's boring, but I do it anyway. Reading stuff is, we do aesthetics because we like pictures and images often more than words, but here it's about theory and we have to do that. He views aesthetic evaluations as computational events involving the application of affective tags on pleasure and displeasure to sensory representations in a way that is substantially influenced by contextual and personal factors such as prior experience, knowledge, expectation, predictions, and task conditions. Did I highlight this? No, I didn't. My view here would be yes, of course. That's what our field assumes. And regarding the specific encounter with art, for example, we also aim to understand how certain stimulus features, historical conditions, interact with personal and situative conditions to create meaningful episodes in our flow of life. And already in 2014, we discussed how the model of aesthetic experiences had raised fundamental conceptual questions about the relation between art and aesthetics and the features that make an experience specifically aesthetic. Well, we also presented some overlooked aspects and possible future topics for the field. Well, questioning the concept of aesthetic experiences was not among these topics. In this talk, I'll discuss how the concept of aesthetic experiences has continued to evolve in lockstep with scientific advances made by psychological and neuroscientific aesthetics. I've chosen only 4 short examples among hundreds, and I know you all now most of you know that you've contributed to the field or still contribute to it, and you might be disappointed by the examples chosen, but yeah, I had to. The first one is on the interplay of cognition and emotion, and thereby also challenging empirically the philosophical statement of distancing, being disinterested, and so on, in a study that we, I jump over this slide, that we published in 2014, an example of the proposed interplay of cognition and emotion. We compared emotional responses given to contemporary artworks of negative and positive valence, measured by facial EMG and several rating scales in interaction with participants' art expertise. We found that while the spontaneous physiological reaction reflected the artwork's valence, the experts gave distinctly different evaluations on the later stages of processing, not only to the artworks, but also to a set of control emotional images. And we saw this as evidence that differences in the cognitive processing units in experts modulate the stronger than the initial emotional response. So emotionally, at the first moment, everyone reacted similar. That was an idea by Norbert Schwarz. And well, later we saw this more in the Kantian sense, kind of distancing. That brings me to the second shortest point. Distancing requires that we think about aesthetic emotions, and you know that Markus and Martin already challenged this concept as well. And it's a big debate. It's an important field for all of us. So we need to produce empirical evidence to find ways to challenge or prove that there might be emotions, eventually specifically aesthetic emotions, and not just associated with liking or disliking. And on one point, this demands that a very fine differentiation with the methods we employ. I think we will see examples here at this conference, and that not all our measures yet deliver such fine differentiation. But abstracting might be hindering the quest, as being moved, for example, is a real experience, and being moved to tears is a rare but sometimes happening experience, and a strong experience. And so just arguing that's positive or negative, in my view, is not enough. Third example. Oops. Oh my God, I didn't switch the slide. Sorry. That was a slide that should have been, supporting what I said. Third example. The aesthetic experience, where it happens and how. Well, of course, you know me. I am a very kind person, but I deliberately chose a study of Nadal, in which he studied aesthetic experiences in the museum. We did the study together in Vienna. In an early attempt, we aimed to see whether the aesthetic experience is different in the museum compared to a simulated version of the same exhibition in our lab, and found that the 3 major components of aesthetic liking, here's the exhibition, and here are this is the simulation, and here are the results, and we found that for the 3 major components that we defined at the time for aesthetic experience, liking, disliking, being interested, or being understood for the art experiences was enhanced in the museum. Well, that would have been impossible if we wouldn't have believed that there is a concept such as aesthetic experiences. Well, these weren't the only 3 components that are important, and therefore, for this third point, I have a second part referring to the Vienna Integrated Model of Art Perception by Matthew Pilowsky, which in 2017 provided a detailed description of the qualities of outcomes in relation to different important features such as self-congruence, schema, self-schema, and coping capabilities, now formalizing the inner personal conditions as demanded by Martin a few minutes ago. And this integrated model of art perception, integrated top-down and bottom-down processes. Here you also can see this is the very original old model from 2004. It posits 5 different outcomes and 7 stages which account for all main ways that we respond to art when we are in the museum or when we are exposed to art. And it connects processing stages also to speculative, specific correlates of the brain, trying to combine this idea of aesthetic experiences with neuroaesthetics. And Yeah, I don't have to mention it. I took this quote because I know that many of you are here today. So in 2014, we also wrote, it's 10 years ago, that advances in neuroscience and neuroimaging techniques lead to the conception and experimental exploration of the neural underpinnings of aesthetic appreciation of traditional and modern art, as well as abstract patterns. And here you see Anjan, Thomas, and Ocean and others cited. And since then, the brain on art, Ocean's activities in social media, and here a recent study by Ed, who I also want to highlight here. And my fourth point now comes to what we've heard towards the end of, I think, Martin's presentation. I didn't know the presentation, so I have to pretend that I knew them, but as you see, I didn't know them. I'm also surprised and happy to be part of it today. So Nadal and Skov reminded us that concepts and categories serve as foundational units of scientific activity. And it's crucial, therefore, to be aware of the theoretical implications ingrained in the language used to categorize psychological phenomena. And here I want to refer to a very big effort that other people did and that I had the luck to be involved in the Philosophical Transactions special issue on predictive processing. Last year, many of you contributed. I see here Robert, Klaus, and others contributed to this. And well, in our commentary at the end, Matthew and I wrote, predictive processing holds the promise for translating metaphor into a neurobiological basis, suggesting a means of considering mechanisms, from basic perception to possibly even our complex aesthetic experiences. However, while we share the excitements of this promise, the history of empirical and psychological aesthetics is also permeated by metaphors that have progressed our understanding, but which also tend to elude translation into concrete, mechanistic operationalizations. What a word. A challenge that can also be made to predictive processing. So, do I believe what I heard today is all new? Yeah, honestly, I think not so much, but I know the guys. I've read some of the stuff before. Nevertheless, I think that I fully agree that empirical findings suggest that the brain is better understood as an active, self-organizing collection of integrated systems that enable animals to anticipate and detect threats and opportunities, and so on, what Martin told us very clearly. However, whether it's new is a critical question. Just because we may not yet clearly see if and how aesthetic experience might even be special or unique, I think as a topic, as something that we want to study as psychologists, it's relevant and a frequent part of our experience. I see it more as an extraction of what many of us experience in our life. We believe also there might be the chance that, because we haven't talked about aesthetic production at all, also an important topic, that this is uniquely human, and the term provides a unifying descriptor of what we want to understand and study in our discipline of empirical aesthetics. There's no reason not to study experiences that humans experience as beautiful or in the respect to art, which is a result of an eventually unique human activity. I don't believe in monkeys making art and elephants painting landscapes. So thank you very much for your attention, and at the end, a little aesthetic experience again. And please welcome our next speaker, Anjan Chatterjee.
This has been a very serious symposium. So 15th century Florence, what a time for believers of aesthetic experience. Da Vinci, Michelangelo, Brunelleschi. And then in this comes cranky killjoy, Savonarola. Says, no, 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 there's no such thing as aesthetic experience. It's not important. Bonfire of the vanities, everything that we care about, needs to be burnt down. So here we are in Mallorca, a place of fantastic aesthetic experiences, and we have our modern day Savonarolas. No, no, no. So now we did some historical research on this, and as you see at the image of the Bonfire of the Vanities, there's some books there. So we wanted to know what books were they burning. And we found all these books that have aesthetics or neuroaesthetics in the term, in which Marcos Nadal and Martin Skov were principles of doing something that they think is meaningless. And I should point out, the book at the top right should be burned just on first principles, because it's the ugliest book with the title Aesthetics in it. Now, look at them. So these guys, when they were up here, they're very serious and very, intense. And if, for those of you who don't know them, you would think that they are these very angry guys. And, yesterday, talking to Martin in this new writing, he even referred to their own writing as unhinged. His word, not mine. So, but for those of us who have known them for a long time, they really are very sweet guys. And I am now going to refer to them as the M&Ms of empirical aesthetics. So, and really, if you bring them close, they will melt in your mouth. So my critiques are going to be various things that they have said, which I think are misguided, and sometimes just flat out wrong. So first is this preoccupation with definitions. Yeah, definitions are nice when you can get them, but there are many important ways in which it is hard to come up with precise definitions that meet criteria of exclusivity and specificity. And we can at least go back to some of the writings of Wittgenstein over 75 years ago of the way in which certain definitions, certain activities or certain concepts don't lend themselves easily to precise definitions. So here on the bottom left, you see these big Danish men doing something with the ball. You can have other sports with the ball where you're just using your hands. You don't even have to have a ball for a game. You don't even have to deal with reality. It could be digital, and you don't even have to have someone you're competing against. And so you have these family resemblances of something we call games, and I would argue that we can probably come up with the notion of family resemblance of what an aesthetic experience is. So preoccupation with definitions, I think, is misguided. They go on to say that much of empirical aesthetics has been preoccupied with this notion of disinterested interest, and that we're stuck with these ideas from 18th century European philosophers. So this is from the abstract of an obscure journal, Trends in Cognitive Science, that Ocean and I wrote. And just to put in bold, we say towards the end of the abstract, because aesthetic encounters are common in everyday life, exploration of their biologic basis can deepen our understanding of human behavior in important domains such as mate selection, consumer behavior, communication, and art. There's nothing here that says that aesthetic experience can't be about motivated behavior, right? So this was 10 years ago. To echo something that Helmut said, this so-called new account, Well, there's relatively little that's new under the sun. And so this is a model that I had proposed in 2003, entirely guided by visual neuroscience. There's general purpose neuroscience modules of how aesthetics might be fit into this. And if you look very closely, most of what the new model does is fills in some of the gaps and maybe modifies some of the relations. And so I would point out that there are two important things, important ideas that have emerged out of neuroscience in the last 20 years, which is the emphasis on interoception as playing a role in emotions, which we think is important, which was not present in my early account. However, I think what M&M don't do is to consider what is the relationship of interoception and language. And generally, they ignore language in much of their model. And we'll come back to that. And then predictive coding, again, has been a very prominent idea in neuroscience that, of course, applies to aesthetics and reward processing. Their emphasis is on sensory evaluation, right? It could just be valuation, but sensory evaluation. And so it brings up some questions, at least one can ask them. So a few years ago, Marcos gave me one of the nicest compliments I've received, which is he said that in his class, where he teaches about writing, he used to use one of my papers because he thought it was beautifully written. Okay. Now, if you think language is beautiful or can be beautiful, and people who work in my lab know that I am very obsessive about how we phrase things, that where's the sensory part of this? If you think mathematics can be elegant, where's the sensory part of this? And so at least it is a challenge to say, if you emphasize sensory processing, what do you do about these more abstract notions of aesthetic experiences, of beauty? And then if you rely too much on animal models, which I think is fine to rely on, you have another issue that has to be dealt with, which is, and I think Martin mentioned this, or maybe Marcos, I'm not sure, but these animals have a set of sensory receptors and processes that's very different than ours. And their adaptive response to the environment might be very different. So to make a claim that there is something about the neural processing of reward systems in a frog now applies to humans, it might, but there are a lot of steps in between that have to be articulated. And this is something that often they don't do when they refer to these kinds of animal models. And if you want to argue, ask the question, is there something unique about humans? You know, it's a matter of what's the degree of difference? And I would suggest that there are two things that humans do that are worth thinking about that even higher primates don't quite accomplish in the same way. First is language, right? Certainly higher primates communicate, they have vocalizations, but the nuances of our language is really orders of magnitude different. And the second is the cultural constructs that we surround ourselves with. So the kind of behavioral niche we create for ourselves that feeds back and influences us is something no animal does at the same degree. Yes, beaver builds dams, termites have intricate mounds, yet there are vastly different than, for example, us navigating through the city of Palma. So we have to take into account those differences if we're going to talk about human aesthetic experiences. So I'm going to give you two examples from our lab. And what I would suggest that kind of the framing of interested or disinterested aesthetic experiences is one way to do it. I think is probably not the most useful way of thinking about this. And I would say we need to adopt some of the ways in which people in the natural sciences, in the clinical sciences approach questions, which is there's a basic science question, and then there's a translational question. And so you can frame your experiments, because this is really how do we derive a research program into what's a basic science question and what's an experimental question. So this comes to this idea that one way in which art can function is its expressive qualities. And Helmut talked about the way in which aesthetic emotions now are an important feature in empirical aesthetics. M&M have argued there's no such thing as an aesthetic emotion. But nonetheless, how do we play this out? So we did this study. This was funded by the Templeton Religion Trust, in which we had several experts, including Noel Carroll, that Marcos mentioned a couple of times, Ellen Winner, who's, I think a couple of years ago in the London meeting maybe gave one of the keynotes, Natalie Carnes, who's a theologian, Matthew Milner, who's a historian, and basically asked for, getting back to language, what kind of impacts might art or aesthetic experiences have? Just list as many as possible. And there are other nuances to it, which I won't get into. But at the end of the day, we came up with 69 terms, which we crowdsourced and used exploratory graph analysis to come up with this map of possible cognitive and emotional impacts that people can have in the face of, in the context of an aesthetic experience. And this, with statistical methods that are more complicated than I'm able to articulate, we could identify 11 different dimensions, and you can reduce that even further into what looks like 4 broad dimensions, which is positive affect, negative affect, a kind of motivational immersion quality, and a transformation, potential for transformation quality, right? So this is a basic question, which is what are the possibilities, and how do you do this in a systematic way to say what are the possibilities of the kind of aesthetic impacts or impacts an aesthetic experience might have? So then the question is the application, and so here is one of them, and peppered through this meeting, people in my lab will probably show different kinds of impacts. So this is one, and we have a poster on this. Vicente has a poster later in this meeting. So this is a project we're doing with the Walter Reed Military Medical Center. And this is with people who have post-traumatic stress, veterans with post-traumatic stress, who often have a hard time articulating their emotional states. And so this is a situation where before therapy, before art therapy, they paint almost a self-portrait on a papier-mâché mask. And after that, after the therapy, they again do the same thing. And the idea is that there is a vehicle for them to now express their emotions using art, and that the question is, can we say something about their emotional state before and after therapy based on this? And so what we did was and these are examples of their masks before and after, 5 participants, and we crowdsourced this and using our taxonomy, had them read, had people who are blinded, so they don't know which masks were before art therapy, which masks were after therapy. They're blinded to this, and all they're doing is trying to say, what emotions do I see in these masks using our taxonomy? And what we find is that in the initial masks, they're much more likely to read anger, being upset, and challenged. And in the final, they're much more likely to experience calm, pleasure, interest, and enrapture. And so here's an example where people who are blinded can read emotions in these masks that are consistent with the idea that art therapy actually did something to change the emotional state of these people who are in emotional distress with post-traumatic stress symptoms. So another example, which is on architecture and the built environment, and a bunch of us have been involved in this. Now, what's shown on the left is where my office is, and this is a building that was designed by Louis Kahn, one of the great architects from Philadelphia. And his claim, this is a quote from Louis Kahn, is a great building, in my opinion, must begin with the unmeasurable, go through the measurable means when it is being designed, and in the end must be unmeasurable. So what's unmeasurable, he says, is the psychic spirit. The psyche is expressed by feeling and thought, and I believe will always be unmeasurable. So it's a bit of a hubris that we are now in the process of trying to measure what the guy whose building I happen to live in every day says is unmeasurable. So this first study, which many of you know, led by Ocean, M&Ms were involved in this. And this was basically showing kind of how the reward system responds to beauty and architecture. So that's kind of a basic finding. We went on to ask the question, again, a basic science question, is what are the kinds of psychological aesthetic experiences do people have of the built environment? And I won't go through the long story about this, but again, using exploratory graph analysis, and Yoed Kennett did some of this analysis, we came up with what we think are three fundamental components of how people respond to the built environment. That's hominess, coherence, and fascination. And coherence is how legible a space is. Fascination is how much informational complexity there is. And hominess is, do you feel like you belong there? Now, interestingly, we go back to the original study that Ocean had done, and we reanalyze the data using these components, and we find, lo and behold, within occipital cortex, there is segregated neural response to these three components. It was always in the brain. We just didn't know to ask the question back in 2013. Okay, so our brains are responding to this. And so the question, what does this mean? You can see valence is right in the center of this. And so now we are using these kinds of ideas in an applied fashion. So on the top left is Eric Fromm, the psychoanalyst. At the bottom is E.O. Wilson, the biologist, that have really kind of argued for this kind of biophilic hypothesis, the way in which nature incorporated in the built environment might have an impact on our well-being. And so we're using some of our findings, our basic findings, to apply this. And right now, and this is just starting, so Vasiliki Melataki is somewhere around. You can ask her about the details of this. This is in a facility for substance use disorder people in which we are designing, using these kinds of ideas, 2 refresh rooms, one for staff, one for patients in recovery, to ask the question again, can the design, the aesthetic design of these rooms have an impact on people's stress? And can we demonstrate this both empirically and using physiologic measures? So I'll end there by saying I think a better way of viewing this entire enterprise is not worry about definitions too much and really think about what's a basic science question, a fundamental understanding, and what's the application. Thank you.
A lo mejor, gracias. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for sitting through the 4 talks. And now we have question times. So if you want to ask a question, raise a comment, please raise your hand. And I think someone will hand you a microphone so we can all hear you. So yeah, question time. So we've got a question down here. Bill? Is there a microphone? No? Can you hear me? Okay, then just shout it out. Yeah.
But the first thing I want to say was the definitions matter because we've chosen to frame our task around a historical concept that plays a role in thinking about how we think about natural events and artworks. We put them together. And the thing I wanted to add and ask each of you about is that there's a piece of this puzzle in the history of thinking about aesthetics that gets left out in our discussions. And it gets left out because we borrowed a 20th century formalist view of aesthetics, which leaves out this part. In the original idea from Kant, and he borrows it from Baumgarten and Mendelssohn, the magnitude of the idea matters. So that we have free beauty, which is this disinterested concept that we get from our embedding in an environment maybe, where we find patterns we also get dependent beauty, which matters for art expression. And in dependent beauty, what makes something beautiful is that its form is fit to an idea. And the idea tends to be an idea that's too big to give propositional content. It's an idea of some sort. But what matters is the idea, and it's the idea that disambiguates the aesthetic experience, not the sensory component and not the feeling component. I don't think I've framed a good question for you, but I think that I've set out two.
As a philosopher would not.
Well, we could get into choosing Wittgenstein, the canonical anti-aesthetic philosopher, to justify root family numbers. But these are two contrasting forces in the concept. Shaftesbury was for a formless view that's purely sensory. But of course, uniformity amidst diversity requires finding form in diversity, which suggests perception, which suggests cognition at the very beginning. And so I'm not entirely sure that the cognitive component has been left out. And once we get the cognitive component in, maybe M&M is right, because maybe we're disambiguating the concept of the aesthetic in a way that's different from thinking of it as a natural or a psychological kind.
Okay, so let me respond. First of all, I don't think that definitions are unnecessary. I think a kind of obsessive focus on definitions can lead you astray. I think we're experimentalists. So when you throw out these big ideas, which often happens when I have people visiting our lab, my question is, what's the experiment? What's the experiment you're going to do to either prove or disprove Shaftesbury or Kant or whoever, right? So our view is, yeah, you have these kind of rough and ready definitions, but what's the experiment? Show me the experiment, right? Don't tell me, show me.
Yeah, and of course, it's Ari's I conclude myself on your side of the table that we're borrowing this concept, so why have we borrowed this one as opposed to another?
Whoops. Yeah, my feel is that thank you very much for reminding us of this. But I think especially in 20th century's art, if we think about it, there are various approaches that try to capture this. But that's why I mentioned Matthew's model, because I think that trying to see which kind of psychological concept that we can borrow from other fields, social psychology, self-image, self-reference, self-schema, and so on, could eventually be translated into situations that allow us what actually happens in the mind of someone being, deeply moved or even transformed. And then what he also did, and what we sometimes did together, go into the museum, into the real life, and see whether we find evidence for these kind of different predicted outcomes in a way to try to find an empirical setting. It's not all experimental, but it's empirical.
Well, I think the one thing I wanted to mention in relation to your comment is that aesthetic experience or any other concept that relates to the work we do in aesthetics are far from the only concepts that we use to understand human psychology or human neuroscience. So you mentioned sensation or cognition. Those are two very problematic concepts. Many people have written about this. And so it's fairly well recognized by people in the neurosciences today that the distinction between, for instance, perception, cognition, and memory makes no sense at all. But we make this distinction because some people, thousands of years ago, invented these words, and we have used them to understand psychology and neuroscience. And I think the kind of work that the MMs are interested in are in line with this greater scrutiny of what are the conceptual foundations of the stuff that we do in psychology and neuroscience, and how do we actually understand the human brain, which I think often turns out to operate in completely different ways than what we had assumed to be the case based on these old ideas.
Thank you. Yeah, Thomas?
side does not exist. It has to be there because it's the flip side of the coin. At some point in time, we will, of course, be able to measure many things. And there are examples of aesthetic chills being measured in the physiology and also in the brain correlate. Now, if we go back to Portman, 1909, we already know since then that cortical structure, cytoarchitecture of human and non-human primate brains differ. And there is already an implementation that may hint at that the full-blown faculty of language that only humans develop and the full-blown sense of aesthetics that only humans seem to develop are also implemented in the brain, in different brain structures. That doesn't mean that basic and evolutionary default structures are not engaged in this process. But there's other things in the dynamically configured network that add to this. Thank you.
So I think that for me, the interesting question is, if we accept that there has been some kind of evolutionary chains in primates, and especially in the hominid lineage, which I would accept is true, and for instance, that have translated into additional parts of the temporal and temporal lobe and the prefrontal cortexes that is somehow correlated with greater cognitive abilities, which I also think is true. What is the implication of this? And so I think that the question I'm interested in is, does this mean that we are that we will see difference in mechanisms in the human brains that particularly pertain to whatever we call an aesthetic experience, or these general to many other things that we partake in human life? And I think that the latter answer is true, not the first one, which is what I'm trying to advocate for. So I accept your idea, Thomas, but I think that this not only applies to our experience of art, but our experience of many, many other things like politics or sports or whatever we are interested in human life.
But there are two different things of finding the correlate and finding the computational principles behind or the neural correlate of the many processes, so the neural correlation, how that computation is done, and finding the reason of why it evolved. So finding the reason for why it evolved may be really difficult. But getting at the neural substrate and finding specificities, like a particular cytoarchitecture with 6-layer construction and all these kind of things, is already one challenge in its own. So if you look at cross-species studies, like the ones that we've done, for instance, you don't find orangutans coming up with aesthetic likings of optographic patterns that we made some time ago, and of other things. So they are not interested in this. Of course, we did not measure their brain activity because we couldn't. But this is also already an indicator. Okay? So I'm already satisfied to find out what the neural correlates are of these higher mental functions, of aesthetic experiences. And then the question whether this is, what the reason for it is a different one that can be asked later.
All right, so I think this is a good example of how you and I differ in how we interpret these results. So I would say that you are begging the question here, because even though it's completely true that there are these particular differences between other primates and ourselves in what we respond to, the things we like, and so on and so forth. I don't see any reason why we should distinguish by saying what we like is aesthetic and what the orangutans like are not aesthetic. This is something that you apply to the different sensory objects that different species happen to have evolved a preference for. And I think that this is where I come from. This is my concern with our field, that we are taking higher order concepts and just start running with them, making distinctions based on them, even though they make little sense.
Okay, I think Ed had another question. Thomas, I'm sorry, we have another question. Maybe you can continue this at lunch. Ed?
Thanks, appreciate it. So I'm obviously very sympathetic to the research program of trying to map what it is that we're talking about onto neurobiological substrates and understanding that through that lens. And I think that the evidence you presented really does focus on, does a good job of showing that there is engagement of basic reward systems. And I guess, you know, I kind of wonder, like, who is the audience for this? Because I don't know people who are really claiming that there's a separate reward system for aesthetic experiences necessarily. And so, to me, I think the harder question is not about is not about once you get to the reward structures that there's something different happening there. It's how do you get from the sensory percept to the valuation, and that is the harder part of the question, where I think there are perhaps some legitimate differences for how that process might occur for something like an abstract art object or piece of music versus a taste or a piece of pleasant touch or other primary rewards. And to me, that is more the meat of the question that I think has been skirted here a bit. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, first of all, I would just say that in the papers we have written, we cite people who say that there are differences or potential differences, including our illustrious colleague to my left, who has at least suggested that the aesthetic experience elicit liking without wanting, to use the Barrett's concepts, although we have no evidence of that, and for some reason Anjan has never tried to investigate that in the experience. I think the other idea, I'm really sympathetic to that.
Can I just quickly respond just to that? So Barrett's notion around, just so everybody knows what we're talking about, right? That he argues that within reward systems, and Martin mentioned this, that there is a difference between liking and wanting, and they have different neurochemical signatures. And liking specifically is around opioid and cannabinoid receptors, and wanting is really around dopamine, right? That's a fundamental, basic neuroscience finding. Clinically, we do see the converse, where you have wanting way outstripping liking, right? In most of our lives, we like what we want and we want what we like. These things work in concert. But in the case of addiction, you have a situation where the liking starts decreasing and the craving, the wanting, starts to increase. So you have a dissociation in one direction. The question is, do we have a dissociation in the other? The problem is that these studies that Barrett's did were in rodents. And if you look at the distribution of those receptors, they're interspersed within the nucleus accumbens and other parts of ventral striatum, which means that there is no neuroimaging study that will be able to distinguish between those neural signatures. So part of the reason for not doing the experiment is the basic science prediction would be that our imaging would not be able to differentiate between these two systems.
All right. But I mean, we could do pharmacological interventions to target the different receptor systems and so on. But I really like your idea, and I think that we need much more research trying to trace what are the pathways and what are the information transfer between, for instance, the visual system and the reward system. And if there are systematic differences between certain stimuli categories, I think that would be quite interesting. But we are not doing that research, or maybe you are doing it in your lab, but I mean, I don't know of any papers that have really looked at that, so.
Time for one final question. I'll go with Marco, sorry.
I think there is a degree of common ground that we
not multiple separate, completely different mechanisms in our brain. And in the second point on your summary, Marcus, you said, and we can see how this can be activated by motivational stimuli like money or sugar, presumably, and so on. But that doesn't mean that you need those. So what is left is, which I think is interesting, is that you can have a reward mechanism that seems to respond to things that are not obviously reward. And so that could be a starting point for what we call aesthetics, if you like. It's one meaning for this interest, probably not what Kant meant, but something where, from an animal point of view, it's actually terrible to have a reward system activated by something that is not obviously adaptive. That shouldn't happen. So if it does happen, it means there is something interesting there to understand. And maybe that is something we can all agree on, perhaps, that is related to aesthetics.
Anybody care to answer? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know whether you could distinguish these more obviously or less obviously adaptive in such a social species as we are, culturally rich, as we heard before, where maybe absorbing your own culture is already adaptive in a group sense, in the sense that you belong to a group, and from a certain perspective that would make a stronger group and more adaptive. So I'm not sure that that is such an easy way to do. I don't see the adaptivelessness of what we call aesthetics. I think it's important. I think it's important to the person. It's important to the group. It's important to a community. I don't think it's adaptiveless. I think it's relevant. So to me, I wouldn't agree with what you just said. I think there's something intrinsically adaptive to what we've been studying under the...
Not obviously biological adaptive, I meant.
Yeah, but I'd say belonging to a group and making the group stronger, in the end, is already biologically adaptive also for the people in that group. Maybe not immediately adaptive. Yeah. Okay, so this brings us to the end of this session. I would like to thank very, very much one of the M's, Dr. Anjan Chatterjee, Dr. Helmut Leder, and the other M. And I would thank very, very much everyone here for attending and your interest. Thank you. Have a lovely lunch.
We'll bestow a new nickname on us, and then we will never go away.
That was my goal. Not a nickname.
say something crazy stupid.
Okay. And microphone works, so I can also just speak like this and it works. Yeah, cool. Let me double check this thing because sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like this? Does it work like this? Ah. Okay, I think I will talk like this. Should I scream? Should I talk normal? Normal like this. I will speak at this level. Okay. Thank you. But let me try this thing again. It works. Okay.
Yes, I'm your chair. Hi, my name's Becky. Lovely to meet you. Hi. Hi, good to meet you all.
Super.
So are all our slides behind each other?
All the slides are in the.
So we all go
Sí,
here.
hola.
You have to open now.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I see.
So each of the slides are numbered.
Mhm.
So we can just like, for example, if you want to go in yours, you just
Yeah, I
click
can just see that it opens.
and then
Okay.
you start.
Cool.
And then you have this
just,
and this. And so something that I just noticed for the notes, if you have notes, they are
No, it's okay.
here on the right.
Oh, I see. No,
I don't have any notes, but I still
No.
want to see it.
Yes.
Oh.
So I think if you click, yeah.
Okay.
So you have to click here. I'll show you to also, let's try all of the presentation, okay? So for example, Miriam.
Rebecca, are you going to say something before each?
And then where do
Yeah,
we
I'm
open?
literally just going to.
So you'll see this thing, and then I think if you click this, you will have the classic presentation style.
Okay.
And that's no difference. And then,
Okay.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
I could have made notes. Oh, but it's good for Friday.
Yeah.
I made notes.
Well, I'll just.
Yeah.
today I'm gonna. If you want to try your own stuff.
Yeah, maybe we can try like in the morning, like the hour. I think for our talk session, they just opened everything, and just when it's your turn, just
Fine.
enlarge yours.
Yeah,
True. Okay. So
Yeah.
we just have to remember to click there.
Okay. So, yeah, we can open them all, but just first open yours to check. if it's okay.
Oh, and then we can. Does this work?
Yeah, but
Try yours.
Sure.
I
Huh?
just,
Yeah.
So you're
Yeah,
Lara?
works.
Yes.
Yeah, do they have like
Okay.
the
He will switch it to here.
No, no. I mean the.
Yeah, here. I think this.
You just
no,
want to get it
this.
right. You don't want to.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
So it's this one.
Okay, so this and
Yeah.
Ah, okay, great, thanks. Great. Should I open everyone's slide?
He was in the first cohort, so.
And then you just click on this and then
Yeah, I guess we could do that.
and
Maybe that's a good idea.
Will you present something yourself as well?
Oh,
I
okay, great.
have
Sí. Hola. Sí. Un, dos, un, dos.
Okay, welcome everyone to this afternoon's symposium entitled What Behavior Genetics Can Tell Us About Aesthetics. We've got 5 talks and happy to take a couple of questions after each talk and hopefully have some time for discussion at the end. So I'd like to now introduce the first speaker, which is Giacomo Bignardi, and he will talk about ways of experiencing quantitative behavior genetics of music reward sensitivity.
Okay, so it's first talk after lunch. Hopefully you drink enough and this is going to be enjoyable. Anyways, I would like to kick off this talk by asking you to focus on the following sensory stimulation. Stream of sounds reach your ears, sensation becomes perception, perception is glossed, and your experience acquires some value. Now, I would like you to shift your attention from your experience to your surroundings. Although there was only one stream of sounds, just now, perception acquired value as many times as the number of people in this room. This diversity of experience is sitting on a perhaps obvious but very important consideration, the fact that humans can assign value to music in the first place. But also here, diversity is key. From little to a lot, we vary in our aptitude to feel pleasure from music and enjoy it. Without this aptitude, there would be no gloss over what the great Oliver Sacks once called meaningless tonal patterns. Today, in this talk, you will hear a story about this variability, about the variability in the aptitude to assign value, or better enjoy, music, and the relationship between differences that each of us carries in our DNA. You will hear a story on the distinct genetic pathways to music enjoyment, and our particular sample from the population, twins, can help us orienting towards what genetics can tell us about aesthetics. So this was my pre-scripted talk, and I will start with the real one. I'm starting with an outline of the talk. The classic scientific outline, there is going to be a brief introduction. I'm going to introduce you to the classical twin design, telling you what the classical twin design can tell us about the readability of music reward sensitivity, expand on this topic, and then I will hopefully give you some direction for future considerations. The work that I'm showing has been already recently preprinted, so you can find it on bioRxiv. But I would like also to pinpoint what was really the question that we wanted to answer when we did this study. So we asked, to what extent are differences in the aptitude to enjoy music explained by genetic factors? Now, in order to assess and answer this question, we rely upon a trait that is very well studied in our field, music reward sensitivity, which measures variability in the ability to feel pleasure from music. We use a Barcelona Music Reward Questionnaire, which is a 20-item questionnaire that comprises 5 different facets: emotion evocation, mood regulation, music seeking, sensory motor, and social reward. So when asking questions about genetics, one always needs to consider different sources of variance. For example, shared environmental sources of variance are the sources of influences that are shared between members of a family. And of course, each unique experience that each of us has when going through their life, this also will have a contribution to a specific trait. Now, if we could measure all of these sources, we could simply directly estimate what are the effects of genetics and environment over a specific trait. The problem is this is almost impossible. And it's exactly here that the twin design can give us a tool to investigate these sources of variances. Why? Monozygotic twins came from the same fertilized eggs, and therefore share 100% of their genome. They also share the same environment both in utero and during development. On the other hand, dizygotic twins, fraternal twins, share only 50% of the segregating genes, these on average, but they do also share 100% of their environment. So it means that under certain assumption, the difference that we observe in monozygotic and dizygotic twins can be due to genetic differences. And these can be used to estimate these sources of variance. We can look at how similar monozygotic twins are, how similar dizygotic twins are, and estimate these different effects: genetic effects, shared environmental effects, and non-shared environmental effects. And then we can compute what is called heritability, which is simply the proportion of overall variance that is explained by the genetic factor that we can identify. Sometimes you see these type of models, and you will also see this type of model during this presentation, which is just a more complex representation of what I just told you, but it's telling you the same thing: genetic effects, shared environmental effect, and non-shared environmental effect on a trait. So this is exactly what we did. We collected music reward sensitivity data using the Barcelona Music Reward Questionnaire in a sample of 9,000 twins from the stage cohort in Sweden. Laura Wesseldijk will give you a bit more information about this sample just later. And here I wanted to jump straight to the first results, which is the comparison of the correlations between monozygotic twins in the upper row and dizygotic twins in the lower row. Here you see the observed correlations between pairs with a 95% confidence interval. You can clearly see with your bare eyes that there is, like, identical twins are much more similar in the music reward sensitivity than dizygotic one. And these allowed us to, like, first of all, exclude the contribution of shared environmental effects, and second, to quantify the heritability, which is, again, simply the proportion of variance that is explained by genetic factors. And we find that genetic factors are estimated to influence up to 54% of the variance in music reward sensitivity. But now we ask a question: how specific is this genetic variance? It could be, for example, that there are variability in the ability to perceive music, and that this contributes to the ability to feel pleasure from it. It could also be that there is variability in general affect or general reward sensitivity, and this could affect the experience pleasure from a specific sensory stimulation. So as with the question of enjoyment from music and music reward sensitivity, we also use certain type of metrics that are well studied to quantify differences in music perception and general reward sensitivity, music perceptual ability and general reward sensitivity. And we ask, to what extent do genetic effects influence music reward sensitivity, but this time above and beyond music perceptual ability and general reward sensitivity? So in order to do that, we collected behavioral approach system reward responsiveness self-report data in the same twin to measure music reward sensitivity here, but we also relied upon objective tests of music perception that were collected years before in the same cohort, in the same twins. So in order for you to follow, I will just give you a simple example of what we can ask with the multivariate version of the twin design in order to answer this type of questions. Imagine that we have music perceptual abilities and music reward sensitivity, and we observe a correlation between the two. Now, if we have these measures in the same twin, we can decompose genetic effects and environmental effects on the same trait. And what we can do is we can then decompose the correlation into genetic correlations and environmental correlation. An example of a genetic correlation would be when the same gene or same variation in a gene influence both music perception and music reward sensitivity. An example of an environmental correlation for another trait, such as general reward sensitivity, would be when a negative life event impacts your ability to feel pleasure in general and also feel pleasure from a sensory stimulation that is specific. But now, within this multivariate model, we can also reframe and ask slightly different questions. For example, we can recompute an heritability estimate, but this time accounting for shared genetics and shared environment that are coming from the other trait, for example, music perception. So we use this modeling approach, this is a very simplified version, to jointly estimate the effect of music perceptual ability on the left, general reward sensitivity on the center, and music reward sensitivity on the right. So the idea is how much of the percentage of variance in music reward sensitivity is jointly accounted by these different sources. First, we look at general reward sensitivity. Up of 12% of the variance was explained, and 10% was accounted for by genetic factor, with only 2% accounted by shared environmental factors. Looking at music perceptual abilities, only 6%, an additional 6% more, but all the environmental correlation were non-significant, meaning that the association between music perceptual ability and music reward sensitivity were fully due to shared genetic effects. But this also means that when accounting for these two things, we had 38% of the variance, remaining variance, that was specific to music reward sensitivity. This means that 70% of the total heritability was specific to music reward sensitivity after accounting for these shared effects. In other words, genetic factor explain up to 38% of the variance in music reward sensitivity, above and beyond genetic and environmental factors influencing music perceptual abilities and general reward sensitivity. But now I want to ask you another question, which I borrowed from people of my team. Have you been paying attention? Because at the beginning of this presentation, I show you music reward sensitivity as a multifaceted trait. Indeed, music reward sensitivity is not a monolith. There are different facets. So could we perhaps rephrase the same question that we asked before and ask, are genetic effects found for music reward sensitivity shared across facets? To do this thing, we refit a model in which now we estimate the genetic effects on each of these different facets of music reward sensitivity simultaneously. The beauty of this modeling approach is that it allows us to give an empirical question to whether there are shared genetic effects across all of these different facets. So we can ask, is there a common genetic factor? And the answer is no. We didn't find evidence for a single common genetic factor explaining variability across the different facets. So now I hope you get the title, Distinct Genetic Pathways to Music Enjoyment. And to also further explore these and to really make sure that we were not fooling ourselves, we extracted the genetic correlation matrix that you see here in the center on the lower diagonal. And then we applied a pipeline that was recently developed by colleagues at the Max Planck Institute for Psycholinguistics on genomic data, in which you can reduce the dimensionality of this genetic correlation space. Here you see this principal component additive genetic analysis, and you see how close some phases are in the genetic space. And you can see that, for example, the sensory motor component is mostly distinct from other facets of music reward, further strengthening the heterogeneity of genetic effects. Okay, so I told you that genetic factors influence music reward sensitivity. I told you that such genetic factors are mostly unrelated to genetic factors influencing music perceptual abilities and general reward sensitivity. I also told you that different genetic factors influence different aspects of music reward sensitivity. So I hope that someone over there, it's like this, right? He thinks that this is pretty cool. But this talk is about diversity. So I'm sure that a lot of people have a lot of different opinions. So what I want to address now is the person in the room that asks, but why should we care, right? Why should we care? Now, I had a 14-minute presentation, and I'm almost out of time, thankfully, but I can give you a bite-sized reason of why we should care. First of all, genetic confounding. If a trait is heritable, if you look at the correlations between two traits, it might mean that this correlation is not causal, but is due by shared genetic effects. So when you think about music reward sensitivity, this might be a reason when you find correlation with other things. This also might be correlations with differences in brain traits. The second is intergenerational transmission. It's also a very interesting question to try to ask how we pass from a generation to the other, this ability to assign value to certain sensory stimulation. Here we show that the main reasons is due to additive genetic effects, but other traits could undergo different patterns of intergenerational transmission. And this might also be the case for some musicality-related trait. Then there are questions about evolution. Evolution must act upon genetic variation, and here we found genetic variation. Now, I'm not showing these to you here, but we also replicate these effects in non-twins with genotype data. There seems to be genetic variants that account really for the heritability of this trait. And now we can use that genetic variance to empirically ask questions about evolution, going beyond just so stories. And lastly is theory. So here it's a provocative slide in which I just simply show that the fact that we found distinct genetic pathways to music enjoyment might mean that music reward sensitivity is not a causal entity that explains variability across these different facets, but is more like an emergent property, is an outcome of these different facets of music reward sensitivity. And this might have profound implications for how we design studies in our field. Maybe not profound, but just like small, but that's already enough. Anyways, I'm 1 minute, right? And this is super important, and I wrote it down because I didn't want to mess up. But before thanking all the people involved, I would like to make an important point. My talk, and also the other talk in this symposium, are not about nature versus nurture, as there is no versus. The genetic matters does not diminish the outstanding evidence that diversity of human sensory evaluation and, in general, human complex trait is also a consequence of cultural diversity and unique individual differences. From culture to upbringing, every single experience you had in the past might contribute and will continue to contribute to the uniqueness of the value you might assign to meaningless tonal patterns. But genetics matters too. And now I can thank all of my co-authors that you can see over here: Laura Wesseldijk, Ernest Macerero, and Robert Zatorre, who contributed to this work, Frederick Kulleng, Simon Fischer, Miriam Mosing, who supervised and co-supervised this work. I will post the slides with references on ResearchGate. You can find me both on Twitter and preferably on Blue Sky. And I wanted to thank the Behavioral Genetic Unit and especially the Language and Genetics Power Ranger teams. Thank you very much.
the living arrangements of the twins, of the monozygotic twins, if they shared a room while growing up, or if they were in different rooms of the house, like how close was the relationship, or that's something that's implied in the...
It's something it's something that is implied in the assumption. So we don't have, as far as I'm aware, like so detailed information. It's not just that they're raised together.
Okay.
But I wanted, because let's say the implication of your question is also how sure we are that there are no effects of these type of things on our estimates, which is very important. But the fact that we partially replicate these results with non-twins in genotype data can at least tell you the robustness of the heritability estimates, regardless of this type of effects on the trait.
Yeah, I thought like it might be included in the non-shared environmental aspects that...
yes,
yeah,
yes.
correct.
Also measurement error is included in the non-shared environmental aspect.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jaco. That was amazing and very interesting, but I'm afraid that my post-lunch brain did not quite get all the information that I think is in this slide, where you look at the different aspects of the Barcelona Music Reward Questionnaire and the hereditary factors that are associated with each of them. And I was wondering whether you could go back to that and just say a little something about the magnitude of genetic impact on these different facets and how they differ, and maybe just explain that one plot a little bit with the genetic dimensions. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it makes
for
a lot of
everybody who
sense.
understands this perfectly, I do not.
It makes a lot of sense. So the idea is that you estimate for each of them genetic effects, which have a kind of pinkish color over there. Mm-hmm. And then on the diagonal, you can see the heritabilities. So this is the magnitude of genetic effects. This is percentage of variance, so it's 42%. It's 42%, 46%, 51%, and 52%. And then the other reddish things, it tells you the genetic correlations between different facets. So if you look at emotion evocation and mood regulation, you see there is like quite a robust genetic correlation. But for example, if you go on the sensory motor, you can already see that the genetic correlation are much lower. And this is also like captured by this. So there is some genetic sharedness, but not enough to explain like a causal path from genes to music reward to the different facets.
Amazing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jaco. I think we'll move on.
Yeah, I can change while you...
Yeah, sure. So our next speaker is Laura Vesseldijk, and she'll be talking about the relationship between music listening and mental health in a genetically informed population study.
Okay, thank you very much. I will be talking about music listening and mental health. But first of all, I will actually in a little bit more detail tell you about the data that we are using, that Giacomo also already has introduced to you, and that the previous speakers or the next speakers will also be using. And then emphasize what we can do when we can take genetics into account. So when we make use of genetically informative designs. And then I will apply this to the relationship between music listening, the amount individuals listen to music, and mental health. First discussing some phenotypic associations, then applying genetically informative designs and looking at genetic associations. And I'll finish with some conclusions. So we make use of data that have been collected in Stockholm at the Swedish Twin Registry, which has a cohort, a so-called stage cohort, which consists of around 32,000 twin individuals. And twice, once in 2012 and once in 2022, these individuals have been approached to complete several questionnaires on music-related behavior, but also on other things such as cognition and personality. And the first sample consists of 11,500 twin individuals that completed this questionnaire, and the second sample is around 9,500. And and there's overlap of around 4,000 to 5,000 individuals between these two data collections. And the whole of the stage cohort has actually been linked to wide patient registries. So we know of all these people, whether they ever in their life received a diagnosis of a mental health disorder or health disorders. And then part of this cohort was also genotyped in 2018. So besides them being twins, we also have their measured genotype data from buccal swabs. And those are around 8,500 individuals, of which 5,000 completed the first questionnaire and 4,000 the second questionnaire. So in my study, I will make use of a question that asks how many hours per week do you listen to music from your age 18 onwards? And also actually some self-reported questionnaires that the twins filled in about their burnout symptoms, depressive symptoms, and schizotypal symptoms, which is closely related to schizophrenia. And I make use of another question that was asked in 2022, where they were asked to indicate approximately how many hours per week they listened to music over the past 10 years. And there was available a self-reported mental health questionnaire on their well-being. Also, I have extracted psychiatric disorder diagnoses. These most common ones, the major depressive disorder, anxiety, bipolar, schizophrenia, and stress-related disorder. So I'll be looking into those. And now you were already introduced to this in the previous talk, but the reason why we actually want to make use of genetically informative designs is because music listening, as well as psychiatric problems, are partly heritable. A study conducted by our team showed that music listening is around 46% heritable in females and around 19% in females and 46% in males. Mental health problems, it varies depending on what psychiatric disorder you look at, but it ranges between 40 to 80%. And we also know that familial factors, such as a socioeconomic status you grow up with or the neighborhood you grow up in, influences music listening and mental health problems. And so it could be, as Giacomo also already highlighted, that associations and relationships arise because of partly overlapping genetic factors or overlapping shared familial factors. So what you can do with twin data is heritability estimations. As you just saw, you can also calculate genetic correlations, but there's also something called the co-twin control design. And what you do then is that you test whether associations that you observe in the general population still exist within discordant monozygotic twins. So monozygotic twins share 100% of their DNA. They share 100% of their family environment that they grow up in. So if one of them participates in cultural activities and the other one does not, and you expect this to actually causally influence your mental health outcomes, you expect the twin that goes to cultural activities to have a better mental health, for example. So here you can see, if we see an effect in the general population, we would also expect to see it within discordant monozygotic twins if we think there is no genetic or familial confounding. However, if it turns out there's some overlapping genetics or overlapping family environmental factors, we would see that this association disappears within the monozygotic twins. And obviously, there's also this middle way where there is potentially a bit of causality going on, but there's also some familial confounding. Now, besides making use of twin data, genotype data can also shed light on genetic confounding. First of all, they're most commonly used to actually pinpoint and identify exact genetic loci that are responsible for human behavior and human traits in so-called GWAS studies, genome-wide association studies. They can also be used to calculate genetic correlations, but they can also be used to calculate polygenic scores. And what polygenic scores do is they use the effect sizes that come out of these genome-wide association studies and calculate for each individual, dependent on their genotype, an individual score that represents his or her genetic vulnerability for the trait that was studied in the GWAS. So if you have a GWAS on depression, You can calculate for each score in this room, if I have your DNA, your genetic risk, your genetic vulnerability for depression. So now music listening and mental health, making use of all these data that we have. So the data on music listening in 2012 and 2022 correlated around 0.5. So the amount people listen to music has a correlation of 0.5. Now, when looking in the overall sample and seeing if there's a relationship between the amount of time people listen to music and mental health diagnosis, the registry-based diagnosis, we see that actually there is a bit of a negative relationship. The majority is not related, there's no association, but we see that people that listen more to music have a slightly higher risk for an anxiety disorder and for stress-related disorder. However, if I look only within discordant monozygotic twins, so I'm taking familial confounding into account, then we see that these effects become non-significant. Similarly, when I look at the self-report mental health, so that was depressive symptoms, burnout, schizotypal, neuroticism, and well-being, then we see that the majority is not associated, music listening and mental health problems, but a little bit, there's a negative association again between schizotypal symptoms, neuroticism, and actually less well-being. But when looking within monozygotic twins, we see that these associations become non-significant. Now, we're wondering, okay, these associations become non-significant. This can be due to the fact that the sample sizes decreases a lot because we're going from a whole population of 7,500 individuals to discordant twins, which are around 100 or 200 pairs. But it could also be the case that there is some familial confounding going on and that there's some overlapping genetic factors between the amount people listen to music, enjoy listening to music, and a susceptibility to mental health problems. So I calculated polygenic scores for the psychiatric disorders that were significantly, or well, that were associated before with mental health diagnosis. So that was schizophrenia, neuroticism, sensitivity to environmental stress, and well-being. And actually here you can see that the genes that predispose to neuroticism significantly predict that people more often listen to music. And the genes that predispose to well-being, better well-being, significantly predict less well-being less music listening, in people. So some conclusions. Mostly the amount people listen to music is not strongly associated with mental health problems in the general population, though there are small negative relationships where more listening to music is associated with more mental health problems. And this is the case for the anxiety, stress-related, schizotypal, neuroticism, and well-being symptoms. However, these associations disappear when you take familial confounding into account, and these polygenic score analysis show that there potentially are some overlapping genetic influences going on. Now, it is very important to mention that, of course, there could be some reverse causation. There could be, we're now looking at the effect of listening to music on mental health, but it could also be the case that mental health, certain problems make you want to listen to music more. There's, which I already mentioned, this decrease in sample size when you're actually looking within discordant monozygotic twins. And polygenic scores, as to date, do not yet capture the full array of genetic variants. So we're only looking at a small part here. So that was my talk. And I now have time for some questions.
Hey, thank you for the talk. Very good stuff, and of course, very important. But I'm thinking, we know that music listening correlates with many things. Like, for example, people who are professional players will score very high in music listening, will listen more to music. And we also know that these populations tend to experience maybe more well-being, problems with well-being and mental well-being and so on. And that's just one possible explanation. And how much what can you do with this kind of analysis and study to kind of control for all of this? Because yeah, professional musicianship is one thing, or age, or emotional intelligence, or all of these things that we know that relate with music listening.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting question. So this is now specified to music listening, and around 4 years ago, we published a paper like this on music playing, and we differentiated between professional musicians and amateur musicians, and people that played for a while and people that stopped. And we actually saw no difference between professional musicians and amateur musicians, and we saw also on a population level a higher risk for self-reported mental health problems, because we also thought that probably the heavy burden of being a professional musician is more stronger associated with mental health problems than when you play on an amateur level, possibly to relieve yourself from some depressive symptoms. But we did not see a difference there, but that was for actively playing an instrument, and this is for passively listening to music. Now, these questions were, how much do you listen per week? And that's obviously, I mean, people can be forced to listen to music in their job, a stupid radio thing. It can be because they really like certain types of music. We don't know any detail. So we will also in the future more specify on genres, for example, but we're just highly dependent on the questions that we have available in these large registry databases. So I cannot differentiate between people listening because it's their job or because they have to by their colleagues or things like that. And age, of course, we take into account and we control for. Yeah, we try to look at potential mediators and moderators.
Hi, thank you for the talk. It was very nice because this topic is totally new for me and I just missed the information and I'm very interested in it. So you had this table from about the polygenic scores and music listening, yeah, and there, so like I can understand that if someone has a genetic construction that makes it, so someone has this neuroticism in their genetic construction, let's say it so, then they are listening to more music. But what does well-being mean? So the more well-being I experience,
yeah, or the less well-being you experience, the more you listen to music.
So the less well-being,
yeah,
that's what I missed.
Both
okay.
ways. It's a correlate. So it's the more well-being, the less you listen to music, or the less well-being, the more you listen to music. Yeah, so that also, I mean, if I think about it, but I can't prove this with the data, it seems quite likely to me that when you're prone to feeling sad or not happy, that you try to search for coping mechanisms. And some people do sports and some people listen to music as some type of emotion regulation. But yeah, it's difficult to disentangle. But well, here we see that there's actually a bit of a negative association. So less well-being is more listening to music, and more mental health problems is more listening to music.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so, oh, is that a timer? So our next speaker is Peng Hao Xia, and he'll be talking on unraveling the relationship between creativity and mental health using a genetically informative sample.
Thank you, Rebecca, for the introduction. So now in this presentation, I'm going to talk about the relationship, our study about the relationship between creativity and mental health by using a genetically informative sample. So the background of our study, so there are already some studies found this phenotypic correlation between creativity and mental health problems. And they also found both of these phenotypes are found to be heritable or they are affected by genes. And furthermore, some studies found the genetic correlation between them. So, but there are some limitations for these first 3 points. So first, even though most studies suggested a positive correlation between them, but still a few of them suggested a negative or a non-significant association. And besides, we still have to think about some underlying mechanisms behind this association. So for example, if there are causation between creativity and mental health problems, or this association is completely explained by some kind of genetic confounding or environment confounding. And recently, there's a large-scale genome-wide association study, or GWAS, on creativity. And this allows us to have a closer look at the genetic factors behind creativity and its correlation with mental health problems. Just be aware that in these previous GWAS studies, the researchers only measured creativity indirectly based on the occupation information of the participants. And here, the data used in this study, so you have seen this diagram from Laura's presentation, but in this study, we didn't include the data from 2012, only this one. And now the aims and methods of this study. So because there are some contradictory findings about the effect of creativity on mental health problems, so our first aim is to verify this association. And but before we go on, I want to give an overview of the phenotypes used in our study. So for creativity, we have like divergent thinking and artistic achievement and scientific achievement from the creativity achievement questionnaire. And in this questionnaire, we have an actual item called sport achievement, but it's just for comparison. We don't regard sport as a creativity field in this study. And the last one is openness. So that's because in this questionnaire, there are some items asking people to self-rate their openness and their, not openness, but self-rate their creativity and their interest in artistic activities. And for mental health problems, we have like self-rated well-being and the mental disorder diagnosis from the Swedish patient registry. So like major depression, the bipolar, anxiety, schizophrenia, and stress-related disorder. And now back to the aims and methods. So for the first aim, we just regressed the mental health problem on the creativity to test the phenotypic association. And for linear regression, we have for well-being, we use the linear regression. And for mental disorders, we used Cox regression. And in these kind of regressions, we estimated hazard ratios. And this hazard ratio larger than 1 is for positive association, and smaller than 1 is for negative association. And the second, we want to use, because we want to better test or find the causation between creativity and mental health problem. So to do that, we used coating control design to control for the latent genetic and shared environmental covariates, or in other words, those familial covariates. So, and the last one is after we use this coating control design to check those familial covariates, we want to have a closer look at the genetic confounding. So to do that, we first estimated the genetic correlations. So to do this, to calculate this genetic correlation, we need the summary statistics or the results of the GWASs for the following phenotypes. And besides, we also explored the genetic confounding with those polygenic score analysis. So for that, we first have to calculate the polygenic scores based on those GWAS studies you have seen in the last slide. And then we verified those polygenic scores, see if they can predict what they are supposed to predict. And after this prediction, we finally can do this PRS analysis. So for that, we first regressed the mental health problems on the creativity PRS, and then we regressed the creativity on the polygenic scores for different mental health problems. So now comes the result of our study. So the first one is the phenotypic association. And here, this forest plot shows the associations. And you can see for this schizophrenia, none of them is significant. That's because we have very limited cases of the schizophrenia, like about 16 or 20. So in the following analysis, I just removed schizophrenia. And now let's focus on the rest of the outcomes. So throughout the presentation, you're gonna see those asterisk or the stars. So 3 stars is for like the most stringent alpha level of 0.05 divided by 25, and we have like 2 star and 1 star for p-value smaller than 0.01 and 0.05 respectively. So in general, you can see higher creativity indicates high risk of mental health problems. As you can see for those disorders, the hazard ratios are larger than 1. And for well-being, the betas are smaller than 0. And the second is, compared with the other creativity measurements, the scientific achievement seems to have less effect because most of them are non-significant. And the last one is the sport seems to be protective for the mental disorders or mental problems. As you can see, for depression and anxiety, the hazard ratios are smaller than 1. And for well-being, it can largely increase the well-being. Yeah. So here shows especially the green bars shows the result in the coating control design. So the effects or the associations after the familial covariates under control. So first you can see most of those effects you have observed in the previous slides. So the orange bars decreased, and most of them also just became non-significant, except for these two. So in general, we suggest that the association between creativity and the mental health problems is largely explained by this genetic or the shared environmental confounding. And the second one is you have to be aware, because you can see the confidence intervals of those green bars are very large. So for this one. And so that means, especially you can see for some of those pairs, the effect estimates actually didn't change that much. So, and for this one, it even increased a lot. So it's possible that the reason why we didn't observe these effects or the associations in this coating control design just because we lack of power, and we need more. So in the future, we need more sample size to verify these coating control results. And now we can have a look at the shared genetic factors between these two phenotypes. So as you can see, apart from this bipolar, so the genetic correlation between creativity and mental health problems are in general negative. So that's actually opposed to the phenotypic association findings. And then we calculated the PRS and verified them, and now that's the result of the PRS analysis. So when we regressed mental health problems on this PRS creativity, you can see it cannot predict those mental health outcomes except for the standard stress-related disorders, and this is negative, so it's consistent with this genetic correlation. But when we regressed this creativity on this mental health PRS, you can see this result is kind of messy. But let's first focus on the bipolar PRS. You can see this PRS can possibly predict multiple creativity measures. So this is consistent with this genetic correlation and also the phenotypic association we saw before. And for the rest, you can see they are in general non-significant except for the openness. But you can see here the direction is different from the genetic correlation results. So now the summary of our study. So I just have to brush over that. So in general, so this positive phenotypic association and these non-significant effects of the creativity on mental health in this coating control design shows that there might be genetic and shared environmental confounding. And we also confirmed this genetic confounding inside this genetic correlation and this PRS analysis. But it's kind of puzzling that this direction of the phenotypic association is opposite to this genetic correlation results direction. So for this, we have two hypotheses. The first one is because here in this phenotypic association, we measured creativity ourselves, so with these 4 direct measurements. But here in this genetic correlation and this creativity PRS, they are based on these previous GWAS study, and there the researchers only measured the creativity from the occupation. So this difference in the association direction might be just caused by this difference in measurement. But if it's not the case, maybe that's because we have some environmental confounding, which is not examined in this study. So this some environmental confounding can cover the genetic correlation. So that's all about my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Hi. Yeah. Thank you for the talk. It was amazing. to see all the methods that you've been using. I was just thinking like what you were commenting now with the confounding effects and how the first and the last had been measured in different ways, no? And the role that the occupation might be, might have in that difference that you can find, no? Like whether there's a lot of creative people that don't actually have a job occupation that is related to the creativity, right?
Yeah, true. Because our thinking is maybe because if there's a really strong connection, how to say, because it's possible. Because if you use this occupation to measure creativity, sometimes it's possible that maybe someone's very like have some serious mental disorders, and these kind of people, even though they might be creative, but they cannot just get a job. So maybe this can cover some kind of effects.
That's possibly a cause of stress, no?
Yeah.
No, thank you. I was just thinking on the impact of how we measure these things.
Yeah, thank you.
What's the understanding of a creative profession for this survey? Is this limited to more traditional creative jobs, like in the arts, design, architecture? Or does it include software engineering, like other types of creativity?
Yeah, I think I'm not very sure about their study because I think they actually use some kind of machine learning algorithm to infer the probability of being creative for each occupation. So I'm not sure if they take that into account.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry if this is a very ignorant question, but what is the significance of regressing creativity on mental health problems and mental health problems on creativity? Could you talk a bit about how you kind of find different results there and what the significance of that is?
What?
As in the two different regressions where you regress the PRS on the creativity and on the mental health. Can you just speak a bit more about, I think I missed the sort of significance of the difference between those two pathways?
Yeah, it's kind of complex. So first we go to this one. So here we regressed these different mental health problems on the PRS for creativity. And so you can see like in general, there's no significant association except for this one. So that means the PRS creativity can predict standard stress-related disorder, but it's the hazard ratio is smaller than 1, so that means it's an active correlation. So that means the creativity that the genes that can increase your creativity can like protect you or like can decrease your risk of having these stress-related disorders. And so this is in line with this genetic correlation result. And here we see this, we regressed these different creativity measurements on these polygenic scores for different mental health outcomes. You can see like for this bipolar disorder, it's positive because they are betas. And so that means the genes that can increase your risk of bipolar can also increase your creativity. And for the rest, it's just most of them are non-significant except for the openness. So in general, the openness, so the genes that can increase your risk of having depression and stress-related disorder, can make you less happy, less well-being, can also increase your openness.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like there are potentially multiple facets of like creative cognition and creative behavior that might be playing a role here in determining some of these connections and whether they positively or negatively associate with mental health problems.
Yes,
it seems to me.
That's true. That's why we have this kind of messy result here because they are different. So there's some difference between different creativity measurements.
Yeah, fantastic. Any final questions? No. Okay. We'll move on to the next speaker then. This is the easiest symposium chairing gig I've ever had because everyone sticks beautifully to time. So our next speaker is Miriam Mosing, and she's going to talk to us about Can flow experiences be protective against mental and cardiovascular health problems?
Okay, so a slightly different topic. And I will ditch the outline and go straight to what is flow. So flow is the phenomenon of being in the zone, marked primarily by an intense, focused, and joyful concentration on the present task. And flow can occur across a multitude of contexts. And it also is related to artistic engagement, so that's why it's relevant. It's known to often be experienced during or artistic engagement. And for example, in a study in the past, we also found that music-related flow was the best predictor for actually practicing music compared to many other predictors we had in the model. And then it's been shown that there are large individual differences in proneness to experience flow, and that there's also, so it's some sort of trait-like flow, which we refer to as flow proneness. And in the past, we could show that this is also moderately heritable, ranging between 30 to 40%. And then in recent years, flow proneness has received much attention for its supposedly beneficial health effects. So for example, flow proneness has been shown to be associated with self-esteem, intrinsic motivation, life satisfaction, and well-being. And similarly, flow proneness was negatively associated with neuroticism, anxiety, depressive symptoms, and burnout. And these findings are commonly interpreted as evidence for flow proneness having a causal protective effect upon health. And this has even resulted into the first companies offering flow training, leveraging of these proposed benefits of flow. So the question, though, is, are these associations truly causal? Most of these studies are based on small and cross-sectional data, and they usually do not account for shared familiar confounding. And as we have heard before, so basically we can have a confounding factor which influences both flow proneness and mental health. And if these findings then are shared within or between family members, then that would be familiar confounding, and this can be either due to shared genetic effects or to shared family environment. So then, as you also have heard before, basically we can use the co-twin control design to control for this type of familiar confounding and then strengthen causal inferences. And this is because monozygotic twins share 100% of their genes and or their rearing environment if they're reared together, so they're perfect controls for each other, and in theory within pair effects in identical twins should be free of familiar confounding and reflect true causal associations. Again, we used, in the first study I present, we used the Swedish stage cohort Laura has beautifully introduced before, and here we use data from 2012. So basically there we measured we measured flow proneness using a 7-item subscale, and then we assessed the association between overall flow proneness with self-reported symptoms of depression and symptoms of burnout, and we found a negative association of 0.43 with depression and 0.34 with burnout. And then when we did a co-twin control model, basically what we see here is that association depreciated somewhat, so they become somewhat smaller, but they remain largely, and they remain significant. So this lends support for familiar confounding, but also is in line with the causal explanation. However, so although we accounted for familiar factors here in this study, we basically did not account for neuroticism, which also most other or other studies didn't. And neuroticism is really the tendency to worry and having a emotion or being emotionally somewhat imbalanced. And past research has shown that there's a negative correlation between neuroticism and flow proneness. So if you're constantly worried, you're less likely to get into the state of flow. And also neuroticism is known to be a very big risk factor for mental health problems and stress in general. So it could be that neuroticism influences basically both flow proneness and mental health outcomes. We also cannot, in a twin design, which is cross-sectional, we cannot control for reverse causality. So we can control for familiar confounding, but it could very well be that mental health problems will also reduce your propensity to experience flow. And then lastly, we use self-reported mental health and somatic health outcomes rather than actually looking at true diagnoses. So then recently we thought we'll do this again. And this time we will use the same data from 2012, but then also link them to the nationwide patient registries and get those diagnoses, and we actually have time to diagnosis available here. And then we use this data to basically address whether there is a relationship between flow proneness and the risk to receive a registry-based health diagnosis across life. So we treated flow as a stable trait in this case. And then we tested what happens when we control for neuroticism, if the associations remain or if they can entirely be explained by neuroticism. Next, we tested, or we tried to get at whether reverse causality explains this relationship. So what we did here is that we excluded everyone who actually experienced a diagnosis before we measured flow, and then only looked at the time from when we measured flow proneness to the time when they got a diagnosis in the future, basically. And then lastly, we tested whether those associations remain after we also control for familiar confounding. So are these associations in line with the causal explanation? And as you have heard before, we use Cox proportional hazard regression for time to diagnosis, and you interpret hazard ratios. Yeah, you have heard this before. It means the higher risk is above 1 and a reduced risk below 1, and all the analysis I'm presenting here have been pre-registered. And also nicely, very recently, this has been published in Translational Psychiatry. So first, a little bit descriptive. So you can see here the amount of diagnoses we have, and you can already see that we have very few diagnoses of schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, which reflects that these are kind of rare diagnoses we have in the population. And we also found that the relationship between neuroticism and flow proneness was, as expected, quite high. So they correlated as -42. So the more neuroticism people have, the less likely they are experiencing flow. So then the results to address aim 1. So here you can see the relationship between flow proneness and registry-based health diagnosis. You can see overall that all of the associations and also all the diagnoses we included were actually significantly associated. So the more flow you experience, the less likely you were to have a diagnosis. When we then adjusted for neuroticism, you can see that almost all of them largely depreciate the association. So that means that neuroticism can explain a lot of this association. However, it did not explain all of it. So you can see that associations remain for depression and anxiety. So the more flow the more likely we are to experience flow, the less likely we are to get a diagnosis. We then continued and basically excluded anyone who had a diagnosis before. And then you can see that now we lost bipolar and schizophrenia, and this is because we simply didn't have enough cases anymore. And what you can see here is that, again, I think I've also made a nice box. So basically you can see, again, that associations hold for depression and anxiety, even if we kind of try to control for reverse causality. And then lastly, for the third aim, when we run a co-twin control design controlling for familiar confounding, you can see that basically, again, associations remain for depression, even when we also account for neuroticism. While for anxiety, they become non-significant. However, you can see that they actually do, compared to the population estimates, so not within pairs but between pairs, the effect sizes are actually very similar. So this could mean that we just run out of power to actually detect this effect as significant. So it could well be that there is actually a true association we see here. So to conclude, I think with this study we could show novel evidence for a protective effect or potentially a protective effect of flow proneness on depression and maybe even on anxiety, and that these associations hold even when we take neuroticism, reverse causation, and familiar confounding into account. And then I think also we could show the importance of considering neuroticism and that it actually can explain a lot of the association we see on the population level, and the importance of familiar factors, that we really need to take them into account, and even that potentially reverse causation may here play a role, so that also if you have more mental health problems, it's likely that you experience less flow. And then in future research, obviously, we need to investigate more whether we can really manipulate flow proneness for potential use in interventions. So these kind of companies offering this is very premature. And I hope with this I could elucidate the use of and importance of twins and genetically informative data to basically adjust for familiar confounding and strengthen causal inferences, and how we can then use that to eventually better understand traits which are predictive of cultural engagement. And with that, I would like to thank you for listening, and I need to particularly thank Emma Gaston, who's the first author on this and was an honor student of mine, and Laura, who co-supervised this work. Thank you.
Maybe I missed it because I came in late, but because flow was just general, right? Not because you later said something about that might predict cultural engagement, but flow could be, it doesn't have to be with the arts or
no,
something,
it doesn't,
right?
No,
and you didn't look, I'm not sure which measure you use. Would it be possible with the data you have to potentially also look at like domain differences there in experiences of flow that might be more or less protective?
Yes, so we have now recently measured also sports, flow experience during sports and music. So we haven't looked at that specifically. And I think even dance, I'm not sure now. But yes, so I think that was something we have been thinking to also look in specific domains. Hmm?
Cool, thanks.
Thank you for this very interesting talk. I'm wondering about the methodology for measuring the flow states. Is this a qualitative methodology, or are there already like a set of biological markers that can inform the experience of flow, like certain like heart rate rhythms or skin response, something that could signal to this?
I think at the moment there is not much to measure biological flow experiences, I believe. There are some markers which are supposed to, like cortisol has been suggested and dopamine, but I think would be very hard to measure. Mm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Finish up with a question as well. Me and Hector doing the double act. It sort of follows on a little bit from Eva's question. When you mentioned flow proneness, it's almost like there was 3 facets, like work-related flow or something like that. And I wonder whether there's any possibility, maybe not in the behavioral genetics space, but to look at the potential buffering effects of flow proneness in professional musicians, dancers, and so on, versus in the general population, because I imagine there might be quite potentially different mechanisms going on there.
Yeah. I mean, that could be something for the future. So here you can see that's the baseline questionnaire.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, that would go back to the domains and maybe looking in specific people who engage a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we haven't done that, but that's a possibility.
But you do have, a measure on whether they're professionally active, so
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, we
okay.
do. For music, yeah, we have that.
Mm-hmm. Great. Okay, thank you again,
Thank
Miriam.
you.
Okay, so for our final talk of this symposium, we're going to hear from Frederick Ullen, and he's going to talk about topic of beyond born versus made, gene-environment interplay in musical expertise.
I think this symposium illustrates rather nicely that aesthetic phenomena and artistic behaviors and artists are not just interesting in themselves, but they can also serve as excellent models if we want to understand broader question in the cognitive sciences. And one thing that we are very interested in our team is skill learning and expertise, and we look at that using music as a model primarily. So I thought I would give some of the insights from the work we have done using behavior genetic models or behavior genetic techniques to look at musical expertise during the last years. And I should say that this is really, I would say, the first expertise domain that has been thoroughly analyzed using genetically informative samples. So as you have heard throughout the afternoon here, human variation depends on both genetic and environmental factors, and arguably the most interesting challenges for behavior genetics deal with how to analyze different forms of gene-environment interplay. One type is what we call gene-environment interaction. I'll give an example from the musical domain in a couple of minutes. That basically means that the influences of genes vary depending on the environment, or vice versa, that the environmental effects vary depending on our genetic makeup. The other general type of interplay is gene-environment covariation, which also comes in different forms. Passive, to take again a musical example, that could be that musically interested parents, they provide a musically stimulating childhood environment for their kids. They pass on then to their kids both this environment and genes that promote musical interest. So this will be correlated. Evocative, that could be if a child has a beautiful voice, let's say, that's genetically influenced, this will hopefully evoke positive reactions and support from the environment. And the third type will actually be my first example. That's the active gene-environment covariation, meaning that we actively search out and create environments that are, so to speak, in line with our genetic makeup. So you've seen these slides a couple of times, and all the results that I will present also come from our work on the stage cohort in Sweden. So it's collaborations with the Swedish Twin Registry. Right, so the first example then is from one of the first studies that we made, and it will really be an example of active gene-environment covariation in the practice-expertise relation. So the question we were interested here was a very basic question, namely, we know, of course, that practice is related to performance. There's a relation between cumulative music practice and expertise, but what drives this association? So we had then from our twins measures of practice intensity throughout life. We could calculate an estimate of the total music practice, and we also measured using online applications their musical auditory discrimination ability. So it's a simple test in the sort of seashore tradition, where they have to discriminate rhythms and melodies and single pitches. This table here shows then first to the left that these different tests are correlated as you would predict, and they're also related, of course, to practice. What you see here in the green column is then that using classical twin modeling, we also found that all these measures have a genetic component to the variation, and interestingly, that also holds true for practice. So practice is heritable, and this in itself, I would say, this is of course an indication of an active gene-environment covariation. If you have that kind of genetic constitution, you will tend to practice more than if you don't have it. Another big surprise for us in this early study was that not only does practice have this genetic component, it turned out that the association between practice and musical auditory discrimination was essentially driven by genetic pleiotropy, and we found, and the meaning also that the association essentially disappeared when we used the co-twin control model. So within the monozygotic pairs, there was no association between practice and auditory discrimination. Okay, my second example will then be an example of gene-environment interaction in musical expertise. And here we were interested in the importance of a musically stimulated childhood environment for achievements later in life. So, of course, we predicted here that a stimulating environment is good for you. We would predict a higher mean level of achievement with a more positive environment, stimulating environment. But we were interested also in digging deeper using the tools of twin modeling to look at effects on genetic and environmental variance in achievement. So for achievement, then we used a simple self-report scale that has also been up in earlier talks today, creative achievement questionnaire. So you basically self-rate your achievements on a 7-point scale going from no involvement at all to various levels of amateur engagement up to recognized professional engagement at the highest level. We also had a number of measures indicating how stimulating the childhood environment was, how many recordings did you have at home, how many people played around you, how often did your parents take you to concerts, did you get special education in music and so on. And these were pretty highly correlated, so we created an aggregated index of how enriched the childhood environment was for music. And again, the question was, does childhood environment moderate adult musical achievement? To address that, we used then an extension of the classical twin model that Jaco showed earlier today. You recognize this, in black here. Sorry. The main difference then is that we include a moderator, which is then the musical enrichment of childhood environment. And you can see that the moderator is allowed to influence the mean levels of achievement, but more interestingly, we also have moderator effects on the path from these latent estimates of genetic and environmental effects as well. So it's a more complex version of the classical twin model. All right, so what we defined? Well, yes, as expected, there's an influence on the mean. So indeed, a more stimulating childhood environment is related to a higher level of achievement. But interestingly, we also had significant effects on these pathways from the latent factors. And this is illustrated graphically here. So essentially what we found, you can see this figure has done the childhood environment on the x-axis and variance in achievement on the y-axis. The black curve here represents the total variance. So the more stimulating the childhood environment, the more variance also in achievements. It's not just an effect on the mean. And interestingly, this is seen in both genetic and environmental components of the variance. And in fact, the relative importance of genetics increased with a more stimulating environment. So what can we make of this? Well, I think a natural interpretation is that a more stimulating childhood environment that increases the mean achievement by providing more opportunity for people to flourish, providing more opportunities for people to, so to speak, realize their genetic potential. All right, my next snapshots will then be from more recent work, which is based, where we have also used polygenic scores. As you might remember, many of these twins have been genotyped. Laura already introduced the idea of a polygenic score, but basically it represents then, it's a number which represents your genetic liability for a particular outcome, and these numbers are calculated based on huge genome-wide association studies, which are used to estimate the beta weights, and then you can, in smaller sample, calculate the scores. So first example then, in this study, we looked again at gene-environment covariation, but this time using a totally different approach based on this polygenic score. The question was, is a musically enriched childhood environment correlated with the genetic propensity for musicality? We used the same type of index for an enriched childhood environment as in the previous study. And then a recent polygenic score, the first really polygenic score for a musical phenotype, which was presented a couple of years ago, and we contributed to this as well. It's based on a very simple phenotype, subjective rating if you can clap in time with the musical beat, but we have shown in validation studies that this really taps into musicality-related genes, let's say, more broadly. And the finding was that indeed we have a weak positive association. And as you can see here, as many times earlier today, the effect sizes are not big. They are very small, in fact, and that is the case often with polygenic scores, but of course with these sample sizes we still have a very high level of significance. Okay, my final example will then relate to the importance of cognitive ability or intelligence for expertise, which is an interesting question and perhaps also a controversial question. I think still that the review made by Phil Ackerman of this literature is very compelling. Essentially what he finds is that tasks or domains of expertise that retain a high level of unpredictability, you need to deal with novel information also after long stretches of practice. In such domains, you will also see relations between performance and cognitive ability even after very much practice. However, if a task is easier to automate, these correlations will fizzle out. For instance, it's also been shown that sight reading, so reading a score which you have never seen, performing a score that you have never seen before in pianists, that's related to working memory capacity over and above effects of practice, even in professional pianists. Another interesting aspect is that a higher cognitive ability might be related to more efficient practice, more efficient learning, more efficient expertise acquisition. We found in our team some indications of that in a phenotypic study where we saw that there was a positive interaction between amount of practice and IQ on musical expertise and achievement. And in this study, which is hopefully accepted soon, we took that a step further and looked instead at genetic susceptibility for cognitive ability and educational attainment. And the question was basically the same. Can we see a similar interaction effect with practice on expertise and achievement? So yeah, you are familiar with these measures now. We had total music practice. We had our measures of auditive discrimination, creative achievement, and then in this case, we used a multi-trait polygenic score, so that's a weighted average of polygenic scores for cognitive performance, educational attainment, and math ability. And indeed, we see a similar pattern of findings here as what we saw earlier on the phenotypic level. So here you see this column shows the regression of achievement. So we have a main effect. Achievement is the dependent variable, so we have a main effect of practice, a main effect of this polygenic score, but most interestingly then also a significant positive interaction, and essentially the same pattern when we have musical auditory discrimination as an outcome. So one possible interpretation could be then that indeed the effect of each practiced hour is a little bit higher at a higher level of cognitive ability. Okay, so to wrap up then, I think music is very interesting in itself, but it's also a really useful model domain for studies of broad question in cognitive science. We are interested in skill learning and expertise, and also in these health effects, which you heard quite a lot about. What we have learned, broadly speaking, from using behavior genetic analysis here is that gene environment interplay is present everywhere, I would say. And we have convergent evidence for this coming partly from twin modeling, partly from polygenic score-based analysis. And as I've showed you, we see various forms of gene environment covariation as well as gene environment interaction. Now, what's really missing from the expertise story, I would say, is a longitudinal study where we actually follow twins or some other genetically informative sample over time as they acquire new skills and new expertise. And that's a logistically very challenging study, but it's in process, and I hope that we have it finished by the end of this year. So next time, maybe some more on that. Thank you. And of course, thanks to the whole team. You heard Miriam, Laura, and Peng Hao earlier today.
Thank you. Great talk. It's not an area I'm super familiar with, but like I'm interested in to what extent is sort of like these expertise effects or gene environment effects, are they specific to music? So it's often sort of with work that I find in music. So is there something, or is the assumption that those relationships are really about music specific skills, or could they also generalize to other art forms, like say drawing expertise or dance or other forms of artistic practice? Or is there any work on that?
That's a great question, because we want to start answering it now. So the idea is really to compare with sports expertise in particular, and we also have some data collected for dance expertise, which I think will interest you even more perhaps. So yeah, I mean, let's see. I think we should really systematically check whether the same patterns of gene environment interplay apply there. I think there will, my guess would be that you will find similar basic principle, but a lot of differences in the details when it comes to sort of, which personality traits predict and so on and so forth. But I think that would be very important. I would be super surprised if we don't see the same sort of general phenomenon that both genes and environment matter, then it's always an interplay. But it's a very important next step, I agree.
I'm even less an expert on this, but I wonder, when I look at the effect sizes that I saw in these various talks this afternoon, does it in a way refer to the idea that our specialization, or the way that our skills are in a way building kind of niches in the population of humans, so that in a way this kind of interaction, our genetic disposition with environmental shaping and so on, makes some of us better in certain fields of cultural activities than others? And in a way, would that be fitting the idea that we all kind of experiments of nature, that we find our niches, or a distribution, or would you rather see a more linear relationship? Sorry if the question is not smart.
No, I think the question is very smart, and I agree that's I think the way we tend to look at it. I tend to look at it, and the team as well, that the sort of end result of all this gene environment interplay is to some extent niche formation, right? That we tend to move in a certain direction depending on our interests and our abilities and our personality, and we tend to seek out and create environments that are in line with this and that allow us, hopefully, to flourish. When it comes to the small effect sizes of polygenic scores, that I would say depends. I mean, that's a well-known problem, and in this case, the sort of discovery samples were not super big. The phenotypes, as I mentioned, used in the musical score is a bit preliminary, so to speak, and it's also true that polygenic scores don't pick up rare gene variants well. So you get higher heritability estimates from twin modeling generally, and yeah.
Yeah, I might have also like a very basic question, but a lot of or all the work is kind of based on data that is already there, or data sets that's already there. Now with the longitudinal design that you mentioned might not be the case, but would it at one point be possible to create a version of an experiment to look at this, right? Because I think in the talk before we saw that it's important to control for certain factors, but if, at one point we cannot control for everything, unless maybe we could design some kind of experiment that would somehow, I guess, include a twin sample somehow that then does a task that then we could.
Well, I think I'm not sure if I understand you perfectly, but one interesting design that comes to mind is if you would take naive monozygotic twins and have one of the twins training a certain set of tasks for a while and then compare them before and after. That would be a sort of beautifully matched between group design, I would say.
Yeah, but
that could, it
this
could
has
be
never
done.
been done, right?
Or not in this field for sure.
But has it been done in other fields? Just out of curiosity.
Actually, I'm not. Maybe you do. I think it's been used in other contexts, but not in. I mean, there's very little on skill learning and expertise acquisition using twins. Actually, I mean, I think that could be interesting. I hope that we will get interesting first answers from the twins that we are following now. So let's see. I mean, all these studies are logistically pretty complicated, as I said.
Then we'll wrap up this symposium. And I just want to say thank you to all the speakers for such fascinating and yet incredibly clear talks. And it was really nice to see sort of common themes coming across in terms of associations between arts engagement and well-being, and then looking at these really controlled methodological designs that enable us to really pull apart these causative factors. So I hope it's been inspiring to the room to get involved with this kind of research, because I think it has so much potential for our field. So once again, thank you to all the speakers, and thank you to the audience for your fantastic questions.
Hello.
One last question. For the panel discussion, are we all okay just to sit here? Like this? Okay.
I don't know. I kind of. I think it's because I'm a theater kid, and that's what you always did in theater.
Festival, theater, subtitles.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's really but I also have small cinemas. Yeah.
I'll watch. I'm familiar with how
Yeah.
this thing is.
Yeah. But it works.
Yeah, it's good.
So order of the talks is Anna, Martin, Tularu, right? Do you know the orders of the talks?
Yes, I do.
Great.
I just ask everybody whether they're still okay with it.
Test. Okay. Hello and welcome. Where are we going to
Oh, you need the
stand? Are we
slides?
going to stand? No, I'm fine. Welcome. Thank you for having me today. The crowd is raging. It's very exciting to be here.
Yeah.
Is this a good distance? Wait,
That's
can
a
I
good
just good message. So the
I can see
stuff works out fine. Ah ja, das ist nur die PDF. So I think
If it's PDF, then we can move it, and it should appear here.
yeah. So I think the microphone works fine, but maybe the other speakers can also try.
I think if you're
Yeah.
We can also.
Hello.
You're talking just to this talk. That's okay. Just to this talk.
Yeah. Is it recorded or live streamed or something?
This is
Because then I would actually prefer to just project my voice.
Yeah.
I don't know if that. I don't. But I didn't see the earlier panel. I don't know if it's possible if they can hear us.
It's if you're standing here and talking, I think everybody will hear you.
Yeah, if you have a well-supported voice.
If you have a voice like this, and you can
I mean, we
recitate.
can just call everyone
You
in
got
front.
to enunciate. Enunciate. That was my theater teacher's big thing. Like you gotta learn how to enunciate. time, or to the few people who made it absolutely on time. This is going to be our symposium on artificial intelligence, empirical aesthetics, and the arts. This is a collaborative effort between people who are focusing on two slightly different but tightly related topics within the realm of artificial intelligence as it relates to aesthetics. So this symposium will consist of 4 talks in total, with one sad, happy switch out between speakers in the very beginning. And then we will have plenty of time for half an hour of discussion with you, our lovely audience, to get into the depth and nitty-gritty details of this very, very current topic. So we will start out with Hannah Geller, who will tell us something about how we can differentiate AI-generated from human-generated art. And we'll then go on to hear from Martin Sellinger, who will talk about chances for fighting back against these artificially created images. We will then swap topics from the more art-oriented and artist relation between artificial intelligence and aesthetics to the empirical aesthetic side of the coin, where we'll start out with Surabhi Nath, who will talk about how we can use a form of artificial intelligence to heighten our understanding of complexity as it relates to aesthetics, and then close out with Gregor Hein Leixenring, who will go further in depth about understanding what art and artificial intelligence means in the context of empirical aesthetics. I will be your moderator for the entire show. So that is hopefully almost everything that you're going to hear from me. And with that, I'm going to give it up for Hannah.
So hello and welcome. I'm sorry to everybody who was expecting a different talk at this point in time, but I'm very happy to be able to present some research I conducted for my medical doctoral thesis a while back. It was a bit of an impromptu decision, so I apologize for any grammatical errors along the way. So for my doctoral thesis, I generated images using an artificial intelligence. And today I'm going to present you not only the stimuli, but also some results from analyses we conducted on subjective and objective data that we analyzed from that data. So my outline is very basic. I'm going to give you a short introduction, then present my research questions or hypotheses, followed by my materials and methods, and then the main part of the talk will obviously be my results and a short discussion of the results. I want to start off with an image that probably everybody in the room is familiar with, and maybe even many of you have also used this image as a stimuli for some of your research endeavors. I have chosen Vincent van Gogh's image here because it's just so prevalent in our culture. But maybe you've also come across this image, which has been going around the media a few months back. This is, as you may or may not know, an artificially enlarged version of the Starry Night. It was created using Adobe Firefly, which is a free-to-use AI generative software that is very easy to use as well. And in 2019, when I started conducting the research for my thesis, we were asking the question, how do we deal with art that was produced, created, using artificial intelligence that is based on artworks that were actually produced by a human creator? And you might argue that most artificial intelligence that is used for image creation is in some way or another based on human art, because all the training data is obviously imagery that was at some point created by a human. But I very specifically talk about images that have an image you input into the algorithm to get an output that is used, that is created using artificial intelligence. So my 3 hypotheses that I want to discuss with you today are how do the objective image features, which we in our research group call statistical image properties, or SIPs for short, change after applying an AI to an artwork made by a human artist. And then secondly, how well can those SIPs that we have calculated be used to predict subjective ratings by human observers? And then the third question, which is a little bit of an add-on to those first two questions, is, does similarity to traditional art have any influence on those ratings? So for a bit of a further introduction, I would like to start by introducing you to convolutional neural networks. I'm sure many in this room are way more familiar with the way those algorithms work, but just in case one person in this room doesn't, I would like to give you a quick introduction. What is really interesting about CNNs, especially for me as a medical doctor, is that they are very similar to the human visual system. So you start with an input that in the lower levels of the human visual system is firstly analyzed for very basic image information, such as edge orientation or color. Very similarly do the filters on lower levels of a CNN work. They also detect certain edge orientations or color information in an image. And then if the readout that I want from the algorithm is that I want it to tell me at the end what kind of object is depicted in the image, then on higher levels of those CNNs, we have feature maps which combine different filter responses to a more complex understanding of the image, such as I see an arm and two legs, so it must be some sort of animal. It's also furry, so what I can see on the image is a monkey. And that's very similar to how higher levels of the human visual system work in the inferior temporal cortex, for example. We can use this sort of dichotomy of higher and lower level information that is also very prevalent in many domains of experimental aesthetic research for an algorithm that is called neural style transfer. Wrong button. Neural style transfer was first introduced by Gattis et al. In 2016, so it's kind of old news, but when I started it was still very relevant. Where you have a style image I used to exemplify my images here, The Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh, and you can sort of differentiate between the style of the image and then extract it from it, and then you can also input a content image. In this case, a photograph I took of poppies a while ago. And then at the end, you get a style transferred image, which combines the two. Exactly. For my research, I wanted to work with solely abstract images for a multitude of reasons, but mostly because it looked really weird when there were arms in places you wouldn't normally expect arms, because in 2019, those algorithms didn't work very well, I have to admit. But for my research, I first collected 25 abstract paintings made by human artists from very various styles of abstract art. And then I created, again, abstract stimuli as the content images. Content is a bit misleading because they are abstract in nature. So we chose random phase images, as I'll be calling them today, because content images would be very confusing. They have been studied in experimental aesthetics in a multitude of papers, so I think they're very self-explanatory here. And then if we combine the two, we end up with 150 style-transferred images that were the main focus of my study. We didn't use the first algorithm that was introduced by Gattis et al. Because at that point, a multitude of neural style transfer algorithms had been introduced, and we chose the Strauss algorithm by Colkin et al. From 2019, which was one of the most recent ones at that time. Then we calculated the statistical image properties for those 325 images, and we had a large selection of SIPs that we have worked with in our research group in Jena, and we narrowed it down to not have issues with overfitting, and we narrowed it down to 8 SIPs, which you can see here. I sadly don't have the time to explain them all, but I'd be very happy to talk more about them later if anybody's interested. Very basically, we have 5 SIPs that give us information about image elements and their relation to each other, and then 3 that are relevant to color information. Next, I conducted a rating experiment with 40 participants in our research institute in Jena under very controlled circumstances. And I asked the participants to rate my images on 3 rating dimensions that were introduced by Markovic and Radonjic, and we have been using them for a while in our institute. They are pleasing, harmonious, and interesting. I then presented the images in a randomized order and in blocks of the different image categories, and then also the rating tasks were presented in randomized order in blocks. Now onto the interesting part, namely my results. So my first question was, how are the SIPs transferred during the style transfer process? Can we find any similarities between the 2 different types of input images and my style transferred images at the end? And instead of showing you numbers, I thought we could all do this collectively and just subjectively look at the images. And I think we can all agree that my style transferred images are way more similar to the original paintings than to the random face images. So very subjectively, I'd say we've already kind of answered that point. But obviously, I wanted to have an objective answer to this. So I calculated correlations for the 8 different SIPs, which you can see here. The data was not normally distributed, so we worked with Spearman's row correlation coefficients. And you can see that for all 8 SIPs, we have very high correlations between the original paintings and the style transferred images. For the random face images on the right-hand side, we only find 2 SIPs that correlate, and the other are non-significant. Did that work? Oh, yes. Sorry, there's a delay between the laptop and the screen, which is a bit disconcerting. So we have concluded that objectively and subjectively, the style transferred images have way more in common with the original paintings than with the random face images. My second question was, can we use the selection of 8 statistical image properties to predict the ratings from the rating experiment? For that, I worked with multiple linear regression models, and you can see the results for the 3 different rating dimensions here for pleasing, harmonious, and interesting. What was very surprising to us, to be honest, was that the explainable variance was quite high for each of the models. And what was also surprising is that if we look at the standardized beta values for all of the SIPs, we find similar tendencies for each of the models. Even though not each SIP is relevant to each model, we can find similar tendencies. Except for harmonious and interesting, which is not very surprising because, as the literature has shown, harmonious and interesting seem to go into different directions in many cases. So we can see our measure for colorfulness, which we introduced with this paper. If an image is less colorful, it's more harmonious, but it's more interesting if it has more different colors. So not a very surprising result, but very nice to see that our measure has worked. And furthermore, self-similarity has been shown to be more harmonious, but less interesting. So all in all, we're very pleased with these results. That's because we can show that a different selection of those 8 SIPs seem to be relevant for each model, but each of the 8 SIPs is relevant in some models, namely 2 in most cases. And then for my third and final research question, we evaluated if there's any influence of the similarity to traditional art of my AI-generated images to the ratings of my participants. As a reference for traditional artworks, I used the genesthetics dataset that our research group introduced in 2015 and that have been shown to be very good at representing traditional Western art from a multitude of centuries. And we calculated the similarity by calculating the multivariant Mahalanobis distance. That is a bit of a complex idea, but maybe if you try to imagine the Euclidean distance is in a 2-dimensional space where you just measure the distance between 2 points. For the Mahalanobis distance, you have an 8-dimensional space in my case, and you calculate the median point of the reference data set, namely my genesthetics data, and then within this 8-dimensional space, you can measure the distance for each of my style transferred images to the reference data set. We then calculated the correlations for each of those distances with the response ratings, and we have been able to show that for pleasing and harmonious ratings, interesting ratings, the closer the images are to this reference data set, the higher their ratings are, which is very interesting, seeing as this traditional data has not been used specifically to create the stimuli that I was evaluating in my study. So we have concluded that the more similar the style transferred images are to traditional art, the better the ratings for 2 of 3 rating dimensions. In conclusion, neural style transfer has been shown in our study to be a very useful tool in creating a multitude of stimuli very easily and very quickly. And what is especially interesting is that in my case, maybe it's different for a different set of stimuli, it is very good at specifically singling out image properties from the style images that you use during the style transfer process. So if there are specific properties that you would like to evaluate from a specific image, but you need more than one stimulus, this might be a very interesting resource in creating more stimuli. In our rating experiment, the SIPs and the ratings seem to follow very similar principles for the style images and the style transferred images, so we can hypothesize that they might follow similar preferences as well. The objective similarity to traditional art has also been shown to follow the pattern that it is associated with higher ratings, so I think it's a very interesting data set as well to further question how the abstract art and traditional art are being rated. We have also been using our selection of 8 SIPs for further studies, so a different data set of abstract art, and I think a Polish research group has reached out to us to use the data set as well, so that's very exciting that the data is not only used for my project. So if any of this has piqued your interest, we have been able to publish this in 2022 in Frontiers in Neuroscience, so feel very welcome to check that out if you're interested. And I'd like to thank you for your attention and thank my wonderful research group for all the support on this journey.
Sorry. We will not have any specific questions, but feel free to ask them at the end of the symposium. And so we will have our next talk, which is Martin Zellinger right now, and he will tell us more about adversarial methods combating AI-generated art.
Multiple screens. Does it pick up my voice? Yes, it seems like it does. All right. Turn my own timer on as well here. All right, so I'll speak a little bit about the concept of, the concept of adversarial image making in relationship to AI art, which isn't a very obvious connection, as maybe will become clear. What I want to sketch out here are some arguments that connect generative AI tools to the concept of abstraction from, as we know it, from visual art making. I'll be looking at the experiments of 2 queer media artists, Zach Blass and Jake Elwes, who use generative AI to create abstraction and I'll compare their practice with an anti-AI tool called Nightshade that's designed to help digital artists protect their work from being incorporated into training data sets of corporate AI systems. My discussion builds on an essay I published a few years ago in Leonardo and have kind of rethought a lot of those things, and some of the discussion is contained here. Ultimately, I'm interested in a few questions. Does abstraction, as we know it from the realm of aesthetics, have a critical function in relation to adversarial behavior, more generally maybe, particularly at a moment when AI-generated outputs are frequently perceived as having a tendency to misappropriate or steal the creativity of human artists? How are human interpretive faculties and the human ability for abstract expression impacted when what we see becomes more and more subjected to the power of AI tools to filter or censor or otherwise disrupt the circulation of visual information? And finally, what techniques and tactics are available, maybe, to respond to this kind of disruption, perhaps with the goal of developing abstraction as a kind of adversarial image making? Abstraction is a complex aesthetic problem. In visual art contexts, it can be described most generally as an absence of figurative image content. Importantly, however, abstraction tends to imply some common ground between an artist and an audience. That can take the form of a shared semantic register or of a shared notion of the relativity of interpretation and signification. Quite often, visual abstraction is also a problematization of, or even a negation, really, of representation. And in that sense, it often yields what Dario Gamboni has called potential images. That resonates quite well with Lawrence Wise's more technical formulation, according to which an abstract image is one that is comprised of some features that form the basis for an identification as a real-world object, but which also lacks, which includes others that are generally not associated with the real-world object, and which also lacks many features that are. However, as Kirk Varnado has noted, and these are all art historians, it generally will not do to interpret abstract images simply as pictures of nothing. That's hardly ever the case. Often the purpose of visual abstraction, furthermore, is also to interrogate how we produce and interpret creative expressions in the first place. So even in non- or anti-representational or abstract artworks, there are usually determinable connections between perception and interpretation, something that Marjorie Perloff has described as a poetics of indeterminacy. In AI art contexts, abstraction can carry pretty much the same meanings of the term as I've just outlined them here, borrowing from art history. For example, Aaron Hertzman, who is a very prolific commentator on the cultural uses of AI, has described an effect where AI-generated images defy precise interpretation and invite continuous investigation by the viewer. In that sense, abstract AI art functions just like other abstract art. It provokes different perceptual and interpretive responses and therefore can convey meaning without relying on figurative image content. To cite Marjorie Perloff once again, visually indeterminate images, as long as they retain some type of referential image, referential feature, can carry ambiguities that are stimulating and provocative precisely because they are impossible to resolve. For the expanded AI context, I want to bring another concept into play here now, namely that of generalization. In machine vision context, generalization concerns the difficult problem of applying the highly specific functions of a machine learning system to a context for which it was not trained. Put simply, generalization concerns the ability of an AI model to abstract from its highly specialized knowledge. For AI-augmented machine vision, this would mean, for example, that a model trained to recognize zebra crossings in a fixed number of images contained in a training data set should also be able to recognize zebra crossings that were not part of the training data set. So what I'm quite interested in is how generalization can maybe be compared to abstraction as we know it from the visual arts. Interpretation and signification are really very beautifully dynamic and subjective processes. An abstract painting, as we know, can easily be perceived as both indeterminate and recognizable. We can think of Marcel Duchamp's Nude Descending a Staircase for a very famous example. Here, for human audiences, recognizing some figurative content is a relatively trivial exercise. Using the jargon of computer science, we could say that the human ability to interpret visually indeterminate image content generalizes very well. But in AI context, generalization is much more difficult to achieve. This is also relevant in relation to yet another concept from computer science, namely that of so-called adversarial images. The concept has gained popularity with the emergence of generative AI and machine vision, but it's been around for a while. Put simply, in AI contexts, adversarial images are images that can cause machine vision models to make mistakes. The vulnerability of machine vision models to adversarial disruption is potentially a very serious problem. If you think back to my example of a self-driving car, what if it can't recognize every zebra crossing? There really is no room for indeterminacy in that case. So when AI models are subjected to adversarial attacks, the generalizability of their image interpretation capabilities can break down. They will then begin to classify images incorrectly. Now they might, for example, mislabel with very high confidence a hat as a cake. In a way, an adversarial attack is a simulation of abstraction and indeterminacy in a place where there shouldn't be any, to such a degree that correct identification or generation of image content becomes impossible. And the important thing to note here, I think, is that it seems that the effects of an adversarial attack become manifest mainly when the interpretations of different classes of viewers collide. So for example, when a machine vision system insists that a specific image is of a hat, whereas we as human viewers might look at the same image and we might be pretty sure that we're looking at a cake and not a hat. That raises, I think, interesting questions regarding the relationship between generalization and abstraction in image making and image recognition. Could it be said that the aesthetic technique of visual abstraction is a kind of adversarial practice, since it works against the viewer's ability to determine image content? I think that is sometimes the case, potentially, but certainly not always. A fairly well-known example is an art project by Zach Blass called Facial Weaponization Suit. The project consists of masks created from aggregations and generalizations of facial shapes and features. And these are abstracted according to very precise parameters for the purpose of, well, breaking the facial recognition abilities of certain, basically, CCTV tools, AI-augmented CCTV tools. And so this undermining of AI functionality is a kind of adversarial attack, and I think a quite successful one. On the one hand, it yields images that remain legible for human viewers, as a masked human face, maybe. On the other hand, when captured by facial recognition AI, the captured image is visually indeterminate for identification purposes. And so what I want to highlight is that there's an interesting forking, maybe, of the concept of abstraction that's happening here. We're now looking at an image that is both abstract and figurative at the same time for two different classes of viewers. So I want to shift gears a little bit. Nightshade is a tool, a kind of anti-AI tool developed by a team of researchers at the University of Chicago, which expands on this concept of adversarial attacks. The tool allows users to add minuscule changes to digital images, which are invisible to the human eye, but which can potentially break certain AI models. Specifically, such images can lead to mislabeled dataset contents with the results that incorrect image classifiers are triggered, and that causes all kinds of problems for image recognition systems, potentially also for generative tools. In that way, Nightshade is meant to poison data sets, and that's also, of course, where the name comes from. And any AI model trained on these data sets could end up malfunctioning or functioning very poorly and unpredictably. The idea is if a sufficient number of poisoned images can be injected into a data set, you might end up with a generative AI model, which, when prompted to create a hat, will generate an image of a cake instead, for example. This was created in response to the very popular perception that generative AI fundamentally relies on massive scale theft or copyright-protected content. So using this tool is meant to allow artists to protect themselves from that, to potentially reclaim their ownership over the creative expressions that they're creating, that they're producing and circulating. I have some thoughts about that, but maybe I'll keep those for a Q&A session afterwards around whether or not this is really a functional approach. I don't think it is. I don't think this is actually an adversarial tool, partly because it actually requires artists to buy into the idea of circulating all of your images, right? You cannot poison a data set unless you allow your images to be appropriated into that data set. So in order to kind of poison a data set, you have to first let yourself be onboarded into that kind of image economy of circulation. So not all adversarial image making is necessarily critical in nature. Abstraction can also serve to obfuscate problematic aspects of contemporary image economies. This is an image of the AI augmented video art project Machine Learning Porn from 2016 by British artist Jake Elwes. And here the intention was to queer, or the intention was of a queering of AI technology and dataset politics. The project targets an open source image recognition model that was designed by the tech giant Yahoo for the purpose of identifying sexually explicit images online or nudity online and remove it or filter it out. The artist re-engineered this model so that the classifiers used for content recognition and filtering instead became parameters for generating new image content. And in the resulting video output, which is quite unsettling and strange, nothing ever really resolves into something that is really legible for human viewers, but AI augmented image recognition tools will label this as pornographic and censor that content if you try to upload it to YouTube or anything like that. Now that's, to me, very interesting as well, because what we have here then is a label such as not safe for work or sexually explicit applied to image content that we as human viewers might actually agree is abstract and does not represent that kind of content whatsoever. So again, there's this forking and kind of two colliding classes of viewers who fundamentally disagree in their interpretation of what the images represent. In a way also, in order to read this correctly, I guess, as potentially pornographic, we kind of have to first train ourselves to really kind of see like a machine, find out what labels and classifiers are triggered in order to be able to see what's going on here, supposedly. Now, to conclude. Nightshade works by injecting poisoned images into the data scraping and value extraction machinery of corporate AI. And this might appear as an adversarial tactic, but as I would want to argue, it doesn't really question or challenge the abstract logic of the profit-oriented image ecologies of proprietary generative AI that rely on this mass accumulation of image content. On the contrary, it requires human artists to participate in these ecologies. The concept of an adversarial attack can be mobilized, I think, very effectively in abstract image making and art making. And Zach Plass and Jake Elwes, I think, are quite good examples of artists who do that really well. In engaging with their work, one of the things that, in my experience, often happens to viewers is that they can begin to consider how their own agency to see or to interpret or to express themselves is more and more impacted when automated image recognition systems come into the picture and begin to control the sphere of what can or cannot be perceived or seen online. That was my alarm. I'm 2 sentences behind. I'm almost there. Generative AI and machine vision is considered to work well when it is able to generalize successfully across non-predetermined contexts. For human agents who possess highly subjective and individualized perceptual faculties, abstraction works very differently. We might, as I said, agree with one another on what defines an image as abstract, but we may never agree about what makes any given image inappropriate for online sharing. I think it's precisely in this divergence between how these artworks, for example, are seen by AI or human viewers that some of the politics of generative AI tools begin to become apparent. Visual abstraction is an excellent context, I think, in which to explore this. And here it becomes clear that in many ways, it is actually image recognition tools themselves, I think, that are in fact leveraging adversarial attacks on the agency of human viewers to determine and interpret image content independently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. We will
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Need to make it much shorter. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I think in my experience, our lab is also very computational. I try and use different computational methods, AI and symbolic AI, to kind of help with the research pipeline, you could say. So in 2 tasks, in 2 different studies, I will now show you how using different AI methods have helped me develop simple models of complexity, pun intended. Right, so if you imagine like a research study, you would have some stimuli, and you would probably extract some features from that stimuli, and you would also simultaneously administer it to participants, get some data, and then you would try and fit the data using the features that you have in a model. So I have tried to introduce certain AI methods or models in the first 2 steps here, where either the stimuli comes from an AI model or the features and the representation comes from them. And let's take a dive in now. Yes, so if I show you this image and I say, how complex do you think it is? What would you say? Not complex. And this one? Medium. And maybe the third one, a bit more, right? So we all have an inherent internal model of complexity. So our task is to try and dig in and try to find out what it entails. So why do we care about complexity at all? Because really it is at the center of a lot of cognitive phenomena. Beauty, of course, which has been brought up already by Hannah, curiosity, working memory, and a lot of other cognitive phenomena. But if you ask me a more basic question, what is complexity? I think it would be a bit harder to explain that, also because my cursor won't work. So that's mainly because people have defined complexity in very many ways. There is no universally agreed formulation of complexity, and different people have used different measures, so to say. Color, symmetry, density, number of elements, these are some of the popular ones. And the second issue is that a lot of the times the stimuli is handcrafted. So it's particularly on that selected stimuli set where they test these measures. So you don't know what happens and if the results hold, if the stimuli set changes slightly. So this is where our first study comes in. And this is with Anna, Franzi, and Peter Eric at the MPI for Biological Cybernetics, Tübingen. And here what we do is we try to come up with an automated way of generating stimuli. So we use this algorithm called cellular automata, which is an evolutionary algorithm. It's based on really simple rules. So a rule could be in my grid, if my current pixel is black and its neighborhood is white, change it to white. And just like that, you apply the rule to every single pixel, and you propagate this, and then you kind of generate different patterns. And a good thing is that this is very easily controllable using just those 5 parameters that I've mentioned. The details are not important, but the thing is you can generate a huge diversity of patterns. And simply by changing SC and RI, you can basically have a whole new family. So you could have a third color in, or you could have a larger size. So in this, we are able to achieve small-scale generalization. So in a way, we can test our results on this stimuli set, but then we could change the parameters, regenerate new stimuli, and then test again on that. So we do something very similar to how Hannah explained, just everything is now for judging complexity. So we have a simple task, how complex is the pattern? We ask 80 participants to rate. And then we have our 6 defined objective complexity measures, which we use to try and predict people's ratings. So let's go into what these measures are. So the first is asymmetry. So it could be how many percentage of pixels are mismatched across X direction or Y direction. And then we have entropy, which is the degree of order or disorder or randomness in your pattern. And we have a bit of a fancier version of entropy, because entropy does not consider the order, like the arrangement. So this local spatial complexity, which was suggested by Javed 2019, it actually looks at how two pixels together co-occur. So it kind of looks into a little bit of the arrangement as well. And then the fourth one, which we introduce, is called intricacy. And this is basically just quantifying how many visual components your image has, your pattern has. So in this example pattern, you can see that the three black ones form one component. The diagonal neighbors are not considered part of the same component, so that's the second one. And similarly with the white. So this very simple pattern here has an intricacy of 4. And I can also show you an example, the checkerboard pattern, which people are often confused, like, is it considered complex, is it considered simple? It would actually have a high intricacy, because every pixel would be a component in itself, but it would have a very low local spatial complexity and low asymmetry as well. And we find that actually 2 of these measures together are really good at predicting complexity. So, which is the local spatial complexity and the intricacy. And together, we achieve quite a high variance explained just using these 2 features. And like I mentioned, what previous studies sort of lack is trying to generalize it to a separate family of patterns. So we also try doing that. We generate a newer family. So this is larger patterns, and it has a gray color added now. And the same 2 measures, again, even in this setup, they also still explain complexity quite well. And then we extended the study a bit further. So we saw that the same 2 measures, which determine complexity, actually also influence beauty and curiosity. But I would leave that as a cliffhanger. If you're interested, we could talk about it later. Great. So I would now go on to the second study, which is a bit more about naturalistic stimuli. So we talked about how small-scale generalization is achieved using this kind of an algorithmic approach. But at the end of the day, these are all still pixel patterns. It's just boring pixel patterns. So what really happens when you change the domain completely? So what if we have naturalistic images? Would the same measures work, or would we have to come up with new measures, right? So we tried to look at this and in a bit of a novel way here. So the current methods either compute a lot of these SIPs on these images and then regress that to complexity, or they use so-called black box CNNs, which Hannah very beautifully described, so I don't need to go into. And they just kind of get a feature vector by passing these images through neural networks and then regress those vectors to predict complexity. And we find issues with both of these methods. So in the first case, these are a set of predefined handcrafted features. So you don't know if they will generalize well, and they are probably not as robust. CNNs, on the other hand, they generalize really well. But at the same time, you don't know what they are. They are black box. They are not transparent. So we wanted to come up with something which is a middle ground of these 2. And we present our novel approach, which uses segmentation-based image features. So what we basically do is we look at our images, we pass it through 2 foundation models, which are the large-scale models that are existing nowadays. One of them is called SAM, which extracts the components an image has, and the other is called FC-clip, which will detect the classes your image has. So it would pick up on sky, tree, person, the names, the nameable classes. And then we actually just do a very simple count. We count the number of outputs from SAM, and we count the number of outputs from FC-clip, and just these 2 features together are used to regress complexity. And we see that it performs really well. So it's surprising that such a simple model, just because the representations are good, performs really well, which kind of beats a lot of the handcrafted feature literature and also a lot of the CNNs. So, and the other good part is, apart from being good performance, highly performant, it's generalizable. So we test it across 4 data sets of scenes and art, and it generalizes well across all of them. And then it's also interpretable because we know what the segments are. We can look at the segments, we can inspect them. And even the regression in the end is interpretable. So that way we achieve good performance while still achieving generalizability and maintaining interpretability. So in conclusion, across both studies, what we've done is we've used certain computational strategies, either algorithmic pattern generation and statistical image features, or using foundation models as extractors of representations of for images. We have used computational strategies, and we have explained complexity rather simply using, in both the cases, just a 2-feature regression model. Yeah. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm very happy to address them. I have recently also started working a little more on creativity of images. So if you are interested in curiosity, creativity, complexity, anything with C, basically, yes, just come to me. Thank you.
Hello. Most of you will know this item. It's the first AI-created artistic object that has been sold at Christie's for completely unexpected $430,000. The question that arose from this transaction is this really a piece of art? Or is it something else? And for us scientists, are AI items good stimuli for empirical research? So this is what I want to answer in the next 10, 12, 15 minutes. Let's see. Yeah. My talk is divided in 2 parts. So first, there's a theoretical approach. I will talk about the definition of the term artwork and AI artwork. And the second part is more practical, at least for us. So again, are AI items suitable for empirical research? Starting with the question, a very simple question, everyone can answer it. What is an artwork? Yeah. Let's go to another question, confirming this. How to define a hypernym? A hypernym is a superordinate concept, and it defines a group of items. So, in a way, artwork is a hypernym. Now, there are different classes of terms. Let's start with a more easy term car. And the hypernyms can be defined by extension and intension. I will go into detail what this is. So, term car. Defining the term car by extension is just listing all the cars you know. And then the people you're talking to will understand, okay, that's a car. Yeah, that's quite easy. Intention is focusing on the internal concept, on the inner meaning of the term. So in this example, it's very easy. A car is usually has 4 wheels. It's used for transport. It's run by an engine, and it is primarily driven on roads. That's easy. How about the term artwork? Okay, we can start with the extension again. That's how you can define the hypernym. Extension of the term artwork, just put all the artworks you know into one place, and people understand what an artwork is. These are just examples. These are just from Western art. Yeah. But extension is not really helpful when one wants to decide whether an item is an artwork or not. Then this really doesn't help. So we have to go back to intention. And intention here gets complicated because artwork is a philosophical term. When I talk about the term car, every intention, so it's driven on roads, there's an engine, there's 4 wheels, every intention applies to every car, basically. Intentions for philosophical terms are different. And keep in mind, intention written with an S. Yeah. So there are several intentions for the term artwork. So essentialism is one. So there are formal, objective, perceivable object properties that are universal to artworks. We've seen 2 talks talking about complexity, talking about self-similarity, all this stuff. And this all can be related to artworks. So this is the search for universals. As an example, Kurt Schwitters' Märzbild. Kurt Schwitters is a German Dada artist, and he said that the material doesn't matter, it just is the proportion that makes something an artwork, and he created this artwork, and you really can't see it, but you have to believe me. This is all in the golden ratio. All is in the golden ratio, all objects here are arranged this way. And this, for Kurt Schwitters, makes this item an artwork. I think we know it's not that easy. Another intention is the production aesthetic intentionalism, and here written with a T to confuse you. And the artist's intention is communicated through an item, and this item is then an artwork. Example, Edvard Munch's Scream. Edvard Munch tried to show the anxiety of the human condition, and he tried it several times in a series of Scream paintings. Intentionalism can also be seen from the receptional side. So an artwork is an item that has an influence on the perceiver, and this makes it an artwork. Here you can see this self-portrait by Frida Kahlo. It's an example of an artwork that moves a lot of people. Okay, maybe artworks are just items that move people. The list goes on. I'm sorry. Don't want to bore you. Mental functionalism is very interesting, in my opinion. So an artwork is a social construct that has to fulfill a specific function. For instance, as a symbol. This is what makes art art. So, the Banksy. This love is in the bin. This is a comment on our evaluation of art and art auctions. So this is the self-destruction of the artwork. It really didn't work out. I think Banksy intended it to be ripped apart totally, but he created an artwork by it. Maybe it's historicism. Maybe this is the intention we have to focus on. So an artwork must be evaluated by its relation to art history. If you see this Cubist painting by Georges Braque, they're quite small, sorry, I thought the screen would be bigger. So if one wasn't versed in art history, she or he would have not accepted this Cubistic painting as art back then, back in the 1910s. So maybe artworks are just items that relate to history, and that makes them artworks. Or, and that's the easiest way, and that's the most prominent, most modern intention actually, so-called institutionalism. So an item is only an artwork if it has been nominated as an artwork by a curator, by a museum, by art historians, by whoever. So look at this one. If this Campbell Soup painting was not in a museum, it would be an advertisement. But if it's in a museum and we see it as art, then it's an artwork. So, I'm glad you followed me into this point. An item can be an artwork seen from different intentions. And again, this is institutionalism, this is symbolism or mental functionalism, intentionalism, production aesthetic, reception aesthetic, historicism, or essentialism. So you can also have this intention. Artworks have to fulfill these intentions to be an artwork. And again, there's a difference. This is a non-philosophical term, car, that's very easy. For artworks, it's more complicated. And this is what I'm heading to. For some artworks, most of those intentions apply. So if you see this
American Gothic painting. See, you can see that's in the museum. It has some specific properties. It moves people. It has a function of a symbol, and so on and so on. But it doesn't need to be the case. Looking at this tomato soup again. You can't really measure, and it's really not different from an advertisement. Does it move painting? Okay, that's I have to be careful. But emotions are not transported in the usual way as in artworks. It definitely can move the perceiver, but maybe not in the way that traditional artworks do. But it has definitely to be seen in a historic context, and it has definitely to be seen as a symbol. So, AI art, and this is just a symbol for AI art. What about AI art? Is this an artwork? And the answer is an emphatic yes, it has to be. Because as I explained, not every intention has to be fulfilled to make a philosophical term correct, to make it a hyponym. Again, if it just fulfills, if it's nominated as an artwork, it would be enough. But it also has some properties that are very specific, and it can move the perceiver, or at least evoke some curiosity, something in it. So definitely a yes. AI items are artworks. But now on the practical side. So are AI items also suitable for empirical research? And this is what we do. Here we run into a problem. Usually the applied intention for artworks is not important. If I go to a gallery, if I go to a museum, I don't care what intention to apply to make this thing an artwork. In aesthetics research, however, it might become a problem because you have to make at least two considerations. The first one is the selection. So which stimuli do I select for my experiment? And the second one is the focus. So which aspects of the stimuli are investigated? And this is what I call the two intentions problem. Here it might be not problematic, and I will give you a very obvious example and a not so obvious example. Let's think of a researcher A. Researcher A wants to has some new fancy measure. It's not self-similar, it's not edge entropy, it's very complicated. And he plans to look if all artworks fulfill this image property. And he collects items from several galleries, also from the Tretyakov Gallery in Moscow, and he collects this item. And then he measures this item, and he finds nothing. Well, yeah. Kazimir Malevich created Black Square with the intention to create a kind of anti-artwork. He wanted to have an artwork not transferring any emotion. So, obviously, this wouldn't fit. But we are good researchers. It wouldn't happen to us. They would do it. We all, I just take you all with me. We are good researchers. The not so obvious example. Researcher B plans an experiment on the physical reaction of observers that are confronted with cruelty in artworks. So he focuses on reception aesthetic intentionalism. So what happens in you if you see some cruelty? But maybe, and he selects this artwork here. And Caravaggio, it's very cruel. There's some beheading and blood and so on. Nasty stuff. But if there are some people, participants, who are well versed in the Bible and know this story and know Judith and Holofernes, they see something different in it. They don't see the cruelty, but they see the topos of the power of women, the weakness of men. This is Judith who saves her people by beheading this intruder, Holofernes, who wanted to burn down the whole village. So that's a very positive message for them in this topos. Okay, so if researcher 2 is not aware of this factor, then he has a problem here with the study. So what about AI artworks? As I mentioned before, there are not so many intentions left for AI artworks here, for selection and for the focus. So even for the selection, you can select eye-to-eye artworks not because of production aesthetics. And I'm talking about these created items from DALL-E or other programs, not if the artist really uses the AI to create something and makes then something out of it, then obviously there's a creative process from the artist. But I'm talking about AI artworks that are solely created by some prompt. So the selection of the process is just maybe it's been denoted as an item, or maybe there's a reaction to it. And the focus point is also very limited. You can measure it, and you can look for the reactions, but we cannot really look for symbolism in there because there's not this human component here. And the arbitrariness makes it difficult. There's one exception, obviously, and this is what Hannah was talking about. Obviously, you can use AI artworks as a comparison to non-AI artworks. Then it's a good way. But for research, they are very difficult stimuli, and we have to treat them as difficult stimuli. We can't use AI artworks as stimuli as we use non-AI artworks. Again, as a contrast, and looking for the differences between AI artworks and non-AI artworks, this works very well. And this is my last slide, very short take-home message. Artistic AI items are artworks, absolutely yes. But we have to be aware of problems when using AI artworks as stimuli in research. And that's the message, and that's the end of the talk, and thank you.
Speakers. Thank you. My apologies. I have been awake for quite some time. And invite all of you to ask the questions that I know you've been burning to this entire hour that we've been here.
I have a question for Gregor. So if you have a person who's painting a picture of, let's say, a portrait, right? That's obviously art, that has all the intentions and so on. And then photography comes along. Now somebody takes a camera and takes that picture of that person. So now there's no longer an artist involved who swings a brush. But you know, it's now a technological process. But we now recognize photography as an art form. If it's done in the right way, it's just you doing that with different tools. So now we take AI art, but we have an artist, a person who has intentions, who's operating in an AI algorithm to generate an image. How is that qualitatively different from photography?
Yeah, thank you for this question. It's a very urgent question. So basically what you're talking about is, it's nothing new that artists use new technology. Artists are famous for using new technology to create their items. But there's a kind of randomness in the AI. And obviously, if you create an AI artwork and you select them, you usually get 4 of them, and then you select one and do something with this. And there's an artistic process involved. But the artist has not so much control as if he does a photograph. He has to have the lens correct, he has to get the duration of the time, and so on. So the randomness is stronger. And I completely agree. It's still a technological method that plays into account to create an artistic item, but the randomness is much stronger. And again, okay, you want to add something. It makes it less controllable, and therefore the human input is less. But still, it's still an artwork, and that's what I would say. Sorry.
I'm not cutting in.
Yeah, I think there's also, just because I thought about that a lot, I think there's also a difference between what kind of AI artwork are we talking about. Are we talking about a text-to-image generator, which has clearly the creativity of an artist, who has to write that prompt, who has to figure out how to write the prompt to get actually to the result? Or are we talking about an adversarial network, where there's not so much of a prompt, rather just one big data set that then produces things? And how much of it is a tool and how much of it is the real creation by AI in
quotation marks. Yeah.
Who would like the microphone?
I just want to add one thing. I don't want to have the whole session for me. There's this philosopher, Margaret Bowden, and she describes the three aspects of creativity, which is A, the combination of things, then the elaboration, and the transformation. Exploration, sorry, exploration. So you can answer the question. And for the combination, that's quite good. And even the elaboration, AI is really doing quite well. But the transformation to create something out of it, something new, something symbolistic or so, we are not there yet, at least in my opinion. So therefore, the AI artworks, if it's, and as you said, just by prompt created AI artworks, then this is really lacking at the moment.
Any additions? Okay. Going up first.
Thanks. I have a question for Sarabi. Is that, yeah. So I found the whole idea of using foundational models and using those features to predict very interesting. I think it's a really great idea. Do you think, what might be the bottleneck, do you think, by having more features identified at this high level state are going to get closer to human judgment? And also, do you think by using this, you could also be able to predict the variability and how humans might judge complexity?
Because a lot of these models, the way they have been trained is based on a lot of human data, and sometimes they also mimic like the biological circuitry of how, say, how the CNN works, for example, and that's why they are good. And what was your question? Like how many more would help? So I think the whole claim here is that we don't need so many. So it's a quality quantity trade-off, right? Like if the features are good, you can get away with way fewer. And sometimes, like if you just use statistical features of directly extracted from the image, you might need 10, 15 features to achieve the same performance. And our whole claim is that if you have good representations, your model just becomes simpler. So you, at the end, you don't need as many. And for the individual differences part, I think it is pretty capable because there are certain parameters you can tweak. So for example, there is this granularity feature. So if it's a higher granularity, it detects more segments, and if it's a lower granularity, it detects lesser. So in a way, if different people parse the image at different levels, you can probably fit that parameter to a participant and find that out. We just didn't have data for individual subjects, so we couldn't do it, but that is definitely something we are interested in. Yeah, so I think, yes, thank you.
I also have a follow-up question on this for you, Sarabi. And maybe I don't understand very well the model, but I was wondering, when you're trying to predict subjective complexity, do assume like a linear summation of effects, such as that the different features do not interact with each other? And do you expect that like adding complexity and different features might interact and might contribute subjective complexity?
Found out that we don't need the interaction in the end, because these two are picking up on rather different aspects. So the first feature is picking up on more lower granularity stuff, so just the nameable elements. And the other feature is on more higher granularity, so everything small little bumps and lumps it's picking up on. So these two are pretty different and they work beautifully together, but they don't need to interact, or at least their interaction doesn't add anything on top. So yeah, it's just a data-driven thing, but we did try having these interactions in there as well, right, Anna? You want to add something? Anna is my guide for everything.
So my question is for Lena. You had three measures. You had pleasing, harmonious, interesting. And I could see how pleasing and harmonious are similar to each other and how they're different from interesting, right, in terms of, but I've been thinking in terms of my own work, like when you ask someone to give you a beauty rating, can that be decomposed into like an infinite number of subparts? Because, it's just like traditionally we say, well, how beautiful is this? Well, then you're going to say, well, beautiful is, it's all these other things. So, so what dependent measure do we use if we're trying to get at aesthetics? Because it seems like it's locked up intricately into a million other different things.
Beauty, and I don't think I ever used that term in my whole presentation. And because beauty is not something we want to use, we were trying to find parameters that are able to represent the aesthetic experience in its multitudes of facets. And I based my three terms on a paper by Markovic and Rodonjic from 2008, and they introduced four different, I want to say, I forgot the term they used, but four different areas of the aesthetic experience, and they also introduced some terms that you're able to use to represent those different facets. And as you've mentioned, it's obviously probably an impossible task to encompass every aspect there is to, I call it aesthetic experience, not beauty. But I think that's just one way of trying to go into different directions. And the three terms that I've chosen have also been used in a multitude of research papers. So I think they're just something that's been tried and tested, I'd say. Those 8 SIPs that I proposed have been used by my supervisor, Christoph Redis, in a different paper, also in abstract art by a British artist, and he's used very different criteria or aesthetic dimensions, or however you want to call it. And the SIPs also worked quite well. So I think this is just one example of how you could represent them, but I'd never go as far as to say that they're perfect for encompassing what we're trying to research. It's just one attempt that's been around for almost 20 years at this point.
Thank you all very much for your talks. If I were to summarize across them, am I right in saying that you think AI tools are very valuable methods as long as we only study images or basic properties of images and patterns, but when it comes to real studies or studies of real art, and when it's important that the participants think this is art, then perhaps we should refrain from using AI-generated images. But then there was also this, as I think, very important critical perspective. And so my second question would be if the others of you can somehow relate to this critical perspective in what you presented or how you might work with AI tools in the future.
Who dares to go first?
I don't dare to go first. I just have a question to Martin. Do you think the legal issue is the crucial thing about AI arts? Because what you need for AI arts are the training, the learning stimuli. And these are obviously copyrighted usually and just used. Do you think this is a crucial point in AI studies in the next couple of years? And this question as well.
I think it's one important domain of research in AI, but definitely not the only one or the most important one. And I think definitely not a very important one when we want to talk about the aesthetics of AI art. You're talking about legal issues, right, with copyright. To me, that's actually quite separate. I personally find it problematic to try to compartmentalize discussions around authorship or originality into purely legal categories and also property categories. And then we've done a pretty good job over the centuries of convincing ourselves that those are actually also aesthetic categories. So I wouldn't say that, but it is certainly a massive obstacle also for all kinds of research to be conducted as well. And I don't know how the three of you are negotiating the permissions issues or around image sourcing and so forth. It's of course quite easy if you work with an art historical corpus of works in the public domain, even though then you might still be dealing with reproduction permissions from museums that are holding these works. But when it comes to photography, that as was mentioned, or any number of other current forms of creative expression, part of which, I think is really also every item of user-generated content that's floating around the internet on some extent, then it becomes almost unsolvable as an obstacle, I think.
So maybe in response to your question, I also think it's always important to remain very critical of AI art. There are so many issues that we're still facing. Gregor has also mentioned the question of authorship, and obviously all the legal problems that we're facing right now. In my MD, I also discussed a current, I think it's a civil rights claim. I'm not super familiar with the US legal system, where a bunch of American artists have sued all of these AI companies because their images were used without their consent in training those AI models. And I think that's a huge problem that we're currently facing, that most of the AI systems that we are using or that we have been using for years are still somewhat up in the air in terms of their legality. But I think it's still, as we've mentioned, just as photography has been to art history, I think AI will also just become a tool that's very prevalent. As I've mentioned, this Adobe Firefly extension, also in Adobe Photoshop and Lightroom, AI is so present. So I myself work as a photographer, and it's almost impossible to escape AI at this point when you're just working on your images with Adobe products, which is crazy to me, but I think AI has just become a very regular part of artistic endeavors at this point in time, and I think it's very important to keep that in mind when we do this, we conduct this research, because it's just going to be, or in my personal opinion, it's going to be very similar to the advance of photography in art, and that it's going to be a tool that is very prevalent and that we have to find ways to work around and research. And I think that AI images are a very interesting opportunity for experimental research, because we have this opportunity of creating millions of stimuli in a matter of minutes or hours, which has never been the case before. So I think it's going to be a very exciting time in experimental aesthetics.
Maybe I want to add something just for a second on that, maybe a question of even just categorizing AI artifacts potentially as artworks. This is a question for you. I noticed in your presentation maybe a blind spot, or I don't know, or maybe not, maybe I missed something, but each of your illustrations had an additional category, descriptive category or classificatory category that you didn't mention, which is the name of the author of or the artist of the artwork. And I'm curious why you didn't address that at all. So does, in addition to the other categories that you raised, does that not matter? Because in an AI context, very often that is the first thing that comes up, right? either in the AI artwork is denied that status of artwork because it doesn't have an artist attached, or the issue comes up by way of saying, well, there are probably 10,000 artists in the background whose work was stolen to train this model. So I'm curious how that figures into your attempt to categorize things as artworks or not artworks, why the artist doesn't figure into that. And then maybe on the note of the image, the example of the AI artwork that you gave, where you replaced the name of the artist with 3 question marks, that's also not quite correct because we know exactly the name of the people in the collective that created that image, and we know the names of the people who wrote the algorithm that generated that, right? So in a way, there's also a very clearly pinpointable human creative source attached to that one as well. I'm not saying that's what makes it an artwork, but it's there, right? So what about that extra category that is missing there?
Can I just very quickly add that the Bellamy picture is actually undescribed with the algorithm, like the formula. So they very specifically like overwent the authorship question and made the algorithm the author in a way. So that's also interesting.
Exactly. For the Bellamy picture, I just stole the 3 question marks from an article. So obviously, and they signed it with the code, and this is the author in their interpretation, in the interpretation of the creators of the code. Authorship is very important, and I tried to tell in my presentation, depending on the intention which you apply, it's more or less important. So if you have the production aesthetic intentionalism, then the author is the crucial point. But for some other artworks who are seen as symbols or whatever, then the author is not as important. Obviously, you have to have a creator, but there's this philosophical stream in the 20th century that say, I don't want to have any information, I just want to have the artwork standing for itself. I don't want to know anything about the author because this would somewhat weaken my interpretation. So depending on which perspective you have on the artwork, the artist is more or less important. And I want to make it clear, I think it is important to know the author and to know the background, just to understand it. But you don't have to, in a way. And for AI art, yeah, and there are many authors, many creators. You have the one who wrote the code, you have the one who created the prompt, in a way. You have the one who selects this. Can be the same person, doesn't have to be. So again, authorship can be important, but doesn't necessarily have to be important to have an artwork.
Okay, just to conclude on that, I think, yeah, all the points were great. The other thing I would like to add is so much of it comes from stochasticity. So for example, if you had a very simple algorithm just says, okay, I made a square, now rotate it by 2 degrees, and then just do that multiple times, you have different variations of a square, and they are all produced by, you could do it manually too, but like it's produced by an algorithm. So they are also outputs of a sort of algorithm. And then it could be different degrees of that, right? Now, the same algorithm probably just randomly makes different shapes and composes them. And then the extreme would be what we have now, where it's trained on a lot of data, you feed in some prompt, and it comes up with something totally different. So it's different degrees of stochasticity, which is included. And like everyone mentioned, it's also different levels at which people intervene. So it could be, yeah, at the people who curated the data for which the model was trained to the person who's, yeah, actually displaying it on your screen. So it's a very tough question, I don't know. But barring all of that thing, it's just great that with these tools you get so much control and flexibility and just power to just, yeah, do your studies in a much more large scale, maybe efficient way.
No super quick question from the audience. I'm going to do one rapid fire question, and you're only allowed to answer with a a short phrase or one word preferably. And I want you to answer basically two questions. So when it comes to artificial intelligence and art or empirical aesthetics, what do you think is the greatest promise and what is going to be the greatest pitfall? And I can tell you right now what I think, so it's going to be a little bit less mean here, all right? So I think the greatest promise is really that this is an instrument that can deal with the amount of big data that other sciences are using. They're extremely powerful, come with their ethical considerations, but this is the right algorithm to deal with this huge amount of data that's going to be relevant. And see, the greatest pitfall in the questions that we just discussed right now is that doing research on a topic that there's no societal consensus on what its relevant on society is extremely, extremely difficult.
What was the
greatest promise, greatest pitfall?
What was the pitfall you said?
The pitfall is that society, we are going to do research on something that society, or like, you know, globally as a much larger community, we haven't agreed on what it is yet. Right?
Oh my God, I think in my dreams I'll get an answer. But yeah, I think, yeah, an advantage, I can only think of advantages right now somehow. It's mostly to do with, yeah, the scale, the power. Sometimes we are limited, right? We are humans. We have cognitive resource limitations. We are out of ideas, for example. And then if a model can help you there, you feel really happy about it. Like, okay, it's easier to avoid deadlocks. So in that way, it's an assistant. Like you have a personal assistant. Everyone has a personal assistant now. So that way you can work collaboratively. That's a great plus. A negative would be, for me, I guess, yeah, just that these are not interpretable. Like we don't know exactly what is going on inside, and you'll never be able to know. Like you also don't know what's going on in your head, right? But at least you think you can know, and here it's sometimes the case that you just will never know because it's too complex a system, maybe. Yeah, I hope that's convincing.
I think maybe for me the greatest potential of the technology is that it provides us a lot of opportunity to start allowing ourselves to maybe decenter the human subject that's been kind of at the heart of all of our thinking about creativity or agency and so forth for a very long time, and maybe begin imagining various relational constellations of not only human or more than human or non-human agential fragments at least. And in terms of the pitfalls, I think that technology inspires a lot of very limiting computational thinking. That is the dark flip side of this promise that I just mentioned, where all concern for the human subject in the equation kind of falls away a little bit. But I think what is it called? The Center for the Study of Existential Risk in Cambridge. They know better about the pitfalls than how I could summarize them.
To me, one of the greatest advantages is that we have now the opportunity to produce a large amount of stimuli, which we can control very well, which is something that is really hard to do with human artists. If we tell them to do something in a very specific way, it's not going to be their artwork anymore. But that also feeds into your disadvantage that also kind of, I'm going to sound like a very stupid romantic now, that loses some of the spark of the artwork then. So I'm afraid that we're going to lose something that is very special about artworks that is not going to be prevalent anymore if we deal with millions of images or any other type of stimuli that we'll be evaluating.
Nice. greatest advantage, greatest promise. It makes art democratic. Everybody can be an artist. And the possibilities are endless. Just by entering a prompt, you can be an artist. That's a great advantage. Biggest pitfall, it makes art more democratic. Everybody can be an artist. So this is for the artists by profession, it might become complicated because it's easier to produce these things. And there are already people in my surroundings who just create an artwork in AI and put them on the wall in their living room. Might be, at least in the long term, might become non-artificial art might become obsolete. I'm not sure. I don't think so, but maybe. So pitfall.
So thank you all so much for being here and for asking wonderful questions. Thanks to all the speakers for being here and taking part in the discussion. I hope we gave you some thoughts for dinner, maybe some conversation starters, and hope to see you all bright and early tomorrow morning.